Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
What's up, guys? Main man Sui here, hoping you're doing awesome as always. And me, I've got an erection. Why? Because I'm sitting here playing Dead by Daylight, and then chat tells me Tekken 8 Kazuya gameplay trailer was released like, what, 5 minutes ago? Just a solid few minutes ago, this dropped on YouTube. Kazuya gameplay trailer. I can't think of something I want to watch more when it comes to Tekken 8 than a Kazuya gameplay trailer. So let's see what this looks like. And you should feel my nipples right now. I'm nervous though. He better be really badass. Like 11 out of 10. Because his render, his new costume is so cool. So I just hope the gameplay matches it. And what does his heat look like? Okay, let's just watch it. Oh, come on. Let's get to it.
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8
Tekken!
New Challenger! Kazuya!
Jesus!
Kazuya! New
They kept this win pose.
Challenger!
Oh, I mean, look at that fucking face. He looks proper fucking scary now. Like, glowing eye, all of the lines, and the face he's making there.
Kazuya Neshima!
Oh! What? Hello? What the fuck? I don't recognize anything! Everything is new! Okay. Suddenly I'm like, that Paul rage. I liked the low rage art and the Paul one, and Nina one, but it's like, I'm sorry, but compared to that one, that's the best rage art I've seen so far. Not even Jin's is that slick. I mean, holy shit, he obliterated him. I need to watch this again because I have to tell you that every single attack I saw, I didn't recognize. It's like they've completely remade the character. Everything was new. Not a single move he did. I was like, oh, right, that's that. It's that string. I mean, every single thing. Yeah, it's like they've completely reworked the character. I don't know.
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8.
Yeah, no, this character has been the same since like Tekken. I mean, you could say Tekken 1 if you want. Like the identity of a character has remained the same. And now, yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I was not expecting this. Like, Jesus Christ.
New challenger.
And something really positive I would like to say is that the visuals here look really good. Like, you know how we watched the trailer from the Game Awards and it didn't look as good? I mean, here, I mean, the lighting here with the sunset. This looks really good. This looks really, really good. And holy shit, he looks so badass. It's insane how badass he looks. You know how his render was 11 out of 10? And it carries over into the game. It's...
Kazuya Neshima.
He just looks... He's never looked better. And if this revamped gameplay is fun, I mean... I'm gonna be in heaven, literally. I mean, I'm sorry. That's my main. Who do you main? Oh, Lucky Chloe. Oh, okay, yeah. I main that guy, yeah. Oh, Duria.
What's up, guys? Main man SWR here, and I just fucking busted to this Kazuya T8 trailer.
I also busted. Oh god, yeah, he looks too good almost. This looks 100 times better than the Game Awards trailer. I mean, this basically looks like what they showed on trailer 1. I mean, this looks great. And finally, his eye actually glows now, even in game, and not only in cutscenes. I mean, he just did. I'm so sorry. We're going to have to take everything step by step. But this is 1, 2, 2, right? But he cancels it into sidestep 3. Okay, wait. So I'm gonna step here because I'm just like, what is this?
Masky.
Masky. So he does Hell Sweep. So no longer Hell Sweep 1. Oh, and now I want to see, does he still break his waist? And then into a jump kick. I like this, looks slick. The question is, will he still have a slaughter hook follow-up, or is that gone? That seems to give less Oki. Wait, sorry. Is that Glorious Demon God Fist? I don't think it is. This is a new attack. Or is it Glorious? Yeah, it looks like a sidestep attack. That's a sidestep attack. Nice punish. And my god, I talked about this a while ago on a stream. Kazuya's Thunder God Fist is the worst attack in the game. It could be. It's completely useless. It doesn't serve a purpose in combos. It's the worst attack you could ever throw in neutral. Launch punishable, does no damage, slow, does nothing. So now, they worked it into combos. So this is hard to do, by the way. Electric CD1. That is a lot of execution. So now this bounds, and I'm hoping that Thunder Godfist has improved damage. So this is actually a viable combo route, because it looks slick. Does he laser there? He lasers when he's not Devil Kazuya. I didn't even catch this the first time around. Back to one laser. Oh my god, that's gonna be a combo ender to put them on the wall. So you're gonna do back to one laser, and they fly like 50 miles away. They're gonna fly all the way to Africa, is my guess, when you end with that. Demon Godfist. What is this? What is this? Like, what the fuck is... That's not his classic twin piston. This is devil twin pistons. This is a down forward one. Oh. He's doing down forward one there. Entrail smash. Into the second... Not even devil does that though, right? That's into the second hit of his normal twin pistons. But it resplats on the wall. It resplats on the wall. How cool is this string? I'm sorry, how cool is this string? What is it that flies away when he does the last hit? Oh, he breaks the monument. It's a monument for world peace, and Kazuya was like, we're having none of that. Oh my god. He looks too good. He looks too good. Abolishing fist. Heat. Free one into Hell Lancer. Oh, you see what he's doing? I think just like Jin, free one Zen, doesn't he crouch dash cancel free one here? I think he does. I mean, could be a string, but it looks like he has free one crouch dash waifu cancel. Yeah. But Heat, so in Heat, he has a Jin style hell sweep? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is his smash. Yeah. That's his Heat smash. Shit! So it's 50-50 once he is in Heat. It's going to be like uber super duper hell sweep. So this one. Or a mid launcher, basically. What is that? Chikwe! I love a scream. Wait, down for 3-2-1 bounds? But bounds? that's the new Heaven's Gate, right? Oh my god. I'm so sorry, but I'm almost going to cry. Honestly, and I mean that. Could they have done a better job with my boy? I mean, look at him. I mean, I'm so sorry, but this makes everything else I've seen so far in Tekken 8 in terms of the characters just pale in comparison. This just looks so good, like presentation. He looks so slick. He's never looked better. And just the third point is just like, in terms of how much they reworked him, I barely recognize him, his gameplay. And that rage art, and these win intro poses, I mean, look at this. I mean, I had some criticism when it came to this game before. I had some criticism, but this, I mean, right now I'm at like 11 out of 10. It's like, this is the best stuff. I mean, of course I'm a bit biased. I'm a Kazuya main, but even those of you who are not Kazuya mains must feel that in terms of presentation, like, how good does this look? I mean, and it's like, yeah, we've seen some cool rage arts, but yeah, take my money. Just take my money. Wow. And I'm so happy that we're doing these character trailers, just like Street Fighter 6 Capcom is doing. Cannot wait to see more, and I don't think they could have done a better job with my main. And again, I haven't played him yet, so they've changed him. It's unrecognizable, so we'll see how he plays. But I've stated it before, like, a lot of people have disliked what we've seen of Tekken 8 so far, with the chip, with the heat, and with the very noisy presentation, a lot of effects. And of course, it's only natural. We're changing things for the first time since 2005. You're seeing significant changes in how the game is played. That's a lot of time, right? That's 17, 18 years ago. Change is always going to scare some people, right? But I just, and you know, look how much they're changing Kazuya. It might end up not being good. I haven't played it, right? But am I happy that we're actually taking risks? Yeah. My God, rather than get another Tekken 5, you know? So it's like, I don't know. It's like I'm so excited about this. And I do want to stress again that it's so cool to see a visual presentation that yet again matches the first trailer. Because everything we saw after the first trailer worried me a little bit in terms of graphics, but here I'm again like, it just looks so good. It looks so good. So thank you for listening to me, everyone, and have a lovely day, and I hope you're as excited as I am about this, because, wow.
Do you want to sound like everyone else when you sing, or do you want to have your unique voice, your voice that is truly you? I'm going to give you my 3-step formula to finding your true voice and get rid of the competition. Welcome back to another edition of Victoria's Vocal Tips. 31 years of teaching voice, 43 years of studying voice, all different styles. My students have ranged from ultra beginners to advanced touring professionals, voice teachers, choral directors, and competition winners. I always give you serious vocal technique made simple and fun. So what does true voice even mean? And how do we develop it? Is there a such thing as a fake voice? Well, what if I want to sing like Bugs Bunny? And what's up, Doc? What's cooking? So, was that my true natural voice? No, I was copying Bugs Bunny. That was a character voice. But so many singers spend their entire lives copying other singers, trying to sound just like them, and never find their own true voice. I find that sad. Once you find the freedom in your own balanced voice, then you can start applying different styles, and you will have more fun and have many, many more vocal choices. So I'm going to give you my 3 steps, and then we're going to do 4 easy exercises. Oh, story time. I had a student with a big, beautiful, dramatic voice. And when she started with me, she always had a nice voice, but she used to sing a lot of Celine Dion songs, and she sounded tight. The throat was tight, the larynx was high, and she sang kind of nasal like that, and it just became thin and whiny. Little by little, we freed up her throat, and she began to sing with the fullness of her own voice. And today, she can go back and sing Celine Dion, Etta James, Cher, Ella Fitzgerald, and knock the socks off of everyone. She can even sing opera if she wants. She has the kind of voice that can sing anything. So what's the difference between copying another singer versus emulating and loving your favorite singer and embodying their style in your voice? Well, think of it. Whitney Houston listened to and emulated Aretha Franklin, Dionne Warwick, Cissy Houston, Gladys Knight, and yet Whitney had her own signature style. There will never be another Whitney. Amy Winehouse always talked about how she was influenced by Dinah Washington. Bruno Mars was influenced by Michael Jackson. Michael Bublé is a current-day Frank Sinatra. So these singers had their tonal models, but they did not copy those voices. They embodied the style in their own voices. And that's what you need to do. There's only one of you in the whole world. There's only one voice like yours. So why copy anyone else? Copying other singers is stressful, but when you sing in your own unique voice, you will have more fun, whether you are singing originals or covers. So this can be an entire year university course, but I'm going to break it all down into one video and give you my 3 steps. If you want more, make sure to go to my longer video on Find and Develop Your True Voice. Step 1, to find your true and balanced tone, you must find your open throat. I saw something online the other day. Someone said there's no such thing as an open throat, and I just never heard of anything so crazy. Of course there is. It's not like we open the throat and poke a hole in it. Of course not. You can sing through a tight throat. You can sing through a free and open throat. Open just means free without the squeeze. The throat is the largest resonator. So of course you don't want that throat to be tight. So that's why you need to find your free and open throat. Exercise 1. We're just going to speak the 5 standard English singing vowels. A, E, O, U. With your nice open throat, moderate volume, good energy. Here we go. A, E, O, U. Great. You want to have that same energy and ease when you sing. Now, we're going to do our spoken siren on the 5 vowels like this. Ah. You could do it higher. A, E, O, ooh. Do it in your own range. Here we go, everybody. Ah, A, E, O, ooh. When you do these exercises, it should feel refreshing and invigorating. Your larynx, your voice box, just floating with ease. If you have trouble, see my playlist on throat tension. I'll include all links in the description box below. Step 1 was your open throat. Step 2, find your frontal buzz. Can we hum with space between the molars so we're not doing it between our teeth, okay? And feel that buzz in the front of the face. So it's not about singing nasal, and it's not about shoving the voice forward. I find when people do that, they're usually really tight and they wind up nasal. It's about getting the focus, the ring, and ping of the voice, which is where the excitement is and gives you that carrying power. Think of it as the treble knob in your voice, which intensifies the brightness. So, exercise 2, we're going to hum and go to a 5-tone scale. I'm not even going to step over the piano because these kinds of exercises you can do anywhere, even in the bathroom. I'm going to hum and then I'm going to go to mum, M-U-M, following that buzz when I go to the vowel, like this. Mum, 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 not mum, 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 and not mum, mum, mum. If you're nasal, watch my video on nasality versus nasal resonance. So, here we go. We're going to hum first, simple 5-tone scale. Here's your note. Or higher voices could be up here. Here we go. Mum, 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 mum. Let's go up a half step. Mum, 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 mum. You see, there's that bell-like quality. I don't care what kind of singing you want to do. Every voice needs to have this ring, carrying power, or else the voice is dull. Like I always say, a voice without ring is dead. I have a playlist on resonance. So step 1 was find your open and free throat. Step 2, find your frontal buzz. Step 3, find your back space. Back meaning the back of the throat. What's this for? Well, it gives you a fuller bodied tone. This is now turning up the bass in your voice. You know, every voice needs to have an element of top and bottom to it. Treble and bass, just like the way you listen to music. Again, we're working on your default, your habitual way of singing, which you can then adjust for whatever kind of style you want to sing. So before we do our singing exercise, we're going to speak. And you have your choice. You can either speak yeah, 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 or yeah, yeah, yeah. But I want you to speak like you have audience in front of you and behind you, like this. Yeah, 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 yeah. Not yeah, yeah, yeah. See, that's pushing the voice forward, okay? And that gives people a whiny sound. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now it's time to sing. Let me do it first. Yeah, 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 yeah. Not yeah, yeah, yeah. You see how tight that is? But a lot of people sing like that, and to me, it makes me nervous. You could do this in your own range. If you're a lower voice, you could do yeah, 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 or yeah, 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 yeah. And higher voices can be yeah, 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 yeah. Here we go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Up a half step. Yeah, 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 yeah. You see, that's balanced. Watch my videos on the open throat. So now we're ready for exercise 4. Actually, I made this up just before I started recording this video. Let's try the same thing, the da-da-da-da-da on B-Y-A. Y, B-Y-A. The B, 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 B gives you your energy in the front. B, B, B. Also, it helps to arch the soft palate just the right amount. And the ah helps to open up the back of the throat. Here we go. Bia, 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 bia. You have your open throat, your buzz in the front, and your space in the back of the throat. So, working this way will help solidify your default in singing, to which you can then apply to different styles, different vocal colors, and be influenced by your favorite singers without needing to copy them. Listen to this. Ma chérie amour, lovely as a summer day, summertime, and the living is easy. I'm going back someday, come what may, to Blue Bayou. Voi qui sapete che cosa amor. If you want to see more of my performances in different styles and also see some of my awesome students, see my playlist on performances. The healthiest way to sing in different styles, different vocal colors, and different vocal textures is to find your true and unique voice first. I cover this in my audio training program, Victoria's Vocal Exercise Program. I give you tons of exercises that will keep you busy for a very long time. I also offer periodic group classes to members. It is now time for Victoria's Wisdom. Every voice is unique. There is no other voice like yours in the world. Your voice is as unique as your fingerprint. So rejoice and get to know your own voice, and you will have many, many more choices and fun with your singing. I hope you have enjoyed another edition of Victoria's Vocal Tips. Don't forget to subscribe, leave me some comments, leave me some thumbs up. Don't forget to follow me on social media and continue loving and nurturing your true voice. And I look forward to seeing everyone again very soon.
with Ramses and his connection to Cain here. So much earlier in the game, there's another Gazelle Ministry conversation where Gazelle Blue #1 said, "This can't be. The panic has spread to Entrenunk." And Krellian says, "Those fools who we call citizens are easily manipulated by the Emperor's word alone." And another Gazelle Blue says, "You think Cain will be receptive?" So they're trying to decide whether they can persuade Cain to talk to the people and calm them down at that point in the game. And so he's like, "Do you think Cain will be receptive? Do you think he'll do what we want?" And then another one, the Red Gazelle says, "His body already is at the limit. He can't hold out much more."
Yes, he's reaching the end of his life.
His life, right?
Yeah.
And so Krellian says, "As usual, a clone may be used. Those fools won't know the difference, and even if the barrier fails, it will not be like the disaster before." So they've been using clones of Cain to speak to the people. Remember we mentioned that actual speech where Cain came up and spoke to the people? That was not actually Cain. That was one of these Cain clones.
You don't need to clone somebody who's always wearing a mask. It doesn't
You just use
matter
a
if
body
they look exactly like the person or not. That's interesting.
But now with that understood, with the reminder that they have cloned Cain before, right? Ramses, let's see, are we up to this point? I just want to make sure I'm missing anything here.
Well, there was a thing that happens between here and
There's another Anima Relic dungeon.
assassination.
And like Hammer and everything.
Yeah.
Let's skip that for a second to clarify this, and then we'll go back to it.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm totally wrong. We're not there yet. Okay. Faye and the others go in search of information about where the last Anima Relic is, and they split from Ellie.
Yes, okay.
And so Ellie feels this premonition that she needs to go back to Nisan, like something bad's going to happen there.
Yeah.
So she goes back there while they go look elsewhere. This is when Ramses shows up and attacks Nisan, looking for Faye.
Yes.
And he grabs Ellie and he's like crushing her, and he's like baiting Faye out with threatening to kill her. And as he's like crushing her, this is not clear to me, but I think she uses some kind of anti-type power to like freeze.
It doesn't.
Cain, or to freeze
visually,
Ramses.
I can't tell what happened.
And that's due to its abstract presentation because they're not actually blocking the scene.
He
out.
just kind of like moves backwards.
They just have a picture in the background, and they just have like Ramses and Ellie talking to each other.
That's how it goes.
And he's in his Omni gear or whatever. But anyways, I'm not sure, but I think Ellie uses some kind of anti-type power to stop him from killing her. And he's like feeling all useless again. Like, I can't even kill her. Like, what is wrong with me? This is not right. And so they have a big back and forth conversation where Ramses finally kind of reveals his origins a little bit. So what he says is, I was created to have the powers equivalent to those of Emperor Cain.
Right. So that makes a little more sense.
I know they're not saying it outright, but he's a fetching clone of Cain.
But apparently they've made several clones.
Yes.
But they're acting as though this is the one clone.
This is the one that was supposed to be the replacement.
Okay.
He was going to be the one to replace Emperor Cain.
And somehow his powers aren't what they could be because Cain is still alive. If Cain wasn't around, then Ramses would be even more powerful. So Ramses is in this perpetual pursuit of power, this unattainable. He's always right on the cusp, and he misses it
It's
every
like
time.
Cain has the last of the powers he needs, and he has to be killed to obtain them.
Yes.
But only Ramses can kill Cain. Krelian can't do it.
Right.
Miang can't do it.
Now, I don't know why.
Because he has some innate power as the clone of Cain that allows him to kill him.
But why?
It's not, I know. It is not explained why.
I got you.
It's just the reason.
Fair enough. And I can accept that. I can accept it. This is in this world, Cain can only be killed by his
He goes
clone.
on to say, you could say I was to be the ideal form which all people strive to become. However, once he, Faye, was born, I was rejected.
Yeah.
So whatever role Ramses was genetically engineered to become as the replacement of Emperor Cain, they were like, never mind, Faye the contact is here, we'll use him instead. And they literally threw Ramses' fetus into a pile of trash. And they show an image of that. It's like he's sort of like half developed in this little test tube.
I don't know that I quite remember seeing that. That's crazy.
I'll show you the image. It's like he's like half formed in this little test tube. And it's really important that you pay attention to the two people because it's Krelian and there's a different woman who's not Miang in like a blue dress that we have not really seen in the game yet.
Well,
and they're
sounds like this was an important scene that I
they are observing
didn't know
the fetus Ramses. And then in the next little JPEG that they put in the background, that little fetus is laying in a trash heap in Solaris somewhere. So he says,
interesting.
I was rejected. I was given life in a pile of trash, born in the dark, cold abyss of worthlessness. But I was able to crawl out of there. I was able to survive on my own strength in order to get back at all those who have forsaken me. Despite all of that, I was able to get this far. I was able to provide myself with the warmth that I required to continue living. But he had to come back and intervene in my life one more time. He tried to take away from me again. As long as he exists, I don't belong anywhere. So this is why Ramses changed so dramatically as soon as Faye entered. Because remember how
he
on
was
top
cool
of things he was?
Oh yeah.
He was totally in control.
Yep.
He was kind to Margie. He was kind of like almost honorable-esque. And this is why Seitan and Sigurd and Jesse were so persuaded by him back in Solaris. He was very charismatic.
Right.
And totally in control until Faye showed up. And this represented to him a threat to his entire existence. You're the whole reason they forsook me. You're the whole reason I did not fulfill my potential that I was created for. Because you were born, they threw me into a pile of trash as a baby.
So did they think that Faye can kill Cain? Is that the idea?
Yeah, because remember how Cain was the whole time like, make sure, Hyuga, that he's not a threat to us, right?
So Cain cannot be killed, but there's a couple asterisks next to that statement.
The contact.
Faye can do it,
Neloby
or
whatever he
clone
is
could do it.
Well, they were creating clones, I think, probably with the intention that they'll create, if they can make a complete enough clone, I guess we'll put it that way, they'll have the ability to kill Cain. Ramses was that guy, and then Faye came around, and they were like, actually, the contact's even better.
I can't believe how quickly they just throw away their old plans.
Yeah, when something comes up that's better, they just jump on that.
I know,
opportunity.
but what happened? Like Faye could have died at certain points. There could have been all sorts of other, but they're all eggs in one basket over and over.
This is
every
the problem.
time. It's unbelievable.
This is the problem with rushing your story in the second half, because you can't fill in these details.
Right, you can't make it. What is it? You can't provide more context. You can't make it seem. You can't provide the additional
convincing
narrative,
extra
the extra stuff that make it seem
details.
plausible. They just have to get right to the heart of it, And what is it in the Paul says this in the New Testament. He said, talking about the saints, I can't remember where it is, something about milk before meat.
Yes.
You must be fed with milk
Yes.
before the meat.
Yes.
And with regards to the story of Xenogear, disc 2 is they're just giving us the meat,
The milk.
but we don't get to,
but we don't have the. Yeah.
we don't get to work our way into it. We
Yes.
just, it's like we're
Yes.
kids that are just being thrown meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So, anyways, that's what's going on with him, right? And that's why he's able to kill Cain in the scene that takes place afterwards. Because Ellie tries to talk sense into him. She tries to, do her motherly anti-type role.
Yes.
And he's like, no,
She goes,
shut up.
I'll always be here for you. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
He goes back, and the Gazel ministry continue to tell him what worth this piece of trash he is. And so he then turns to Miang directly and is like, is this really the limit of my powers?
Because he
abilities?
brings up specifically Ellie. He's like, I couldn't even touch Ellie.
Yep.
I couldn't do anything to Ellie.
Yep.
Like, am I only so good up to the point where this girl can just control my life and
Yep.
just ruin it? Yeah.
And so they're like, no, you have to kill Cain to get the full extent of your powers.
But this is probably the 4th time he's been told that he just needs to do one extra
Yep.
thing, and then he'll have enough power.
They're leading him on.
One more, and
But
then
he's
Graf
so
comes
desperate.
and here's the real power. But that's not enough.
He's so desperate
Yeah.
that he just takes it, hook,
Right.
line, and sinker every time. So, anyways, before we see him actually face Cain, that's when we get the second Anima dungeon,
Okay, there you go.
where you go through that cave.
The 10,000 years ago thing.
Yeah, and apparently
fun. I liked
there's
it.
a mural. I'll put it on screen. There's a mural. No, I'm not going to talk about it yet because it would spoil something. Never mind. There's a special mural that you might want to pay attention to. Looking at it, it's hard for me to tell what it is, but other people talking about, you can clearly see that this is Cain, and you can clearly see this and that. And it's like,
I saw
don't-
things. I just
I don't know if I see that, but okay.
I saw
anyways,
stuff.
we might return to that mural in a future
Interesting.
episode.
Okay, cool.
There's a mural in that dungeon. That's
There's
worth-
tons of writing and stuff.
Yeah.
It all looks kind of Hebraic. Actually, it looks
yeah,
kind
it's
of like Hebrew.
really ancient looking.
Looks older.
Yeah.
Which is weird if it's from the Eldridge.
So it's-
that it would, as
it's
soon
not
as it
from-
crashed, the people are
It's
really
not
bad
from
at
the
writing
Eldridge,
now.
it's from the first civilization that came
Wow.
after the Eldridge crash. So there was just the lone surviving
It just seems like they had to
purple-haired
redevelop writing
woman
again.
looking at
Yes.
the horizon. It's like the humanity that sprung after that created a civilization. And
Okay.
it's that civilization.
I keep assuming that there were some people that survived the Eldridge. And I
Well, we'll
believe
find
that's
out more
true.
about that. We'll find out more about that.
But this is making it seem like, no, they started from nothing. They started from absolute scratch and had to learn to write again,
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see.
Sounds
There's more to learn there.
okay.
Anyways, that's the civilization that built this place where this Anima relic is at. They go get it. It's Rico's. They're coming out. Hammer shows up to fight you. And he's been melded to his gear in the same way Nikolai was. He's kind of transformed, right? He's all like, I finally got the power I was looking for. Grellian gave me what I wanted, but he had to pay a pretty heavy price.
Yes,
to, kind of the same as, what was his name? Red Skull, Bishop Stone.
the
to
saying
attain his
is,
power.
you have it all, but it costs you everything.
Yes,
That kind of thing.
That's kind of what happens, and Ellie is devastated by what happened to Hammer.
Because
And-
we have to kill him.
and devastated by the fact we couldn't do anything to save him here.
Right.
Because you fight him and you kill him, and he's like, "Oh, bro," he says something to Rico though. He's like, "You are the son of the Kaiser. You have to keep living. You have to go back." Something like that. And Rico's like, "Oh, you knew that?" he already kind of knew. He's like, "Oh, I didn't know you knew that, Hammer," or whatever. And Hammer's
Hammer's like,
final
"I know everything."
famous words is like, "Don't underestimate the depth of my information
connections,
network."
my information network. Oh, I was gonna say another thing when we first brought up Hammer. I was gonna say, "Dang it, Hammer! Stop betraying me! Stop betraying me!
Stop freaking betraying me!
So bad."
He
so funny.
needed to feel important. He needed to feel powerful.
He did, and what is
he
the line?
acted out of fear.
Afterwards, yes, absolutely. Afterwards, the line is something something like he looked like he was happy that we killed him.
Yeah.
Like he didn't enjoy living like that, but he couldn't do anything else because he's too afraid.
Yeah, he's kind of happy it all ended.
Yeah, he's like,
over.
oh, okay,
I can
that ended
finally-
about how it should.
I
and-
couldn't stop myself from doing this,
Right.
but I'm glad you stopped me.
Yeah, sure. That
when
works.
It's all said
I
and
like
done.
that.
Right. And
was
Ellie's
interesting.
devastated by that.
Yeah.
And this is when Faye decides, like, you probably shouldn't be fighting with us anymore. This
Yeah.
isn't going to work out.
No, when he first tells her, she's not happy about
She's
it.
pissed. But he's kind of right.
No, he is.
However,
he is.
before we get that scene, then we get the scene where Ramses kills Cain. He like decapitates
Oh
him.
yes. So it's the weird Satan world. It's the weird.
He's like
floaty-
there in the all the paintings and
Because
wherever
I
Cain
was
is at.
curious how this worked and what the abstraction is that they're getting at based
With
on
that,
this type of artistic
I have
interpretation.
literally no idea.
It's crazy. It's like, is this just a telepathy and then they're just showing them in the same place, but they're not really in the same
I
place?
don't know.
Cain is clearly in somewhere, but there's like walk pathways and there's like places, and it seems to be an actual place, like a physical place somewhere that's just surrounded by paintings and it's black.
Yes.
I don't know why Cain loves those paintings so much.
He loves the contact.
He
he loves
apparently
Faye's
does.
art is dope.
But Faye's the one that was going to kill him. He's afraid of him. Anyways,
I don't know,
weird
dude. I don't know.
stuff.
I don't know. However, in fact, here's a funny note I put down. I wrote, Ramses has been manipulated into killing Cain. He's the only one who can do it. And I put in parentheses, why? Look this up, as you were saying, right? And then I put, well, he's the clone of Cain, but beyond that, they don't elaborate on this. So I have no idea.
Just for
but it has
whatever reason.
something to do with whatever innate powers he inherited as the genetic clone of Cain. He's the only one who can kill him.
And also, why is Cain immortal? That's,
Yeah, they talked about the treatments.
They were artificially, but was that the case the whole time? They were, because the Gazelle's like, we can't kill Cain, but it's like, no, just don't give him the treatments. He'll die. Just like, go
I
kill him.
wonder if they.
He's
I
dead.
don't know. Maybe they both have.
Is it a rule, thou shalt not kill Cain?
Equal levels
Or
of connections and power in terms of who serves them, right? So it's like,
when they say I cannot kill Cain, it could be that.
well,
Like,
it's
we
like,
cannot
well, you're
get
saying why don't they
close
cut
enough.
off his genetic or his treatments, his life-extending treatments?
Right.
But it's like, maybe they don't have the power to do that because
Right.
Cain is being served by loyal people on this side who administer it, and they would have to literally wage war against Cain to like kill all of his followers. But it's like,
To do that.
is that worth it if we're at equal levels of, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I totally know what you're saying. So the idea of, we can't kill Cain isn't
He's too
the
strong.
technical.
They're at a stalemate
He's
of
immortal.
influence and power.
Yeah,
within
but
Cain.
it's the we can't do it. Like our hands
Yeah.
are tied. Or also the Cain is destined to live forever. It doesn't mean that he's literally immortal. It just means that it has been determined that Cain has to live, and then they're going to do this thing to artificially keep him alive.
Yes.
Right? Something along
all
those
part
lines.
of the
That makes sense.
resurrection of God, time of the gospel stuff.
Yes.
And their original plan for that, which is over the course of 10,000 years, Cain's mind has changed on it.
Yeah.
Crowleyan is now in the mix of this, and he's kind of doing his own thing with that. Mihang is also part of that. And Graf is doing his own thing, and the Gazelle ministry
It's
are
very
the only ones that
confused.
seem to be dedicated to the original
Or
plan
Gazelle,
are the
right?
Gazelle ministry.
And I think I know why.
Yeah.
It's because they're computers. they are. They're whatever mind state they were at the time their brain was uploaded to the computer
Yeah.
is unchanged. The zeros
That's
and ones
an interesting
are
theory.
no different.
Yeah.
So they can still interact and do whatever. But as far as them changing their personality or changing or evolving or
I like that.
I think that they can't. They're literally incapable. And it's so funny because they're always talking down about Cain. They're like, Cain, he's got that body, that idiot. He is so much like below us. We've got the real power. We're computer people, and we can. But it's like I think that's in part what they're missing is that they can't like change. They can never change. They will always be what they were when they were uploaded.
Right. That's I like that. That's actually really plausible.
Sweet.
Okay.
I got something right.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Yeah, so then Ramses just kind of like, boop, just like
Yep, cuts his
one
head
sword
off.
poke, just like,
Cuts his
and
head
then Cain's gone, and it's like, I thought we were going to get a reveal on who Cain was, but he's dead.
So
And maybe we will, but
here's
he's
here's
just-
why I
he's
think they
gone.
don't reveal Cain's face, This is because it's like if Ramses is
he
the clone of
is he
Cain,
the captain of the Eldritch?
right? If Ramses is the clone of Cain, does that mean Ramses' face is
Then it would
is
be
Cain's
sibling.
face? However,
Right.
if that were the case, then Cain would have known all along Ramses was his clone.
Did Cain not know?
It doesn't seem that Cain realized Ramses was capable of killing him. Otherwise, why would he have let him within
You're
10
right.
feet to kill him in the first place? So there's a perfect works explanation for this
okay.
that we'll get into some other time.
Okay, sounds good.
But Ramses does not look like Cain for a reason.
For a reason.
So that they could disguise the fact he was
Sure.
the clone of Cain and allow him to get in there and kill him.
Well, if Id can be Fae, then anything's on the table.
Correct!
Okay.
Oh, one other thing I was going to put here, though, is that, okay, so we have these 3 different like visions of humanity. Krellians, Cains, and the Gazel Ministries.
Krellian seems to be the
However,
real one in charge.
Krellians is going to become more clear as to what he's looking for. But if you have read the novel Childhood's End, you'll probably
still
get
haven't.
a clearer view of what the idea for Krellian's character is, because his name is not supposed to be Krellian. It's supposed to be Karelin.
That's the Japanese.
The
It's
Japanese.
Kareran. Yeah.
It was spelled wrong in the transliteration. So yeah, his name's supposed to be Karelin, and Karelin is like legitimately just lifted straight out of Childhood's End. I will very briefly summarize kind of what that book is about without spoiling it too much. Karelin is one of the alien overlords. He's like the leader of the alien overlords that come to Earth. And for a long time, they don't contact humanity at all. They're just like their ships are sitting above these cities for like decades. And the idea is that they're going to have this very slow introduction to humanity where they just like, they do it in such degrees.
That's smart.
Where if they had just done it all at once, it would just be way too freaking scary and people would have gone into pandemonium. They just like got them used to the fact that we have alien ships above our cities for 2 decades and nothing's happened and we're just kind of used to that now. And then we'll finally reveal one of the aliens to you. You'll see his face and it's like, oh my gosh, you look freaking nuts. But it's like by
Then
degrees,
let that sit for a while.
by degrees, they're just preparing them. Preparing humanity for the next stage of their evolution. And to what ends that is, I'll actually go maybe into more detail once we get to the end of Xenogears. And I'll put a spoiler warning on it for the book.
Okay.
But Karelin in that story is overseeing this evolution of humanity into this new state. And Krellian is kind of doing the same thing in Xenogears through his genetic engineering.
Oh, right.
Right? So they're trying to get humanity to this perfect state that they want for their purposes. So that's where Krellian kind of comes from. That's the inspiration that Krellian is drawn from, is Karelin from Childhood's End.
Okay.
Everyone should read that book. It's fantastic. Arthur C. Clarke is a beast. Okay. Now the Ministry can use the Geisha Key because Cain is dead. So Geisha Key, again, spelled incorrectly.
Yeah.
It should have been Goetia, Goetia, instead of Gaetia.
Yeah.
And so what this is a reference to is something
I
called
had to look this one up.
the Lesser Key of Solomon,
Right. Yeah.
which is like a 17th century grimoire on demonology.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of nuts. So grimoire, this term is used a lot in like Vagrant Story. It's essentially like a textbook or like a spell book where you learn how to perform magic spells, or you have like bestiaries on all the demons, and it's this mythical magical book where you learn magic from.
Yeah.
That's what a grimoire is. So the Goetia,
Well, yeah, this key specifically
Yeah.
is for the releasing of demons from the world.
Yes.
Right.
And it was
so you
written
can
by
cause
some
a flood of
anonymous
demons
person.
to show up.
It was written by some anonymous person in like the 17th century. It's like a book on freaking demons and magic spells and dark magic and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What does this say about it? It's divided into 5 books. You have the Ars Gotia, the Ars...
Yeah, the Ars Gotia. That's where this comes from.
Theurgia Gotia, the Ars Paulina, the Ars Almadel, the Ars Notoria. And it's all, again, related to this summoning demons and stuff. That's what the Geisha key is a reference to.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Kind of cool to learn about it. It doesn't have like that much true relevance to Xenogears' story necessarily.
Oh, okay, just the name was kind of cool. And it's sort of relevant to exorcising demons. No.
Yeah.
What's the opposite of exorcising demons?
Summoning them.
Summoning demons. There you go. That's the word.
But what it does, what the Geisha key does in Xenogears' world is essentially what that virus that Krellian sent out with the nanomachines was meant to do, which is it triggers the right genes in people to transform into whales to mutate. And it does it on a way larger scale than the other ones did. So they're actually able to use that. And people start turning into whales again, despite the nanomachine treatments they've been receiving.
Yes.
Also interesting is that the 12 Gazo Ministry members are named after the 12 tribes of Israel, which are the 12 sons of Jacob. Jacob's the grandson of Abraham. So you have Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then Jacob's 12 sons, which are Dan, Joseph, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Judah, Dinah, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Issachar, and Naphtali. Now, it also tells which people they're aligned with. So Dan, the Gazo Dan, is aligned with Bart.
He's not aligned with Dan?
No, he's aligned with Bart.
Apparently Dan's a beast of a fighter.
I forgot about Dan. Dan's actually coming back in the story pretty soon.
Oh, are you kidding?
So Joseph is aligned with Billy. Gad is aligned with Rico. Asher is aligned aligned with Sidon. Zebulun is aligned with Ramses. Judah is aligned with Corellin. Dinah is aligned with Eli. Reuben, Simeon, we don't know. Levi, we don't know. Issachar, we don't know. And Naphtali is aligned with Graph. So, the Gazal are planning to take the bodies of Corellin and Graph. So, who knows how they feel about that. And Ramses, too.
That's interesting.
Anyways, those are where the anima relics are, right? In those gears.
Something tells me Corellin is going to subvert the Gazelle ministry as well.
I think Corellin is
he's clearly the one in charge, and if there's ever a conflict, he's like, hey, unplug you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
what do you think about your tall sister?
So the party starts to make a plan to go and fight back.
Mixed feelings.
This is where Faye
do you think she's
tells
the
Ellie,
tallest
you
in
can't
the
come
land?
with us. Like, and he says it in a really harsh way.
Ooh, she agrees.
You're just going to get in our way. Yeah. You know, like, you're useless to us now. Like, this kind of language. And she's, runs away crying.
What do you think about your tall sister?
And everyone's like,
dude, that was too rough.
That was way too harsh.
Was it Margie in particular?
Margie and even Bart.
Yeah.
Sidon, they're all telling him he's way too harsh.
Say that was too rough. Go back.
You shouldn't treat women like this.
And we're like, yeah, all right.
And he's like, look, but I did it because she wouldn't listen to me otherwise. She's not just going to not come because I say don't come. I have to make her think we don't want her.
This is so
to get her to run away.
Yes.
And they're like, I get it, but maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should stick together.
Try explaining.
We know how you feel about her. We know how she feels about you. Maybe it's time to actually tell her that.
Right.
Maybe it's time to actually you kind of have, but not.
They've been avoiding
the actual
discussing it for
saying
so long.
I love you, using the L word. Right?
The L word.
They've avoided that to the point. It's time to do that. So he goes in there, and I really love this. It kind of brings together some of the things I was talking about earlier. He tries to explain it to her in gentler terms as he goes into a room to explain it, right? Listen, he says something like, your body doesn't just belong to you. I don't like the way that's phrased, but the idea of it is you are more important. Your life doesn't just belong to you.
The people.
It's not your body, it's your life, I think, would be more correct. Does not just belong to you, belongs to the people of the world. You're the mother, Sophia. You are a symbol that is vital to the hope of the world. You cannot freaking die, which is why you can't come on this suicide mission we're about to go on.
Exactly.
And she realizes that, right?
She knows it, but her thing is I can't be apart from you, though.
Yeah, and I really loved this. A lot of Ellie's dialogue is so good in this.
Since she's matured, she's been
she's phenomenal.
Very
good. She's just full of wisdom.
Yeah.
And that's what Sophia is.
Sophia means wisdom in Greek.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And that's why it's the fourth stage of anima development in union.
Well, wisdom is the feminine attribute. That's why Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdom also in going way back, the goddess of Mother Nature was also the goddess of wisdom.
Yeah.
And that's even true in the Jewish religion. If you go back far enough towards more of the Canaanite religion-ish, similar to where Judaism may have come from before Egypt, there's the goddess Asherah, which is the goddess of wisdom. She also represents trees and stuff, and it's very much that's the final stage as far as the consciousness goes. The final stage of a woman is the wise, the source of wisdom, more or less. Yeah, she's embodying that very well.
So she starts to describe how she came to discover that she loves Faye. Remember a little earlier, she was like, I gotta sort out my feelings. I gotta find out what I really feel, right?
Yes.
I need some time away from him.
Yes.
Now she knows what she feels. And she's about to describe how she came to that conclusion. And it's, oh my goodness, it almost brought me to tears. It's so freaking relevant and true to real life relationships. It's so good. She says something about how early on in their relationship, she saw some parallels in the things that they had suffered. So she saw some similarities there. She was kind of drawn to him because she didn't want to feel alone anymore. She had felt so alone in her suffering, she's the only one who's experiencing these things that she can't explain. This other entity inside of her that's awakening and these powers that she doesn't know how to control, and
she's running away.
And she's running away from that.
She meets Faye, who's running away.
Who's running away from that,
Yeah.
and he has similar experiences,
Right.
and it's like she's drawn to him because, someone who understands.
Yeah.
I don't have to be alone anymore. That was the initial reason why she was drawn to him, right? And that's actually not a good thing for building a healthy relationship, because if you're using this person to run away from those problems and to not look at yourself, right? To kind of avoid the pain of like digging in there to find out what's going on. And you're just hoping this person will help you not feel alone. You're using that person as a means to cope or deal with your problems rather than dealing with them yourself. That person becomes to you your method of, like, you're using them as a way to like help you deal with stuff.
Yeah.
Rather than actually doing the painful introspective work of figuring out what's going on in yourself.
What is Carl Jung has a famous quote. It says, "Beware of unearned wisdom," something like that.
Yes.
So it's like you can get what you need, but if you just get it from someone else and you don't go through the trials yourself, it's not going to have the value to you that it should. There's another thing with their relationship, though, which goes back to the whole fear thing. They bonded over the fact that they were both afraid.
Yep.
That's not right. No. And it's like, the thing you're afraid of, I'm afraid too. Let's both be afraid together.
And it's good.
That's fine initially. Yeah.
But it's gotta, you can't
have to
rely
go past
on that.
Yeah. You've got to move past that at some point, because a relationship that is literally based on being afraid of something is not one that's destined
That's
for
not a foundation
longitude.
that can make it last.
I don't think so.
And this is why a lot of relationships don't last long.
Right.
Because that is kind of the foundation. It's like you find a similarity or you find some kind of aspect of that person that makes you feel like you're not alone, or that you're afraid to express, and it's like, with this person they can make me feel better about myself. I feel more confident when I'm with
young
them.
people in particular
I feel like maybe like I feel needed by this person, so I feel like I'm valuable because they need me. There's all these things that like get set up as the foundation of the relationship that cannot last. And it's why they go bad after a certain amount of time, because it's like you're not actually developing. You're not developing your inner opposite. You're not developing your persona, your inner self. Your complete whole ego.
Yeah,
it's not
your wholeness. Yeah,
going. They're actually
self.
holding you back in this like comfortable place where it's like I can remain right here and not do the scary introspective work, and they make me feel not alone in this space.
And you think you can.
But you get to a point where like that's no longer good enough. Like you're not moving forward. You're not progressing anymore. And since she has now had this awakening, right, of this other entity inside of her, the antitype, she has matured like exceptionally within this very short span of time. It's like within 3 weeks she's like this mother of all humanity who's just like full of all this wisdom.
Yes.
And having accepted that new role, she didn't know how to feel about Faye anymore, because she realized that's what that relationship was kind of built on at the time. So then she comes to realize throughout what's happened in Disc 2 that the love is actually deeper than that. And Faye echoes the sentiment. So she's like, I don't need you because you help me not feel alone anymore, or because, I used you to run away from my problems. I love you because I actually love you, like the real healthy way. And Faye says a similar thing. He says, I was also running to you. I have to solve my own problems. I can't throw my problems onto you. And that's when people, I think, can really work through some of those faulty foundations they originally set their relationship on, is when they realize you're not responsible for my development. I am.
Yeah.
And I would love for you to support me through that, and I can support you through yours, but I can't fix you, and you can't fix me, and you're not supposed to.
Right.
I have to face this stuff myself. I have to do that introspective work myself, and I'll lean on you for support if you're willing to do that, but it's not your responsibility to make me better. And that's what so many relationships do. They expect that person to fulfill a role that makes them feel better. And that's not how you should do it. And they've both realized this, and their love is genuine and real and deep.
So there's a brief graph, if you can picture it in your mind. There's 2 items here, and then there's one down here in the middle. So this one here says that this is your current state. This is who you are right now. Over here is where you want to be or where you're going, but you cannot move from here to here.
Yeah.
Because humans have a more, you remember how I mentioned, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, the shattering mirror versus the rippling,
Yes.
right? So a liquid can go from here to here, no problem,
Yeah.
right? But a solid, which is what we are, at least what we want to be. We don't want to be liquid. That's too weird. It's too difficult. You can easily integrate things, which is fine. But you're not a thing. You don't become a whole thing unless you're solid, right?
Yeah.
And so you've got this thing. This is the broken up part, right? So in order to move from this point to this point, from where you want to be, you have to first break. You have to descend into chaos and then reascend into a new thing. So like a plate can't turn into a bowl. You first have to destroy the plate and then re-piece the fragments together into a bowl if the bowl is what the plate is seeking to become.
Yes.
There's no liquid way to form it into that. If there is, that's fine. There tends to not be. This is how life works, right? So what people want is to go from where they are to where they want to be, direct with no issues, right? And sometimes other people can help you feel like you've made it there. And I didn't have to descend into chaos. I'm lucky. I'm so lucky. I didn't have to, but the truth is, you just took the plate and slid it into the bowl spot, and you're calling it a bowl now.
Yeah.
You have to descend, and this is the idea of beware of unearned wisdom. This is the idea. Is anything that tells you you can go from this spot to this spot without fracturing yourself, without descending into chaos and then re-arising, is beware of that, because it's not lasting. It's fake, right? And the only person that can rebuild your conscious ego or whatever back up into this new spot is you. Nobody else can do it for you.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's the idea there. That's
I had
kind of
another
what I wanted to
thought
explain.
as you're going through that, and I wonder if this might have anything to do with that battle screen transition changing. The alchemy idea, the refiner's fire.
Yes.
So it's the same concept, but just you're turning steel into a liquid and then reforming it into a new shape.
A better.
Right. So it's kind of sidesteps the analogy you're making where you have to shatter, you can't liquid, but you could melt down a solid into a liquid
and then
reshape it,
Yes.
cool it, and back into a solid again.
And that is the idea of, but because liquid, in order to reshape it, you have to first melt it down.
And maybe
you have to take what is ordered and turn it into an unordered blob.
Maybe that had something to do with the choice of the battle screen transition change. So it's like in that
Instead
Solaris
of breaking, you're
arc,
melting.
They were in kind of this moment where it's like the pinnacle, especially for Faye, and at least Satan's realization of what's going on with Faye. I wonder if that's their refiner's fire moment, the belly of the whale moment for the party, particularly with like Ellie and Faye.
I think it still works with what I was saying, because rather than breaking, they're being melted, which is easier to integrate when you're in a melted state than a broken state.
I'm not trying to say like
still works.
What you're saying is wrong, but maybe this is another possible way of looking at it that could use some of the alchemy you were wondering if that had anything to do with the philosophy that went into this game or not.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe.
I still haven't seen much of that.
It's really the same concept, though.
Yeah.
You have to descend.
You have
to
to
chaos first and be reforged.
But it's scary for your known world to dissolve into liquid.
Yes.
Or to shatter like a mirror.
Yes.
Either way, it's scary, and you don't want to do that. You spend your whole life avoiding that happening, but you have to do that if you want to go up here. That's the idea of, like within Christianity, the idea of baptism, right? You have to descend below the depths.
Yep.
To come back up a perfect being, or whatever. The idea of Christ dying, he had to die. Like this whole, it's part of the way that the mythic structure of our brain works.
Yeah, I agree. And so anyways, I just really loved this scene, how, it just really shows how often we set up our relationships. People feel lonely or they don't feel good about themselves until, oh, I should have a significant other, whether it's a wife or husband, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Then they start to feel like, ooh, like I'm worth something, I'm valuable.
Right.
They're using that relationship to feel that way about themselves. Distracting themselves from the problems, using someone else to help solve their problems, to like play a role, to like come and help them so that they don't have to face those things. You can't found your relationship on that. That person should support you and let you know that if you fall, I'm here to catch you, but you have got to do it. You have got to descend into that scary place.
Nobody can do it for you.
And be reforged.
Yep.
Otherwise, the relationship cannot stand long term. And they both figured that out, and their relationship is in a great place to move forward.
And they had to be separate. Anyways, yeah, it's very good. There's very good stuff there.
And then they spend, a romantic evening together.
They do.
And
she's holding that blanket up. It was around this moment that I remembered that someone that basically looks like Ellie was Faye's mom. I think.
Well, you're talking about like when in the desert.
Yeah.
The anime cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there. I think.
Yeah.
Because he's like freaking out.
Yeah. And she shows up like, oh, you don't be alone,
and he's like,
little boy.
Don't leave me, right?
Don't worry, we'll get to that later.
but okay, whatever, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, then the next morning, Faye gives Ellie the pendant, the Nissan cross pendant.
Yeah, that's right.
He's been holding it since he got to Lahan.
I
He's
forgot.
had that the whole time.
He's had it all 3 years, the whole time? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
He's had it since he showed up in Lahan,
okay.
and he gives it to her.
Because I was wondering when he specifically got that. So he had that when he was delivered to the place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He had it on him the whole time. Okay, then you get a scene with Margie and Ellie and Nisan kind of talking about, oh, men, they're so selfish. They want to do everything, and they tell us we're worthless. We can't help them. That's what Margie's saying, anyways. Mm-hmm. And Ellie is motherly, explaining that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
That's kind of that is what it is. But then Ellie starts to talk a little bit more about remembering how she felt when she first came to Nisan. The first time I visited here, I had the most amazing feeling, familiar, sad, like I had visited here many times in my dreams. Remember, at the beginning of the disc, they were kind of likening memories to dreams. It's like it's dream-like, but it is a memory. So she's referring to it as a dream, but these are her memories.
There's something Freudian about that, or maybe almost more like...
well, this dream interpretation is a big psychoanalytic thing. Right?
The idea being your dream is made up of the fragments of memories, right?
Yeah.
So it's picking from your memories to create the dream.
She says, I know where each room is and what's in them. I just know I must have been here in the distant past. Before, if you had spoken of this, I'd have brushed it off with a laugh, but now I can more or less believe it. The things I couldn't do then, I'm probably trying to do now. So it's like the antitype, which she couldn't accomplish 500 years ago, she's seeking to rectify by accomplishing it in this life. And so it's like Ellie is ready to do what she couldn't do last time as Sophia.
So wasn't Margie supposed to be something along the lines of an incarnation of Sophia?
I don't think so. She's just the current leader of the Nisan church, or Nisan church. But with Sophia, the second advent of Sophia, she's the actual founder of it.
And
she's
Margie's perfectly willing to.
Yeah. But it's like all of the mothers who were in charge had a lineage after Sophia died. And Margie is part of that lineage, which is actually connected to the Roni Fatima line, too. They're related cousins, right? So anyways, but now that Ellie is Sophia, it's like she's the one leading the church, not Margie. So Margie would, I guess, be the second in command or something. Yeah. Okay. Then you go to Mahanan, which is revealed to be the Hall of the Eldritch. They have that shot that just pushes right onto
it raises out of the water, right?
Yeah, and that's in reaction to the Geisha Key and all the people turning into wells, because all the screams of the wells resound, and that raises the Eldritch out of the ocean.
Yes.
Because God is in there, right?
Yes.
And it's like the time for God's revival.
Right, the time of the gospel.
But Mahanan, what they've been calling Mahanan, they push on to the actual word Eldridge. And that's, I guess, if you hadn't figured it out by now, it's like, here it is, everyone, the ship is Manhanen, the ship is like, anyways. But they really stayed on the nose here, just in case you didn't get it at this point, that humans were an alien life form. It's all part of like the narration, the text on the screen here, that they crashed with the ship 10,000 years ago. Humans don't belong, or they did not naturally evolve on this planet. And then you fight a boss called Deus.
Yeah, they're saying they show the embryo.
Mm-hmm. The embryo from the opening
and they're
scene.
like, that thing we just killed
the same
is
organism.
Is God, basically.
There it is.
That was the God.
And it's like rotting. It's like decaying.
Yeah, it's all screwy.
Been there for 10,000 years sitting alone in the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Just like rotting away.
Well, it seemed to be like almost frozen or something. There's like a thing that we kind of like undo it and then he attacks us.
Yep.
Yeah, that was strange. I thought it was going to be a bigger deal to kill that thing. But it was
it
just
is
kind
a
of
bigger deal.
nothing.
It's just rushed so much, and there's a lot more to it that we still don't know yet.
Okay.
But that is the organism that was like growing in the opening cutscene that they saw on the screens. It's that Deus boss, but it's so decayed and rotting at this point that we can kind of just kill it.
Just step on it and squish it and move it out of the way
and kill him.
Yeah, he was big, but that was interesting. That was
I love
crazy.
the way they introduce it, though. The dialogue that Faye, or the narration that Faye says here, is in the depths, we saw an alien form. It was partially rotted and petrified, a giant grotesque being. It gave an inexplicable air of intimidation. I liked that particular phrase. Perhaps it was more than a gut reaction. Perhaps it was the fear of the absolute that came from the very depths of our inherited instincts. So there's something to that. Like he has something in his genes that makes him afraid of this thing.
That's the Gazelle Ministry limiter thing, right? So it's like the Gazelle Ministry took that concept and applied it to them. They're like, you have an innate fear of God, but we're going to give you this thing, and now you have an innate fear of us. Sweet.
I think the limiter gave them an innate fear of the Gazelle Ministry. I think this is an inherited instinct that goes deeper than a limiter.
Yes, no, I agree. I'm just saying that the raw genetics of humans that cause them to naturally be afraid of God served as the inspiration for a limiter. So they lifted the genetic code and were like, this limits, and then we'll artificially, and then they made the limiter. Anyways, I'm trying to get around that.
I think you're right.
Yes.
So after you defeat Deus, which was decayed and nearly dead already, there's this little CGI cutscene that plays as the Veltal sort of enters into Raziel's tree.
Yeah.
I took note of the fact there was no sound design at all in that. It felt like a rushed element. It was just like music playing, and it's just like this robot walking with no sound, opening this giant freaking metal door with no sound. I had done sound design, so I pay attention to that stuff.
Oh, that's funny.
So, Raziel. Let's talk about what that reference is.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't think I looked up this one.
So, Raziel is an angel in Jewish mysticism. It's an angel, well, more specifically within the Kabbalah, who is a keeper of secrets and an angel of mysteries. Knows the secret things of God. Okay. I think that this angel is described as kind of like sitting, like at the throne of God, and like literally writing down in a book, all the secrets of creation as God speaks it. Like everything God says, like Raziel would write it down in this book. So it like all the deeper secrets of creation and the secrets of the universe and everything that God established, like Raziel like wrote this stuff down.
That would be along the lines of like Thoth in Egypt, or Hermes, sort of. But probably more Thoth in Egypt, or the scribe who knew the mysteries and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Raziel, under the alternate name Galazur, is the revealer of the rock. He's described as the ruling prince of the second heaven. He is said to expound the Torah's divine wisdom and protects the ministering angels from the living creatures that uphold the universe. There's some more sources where I wrote some more stuff about this. In Jewish tradition, Raziel stood so close to God's throne that he could hear everything God said. Then Raziel wrote God's secret insights about the universe down in the Sefer Raziel HaMalek. It's a book, right, that he wrote down in. According to legend, Raziel gave Adam and Eve the Sefer Raziel Hamalek after they were expelled from the Garden of Eden as punishment for eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Other angels were upset that Raziel had given them that book, so they cast it into the ocean. Eventually, the book washed ashore, and the prophet Enoch found it and added some of his own knowledge before he was transformed into the archangel Metatron. The Sefer Raziel Hamalek then passed on to the archangel Raphael, Noah, and King Solomon, legend says. So essentially, this goes on to say, Raziel is an important angel. According to his name, is connected with the mysteries of God. He's mentioned only in sources going back to the esoteric teachings of the Talmudic period, where he appears in 3 sources. One of them was when Moses is ascending to heaven in order to receive the Torah. He encounters on his way the angel Gazel, or that alternate name for Raziel, who is called Raziel because he hears from behind the divine curtain all that is going to happen in the world, and this he reveals to Elijah. Okay.
When it talks about the divine curtain, that's likely the veil of the temple.
Yeah. So I don't think that it's not lost on me, the symbolism here, that the Raziel's tree, the supercomputer that has all of God's wisdom of this world in it, is on these giant 2 tablets.
Yeah, like
that look like the 10 Commandments that Moses descended with, that Raziel revealed to him probably.
Although they're pretty big for Moses to hold.
They're huge. And this is like a supercomputer. This served as basically the central computer of the Eldridge.
The ship.
Like the whole ship's like central computer is the Raziel's tree, the 2 tablets. All of the data, all the processes, all of the secrets of God were inscribed in that computer that is Raziel's tree.
That's pretty cool.
That's where it's all at. And so you're going in there to like access that data, and Satan's kind of like on the computer there.
Yeah.
And as you're doing that,
how could Satan possibly like get through? It was amazing enough at the Ethos where he was like, this massive database. Oh, I know exactly where to go and exactly how to extract the exact. Oh, here you go, and it's like right there. So fast.
10,000 years ago, computer interfaces.
They're similar, apparently.
I mean, it's not even just in here, though. It's like when you're first ascending Babel Tower as well. He's like in there pushing buttons and activating stuff. And even for that, like, what they named Fort Jasper, that weapon that they fired the laser from.
Thing.
Like, they're able to get in there and use those computers and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, these interfaces were created for humans 10,000 years ago. They have no memory of whatsoever, who probably spoke a completely different language.
Yes. And he could just get right in.
I know exactly what all these buttons do. Bam, 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 bam. I know how to read all this data. Whatever the passes.
Oh, well, that's all good.
I like the narration here. Faye says, we came to an enormous cavern that was big enough to swallow the whole capital of Ave.
Yeah, that's
It's
cool.
huge. And I even remember, even from the beginning cutscene, the anime cutscene, the very beginning of the game, they have this panning shot where they show Raziel's tree.
They show the
it's
two
just
things.
Giant
it's like
space.
A city or something.
It's like, it's like all these little lights. You can see all the individual rooms, and it's just absolutely massive. The Eldridge was huge.
Yeah. This
huge arc going through space, carrying millions of people in it. Massive starship. It just kind of sells this freaking giantness of this freaking thing.
Yeah.
So it could have swallowed the whole capital of Ave, this room, right? In its center were 2 gently glowing objects. It was the source of divine wisdom. It was Raziel's tree. And the cavern itself was a giant computer called Raziel, the wisdom of God hidden within Raziel. We found the unthinkable when we ascended, or when we accessed its data. A large unmanned strategic weapon and its battalion of terminal interface weapons, traveling from star system to star system, and a gigantic mothership used to carry them. So the Eldridge was carrying some kind of weapon. And the fact that they say unmanned strategic weapon, to me, implies like AI.
Yeah.
So like a weapon that was controlled by an AI, right?
This implies to me that there's a thing out there destroying universes, and it's going to come destroy this one, like within the game, you know? Because it's autonomous. It's doing its own thing, regardless of whether we don't control it, you know?
This ship, the Eldridge, was carrying a very dangerous weapon, an unmanned strategic weapon that was going from star system to star system. And that something went really wrong with that, and that's why he self-destructed the ship and it crashed, and the whole game started. So he goes on to say the creation of the Malak angel, God's army, to reign over the vast universe with, and the construction of a divine ark. These weapons were called Yahweh. You talked about how that was transformed from Yahweh, which they didn't want to say.
And it's Yabai, which is
Yabai, which
Yabai is Kansai of Yabai, and it means dangerous or be careful.
Go back to episode 3.
It was early on.
Or 2, or maybe actually 1. That might have been 1. Where we talked about that. I think it was 1, episode 1.
Okay.
All the Richard Honeywood section of that first one we did.
So I wasn't here for episode 2.
Yeah, I think it was episode 1. The Interplanetary Invasion Weapon System. What the Gazelle Ministry was pursuing was right here. According to the data, the giant rotting organism we just defeated was in fact the nucleus of this system. We were on the verge of accessing the data for the object called Zohar. We'll get into that later.
That's again Jewish mysticism.
Yeah, the Zohar is like a commentary on like ancient Jewish scripture and mythology. That I think it was like in 1200s or something like that. It was discovered or written by a man in 1200 something.
That's all good.
Depending on what you choose to believe. The central neural circuit, the power source controlling the entire system, from the weapons to the mothership, when suddenly he appeared. He's talking about Krellian. Krellian showed up with his dudes. And Graf is there. And you have a battle against Graf.
Oh yeah, this is fascinating. Seeing these antagonists interact with each other is just absolutely fascinating, because they either treat each other with like they're either indignant or they're indifferent.
Yep.
And it's unpredictable. I cannot predict how these people will interact when they conflict.
Yeah.
I did go through the battle, but I don't know if anyone else did. So.
Yeah, that's basically I was calling the end of the episode after fighting Graf here and stopping in Raziel's tree. Unfortunately, it's not a place you can save. It kind of just keeps going on to the next scene. I was like, oh, whoops. Can't really save there.
Yeah.
But that's where we decided to play up to, so that's where we're going to stop talking.
Yeah.
The only last note that I have here is you can actually beat Graf in that fight. You're not like intended to win because he's very powerful.
Oh yeah, very much so.
And he can like wipe you out pretty quick if you're not prepared. He's very hard, and you're intended to lose the fight. You lose in the cutscene.
Yeah, I didn't.
But you can beat him, and you can get like a accessory. That's kind
sick.
of cool.
You get an amulet.
Yeah, I had to fight it a couple times and change my strategy a little bit, but you can beat him. So after that is over, Faye's like exhausted, beat up, and Graf, taunts him a little bit with like, it is the real you kind of thing.
Yes, of course.
The real you in there is actually it. He's like, no, he's not. It's not me. I'm not it. They go back and forth on that. Trying to kind of bait him a little bit with giving into his fear and his anger, kind of the stuff we're talking about. Faye's not going to do that. Because he has that bracelet that keeps him from giving into it, right?
Yeah.
And then Graf says something about, I can't remember exactly what he says, something about like removing Faye's soul, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I can pull it up and we can look at it, but Graf is moving forward to take Faye's soul out of his body.
But then Krellian is like...
Krellian stops him.
Don't do it yet.
And he's like, Faye is bait for Ellie, who I really want here.
Girl.
I need Faye so that Ellie will come try to save Faye so that I can get Ellie, which is what I'm after, so don't do that. And he's like, fine.
Graf's like, or what is it? Not as you wish. It was different. It was like, do whatever you want. Kind of thing. Like, mam derohe. Is it the Korean? Mam derohe. It means do whatever you want to do. And then he just leaves.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the heck? I was not expecting this at all. I was not expecting this. I thought Graf and Krellian were going to have issues. I thought that Graf was at least going to save something. Instead, Graf immediately acquiesces and is like, he's yours.
Yeah.
Suit yourself. I think that's probably something he says. Suit yourself. And that's that. It's crazy.
So then Krellian calls Graf Lacan in that scene again.
Yeah,
He just
But
refers to him as
they
Lacan.
knew each other very well.
They did. Krellian and
back
Lacan were
500
friends,
years
as
ago.
we found out.
And I was wondering if they are still friends, and
Doesn't seem like
they
it.
aren't, but they kind of don't care about each other. I don't know. I don't know what the situation
Something
is.
has happened in the last 500 years.
For
between
sure,
the two
but
of them.
it's not like Graf hates Krellian. It's
Yeah.
not like Krellian hates Graf. It's not like there's animosity about whatever happened.
It's just they've
but
kind
whatever
of accepted
happened,
it,
Yeah,
and it's just like, this is what it is, kind of
and
thing.
they're just like, it's like they know that it would just be horrible. Like, it's like
It's no use.
they would both go down in nuclear flames if they decided to fight each other. And it's
Yeah.
like, it's not worth fighting, and yeah, whatever.
Fine.
But it's weird, because Graf has a plan for Faye. But as soon as Krellian's like, no, like, don't, Graf's like,
I think he realizes he can do what he wants once Krellian gets Ellie.
yeah.
It's like, once Krellian gets Ellie, I can have Faye, and I can do what I want to do.
Hey, actually, that's pretty good. That makes sense. That makes
Fine,
sense.
whatever. It's only a matter of time. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
whatever.
And then Krellian announces that they're going to be crucified in Golgotha, which
Yeah.
is supposed to be Golgotha,
That's where Christ was
where
crucified.
Jesus was crucified,
Yeah.
outside of Jerusalem. And that's where we're going to stop.
Means place of the skull.
Yep.
In-
Cavalry, Golgotha.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. That was a lot of stuff to get through.
It
I
was.
think we've done the best job we can based on what we know now. We're going to have 2 more play sessions.
Okay.
I was originally thinking play to the end of the game for the next episode,
one?
but this is going to be too much.
So
So I'm going to break it into 2 more. Where you're going to play up to next time, it's a giant, almost like triangular structure called Merkava, and it crashes down into the earth. It's this massive triangle shape structure, and it just like crashes into the earth. It's called Merkava. Play up to that. The first save point after that thing crashes. That's where we're going to play up to for next time. So that's what we want to do. And then after that, the following week, we'll finish the game.
Sick.
And then we'll do 1 episode of recap, having guests to discuss some other cool philosophy and responding to some comments.
Okay.
That'll be the end of
And some perfect work stuff there,
Yeah.
right?
the homework for that week will be to read Perfect Works
Okay.
rather
Alright.
than play something, right? And then that'll be the end of the Xenogears analysis. Thanks everybody for watching. Till next time, have a great week. Peace out. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kaysen.
This is the penultimate episode of this podcast.
It is.
Everything comes to a head here.
Yeah.
All of the discussion, all of the setups
The setups.
are paid off here. And it's only 3 hours, a little less. I think I played through this section that we went through today in 2 hours and 50 minutes.
It was shorter than I thought, yeah.
And it is a novel's worth of content. It is
Yeah.
way more.
And you can tell they're just jamming stuff in that they were hoping to actually put in the game, and they're just like, we have no choice but to literally just explain it in just didactic, straightforward, just boom, right in your face, and every scene after scene, it's like that. And then the next
Yeah.
scene, it's even more just like direct explanations. And also, we're in a new place, and they're just giving us more exposition. And then it's like, anyways, it's crazy. It's crazy.
It is so difficult, just because, partly because of what you're saying, the amount that they are just dumping on you
Yes,
here.
it's tons.
On top of it being very layered, complex information, on top of it being a very rushed translation that is poor.
That's true. There's layers of
That
why
just
it's so difficult.
Making sense of all of this.
And they bit off more than they could chew
Way more.
in making this game, period. And so that just add that layer in, you know.
So there is a ton to break down, and I am feeling the pressure because it's like all the work that has been done up to this point. Like if you can't explain this part, then you've failed.
Wow. Oh, geez.
That's how I'm feeling right now. So we took an extra day. We were supposed to film yesterday.
Yeah,
we took an extra day for me to just like really freaking research and get my notes in order and make sure that it's accurate I'm talking with some other people online, trying to get like some of their interpretations on things. And so it's been crazy this week. And I really hope that this all comes together for you guys and that it makes sense for you as well.
Hey, we'll see.
You said that
I feel like I did okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I did okay. I mean, a lot of games, especially the types of games that we play, deal with really weird themes and crazy stuff happens, especially towards the end, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, what's going on here? Like, all of a sudden gravity or like the time compression or freaking whatever the heck this whole game. and it's like, hey, what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Well, the idea, at the point I got to within Xenogears, within this last playthrough, led me to about the point that I would be playing any of the other games that we play that are considered, meaningful, deep games.
Yeah.
And so I didn't feel so horribly overwhelmed and underprepared and completely in the dark. I felt about where I would normally feel given any of the other games.
And that was my intention.
Well, good.
With pointing out things along the way.
Well, that's nice. So for me, it was like, that's weird, but not like, holy crap, what does this even mean at all? Like, yeah.
When I got to this point on the first playthrough,
I would have too.
I was like, what? What the frick? What? I didn't get anything. Well, I got like the tip of the iceberg part of the plot.
Which is, they're different bodies going in time and they can do different things and there's different,
I understood how we got from A to Z.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what any of it meant.
Right.
And, or maybe I had pieces of it, but like, it was like, I kind of think this is what it's trying to say, but I don't know how this relates to that or this.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to hopefully get to today.
Well, we'll see. That's a large promise.
It's a lot of work to do this, so please support us on Patreon.
Yes, please.
All right, the first scene, we left off where you go to Raziel's tree and fight Graf. And then...
And we went through that, right?
We went through that
whole thing.
And
because there's nowhere to save.
Yeah, because you go right from there to Golgotha. It should be Golgotha, which is the crucifixion. action site. And
Yes.
they're trying to bait, or I should say Krellian is trying to bait Ellie to come out to try and save
Because he
Faye.
doesn't need any of us. He only really needs her.
Right.
Or he only really wants her.
Yes.
That's probably what I say.
And so, imagery here is a little weird.
Okay.
What did you feel about the gears
The
and
team-
Choo Choo being crucified?
So when I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's a crucifixion. That's hardcore. And then I was like, oh, they're crucifying us inside our
Gears.
gear. So we're just like sitting in a pilot cockpit.
It's so silly.
I mean, they've gone through some lengths to explain that gears can feel too, or gears have some type of sentience.
Autonomy,
Gears
yeah.
have something relevant to, like, they're a part of life as well in some weird way. Okay, but we don't care about the gears. We just care about the people inside the gears.
Right.
And so it's just like, okay, so they're sitting comfortably. Now, Choo Choo, that's uncomfortable. That's rough.
it's just
but it's
weird.
giant Choo Choo. It's
Yeah.
like big mega Choo Choo,
Yeah.
right? And so, anyways.
All I know is it would have been a lot more impactful if the characters were actually hanging on those crosses.
Oh, absolutely.
Not their
Absolutely.
gears.
And the gears they're sitting comfortable in the cockpit, so it's no big deal. Just wait, a week until they starve or can't get enough water.
I don't know.
And then they eventually die
There's
of
a part
that.
of me that even wonders if they're in them, because I know that the
You're
imagery
right.
here is abstract.
The abstract, and it
because-
shows them standing outside of their gears.
Well, regardless,
I would
it looks
say
really dumb.
if Krellian just killed them, that would have been overplaying his hand with the Gazelle Ministry for something that happens later, right?
Oh, sure.
And so, if Krellian just puts them all up and kills them all, Gazelle is going to be like, we needed some of those.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
you know?
they need Rico and Billy and Sighton.
Yeah,
and
those are the vessels, right? And
Yeah.
so he just, put up on the cross the people who were disposable, who the Gazelle had no interest in, or not no
Yeah.
interest, but no use for
Need
personally.
for, yeah.
So maybe that's it.
They didn't
So he still
carry-
needed to play towards the Gazelle. If the Gazelle were eliminated before this scene, I would think maybe he would have put more people up.
Sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's the genetic factor, and this is going to be a huge part of what we talk about here in a minute. The genetic factor that allows those specific characters to be able to pair with anima relics.
Ah, yes.
That's the reason Gazelle was interested in those bodies.
Right.
Because
yeah.
they had the animus factor, the
Yes.
ability to pair with the anima.
Yeah.
Which is a genetic thing. And the Gazelle felt like they were the only ones, or should be the only ones,
Should be, yeah.
to be able to pair with anima. Which is why they weren't interested in the characters earlier on. They were going to just kill everyone in Kislev.
Right.
And then they realized, wait a minute,
Like, wait, we can
They have-
take their bodies.
anima factor,
Yeah.
or animus factor. This changes things, right? And then they started to become more interested in them. But
Mm-hmm.
not in Maria or Choo Choo or Faye
Choo-choo, of course not
or
Choo-choo.
Emeralda after Krellian's done with her
Yes.
whole nanomachine stuff.
Then, yeah, she's useless.
The rest of them are now useless to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, by the way, well, whatever. She can just absorb her way out of it, right?
I don't know how you
Whatever.
kill a
It's-
nanomachine colony.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, okay.
Unless you inject a nanomachine colony with other nanomachines that are specifically designed to kill
Kill
those
those
nanomachines.
nanomachines. Sure, yeah, that's possible. I'm glad they didn't explore that possibility.
Yeah.
Because that would have complicated things even more.
Okay, so that part of the imagery is weird, but the rest of the scene is actually really quite good. I thought it was really typical of the Type 2 Enneagram anti-type character Ellie
Yeah.
to be, totally willing to sacrifice her life to
Yes,
save
of
others.
course. Yes,
She's like,
of course.
if it gives
It was
Faye
perfect.
and them even the slightest chance of escape, then I will fight. I don't care if it costs me my life.
Yes,
it's
of
like,
course.
you're doing it
That was
again,
very direct.
Sophia.
Yes.
What are you doing? Didn't work last time either.
But she can't. It's like a
Yeah.
genetic imperative. She has to do it.
It's
She
part of
can't
her innate
not.
personality.
Yeah.
It's her Type 2 personality.
I will say, though, the crucifixion scene would have probably been better if it wasn't just so abrupt. It was just, we were going impactful scene after impactful
bam,
scene
bam, bam.
without any transition. And it was just like, okay, now we're there. Boom, they're getting crucified. But it's like, we still haven't really recovered from what happened before
I know.
that. And so it's all just piling up. And it's because they didn't have enough time.
There's no room to breathe in between these
Yes.
scenes. And so
That's crazy. It's so dense.
When I got to the end of this 2 hours, 50 minutes of playing the game,
Yeah.
I was kind of like yelling at my screen, like, I've had enough. Like, just stop
Let me
talking
just,
for
like,
a second.
let me just-
stop talking.
Can we just fly around the map for a minute?
Can I just walk around for a little while?
No.
Please.
And then it's every half hour. There's a scheduled you want to save? Or like,
I know.
You can't even go to a save. Well, sometimes you can, but often you can't. It's just, you need to decide right then and there. Are you going to commit to another at least 40 minutes of this?
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But in any case, Krellian sends Rattan, which was a gear that that was like observing us when we fought Emerald earlier.
Yeah, but he's one of those really heavily synced gears, the Project M gears.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mugwort, his partner.
Yes, of course.
And they fight against Ellie. I thought it was a little strange that this wasn't actually turned into a real battle. Like, it's just a cutscene of them fighting.
It was.
I'm guessing they just didn't have time to design it.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
It seemed like a really good place to have a battle in this immense amount of just cutscene dialogue stuff.
But when you do the abstract battle representation that RPGs do, but you don't let the character control it, but it's not a cutscene, it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird to watch, and you're just like watching the one after each other knock on the ground.
It's like taking turns.
Darn it. And then
in a cutscene.
But you're not involved, and so that makes it really
it's funny.
Really strange.
But there were a couple of things I liked about it. They have this camera move they'll do where they pan behind Ellie's gear.
I did like the
just
dynamic camera.
Huge, and they're just like
they're
bam,
massive.
bam, 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 and it makes her look so small and powerless. And they're just railing on her.
Yes, especially at the end there, because she like knocks him back, but then they get up, and she's like, "How is this possible?"
And it kind of goes back and forth. It's a very Dragon Ball-like sequence where you think this guy's toast and this guy's definitely more powerful, but then they find like more power.
There's a secret. Yes. Oh, I did not reveal to you before, but I have an extra power.
Yeah, nanomachines or whatever it is that keeps them going, and then
revives them. Yeah.
I don't know if they do. I know that later Miang does. But anyways, then she finds some inner strength to continue. But anyway, she ends up beating them.
That makes it a contest of wills, but that's not necessarily how this one ends.
It's very anime, is what I'm getting at.
Yes,
but it works.
Very,
it's
very
not
so.
like it's a good scene, I feel, overall. But she's really, really injured by the end of this, and Krellian takes her away, and he leaves them alive.
First, she does that crazy beam attack that just
kills him
immediately, and then she faints because that took like all of her energy or something. Yeah.
And so Faye's powerless to do anything, and Krellian and Graf mock him for that weakness.
Yes.
But they leave him alive, and he's confused by that. He even says, like, I don't know why they left us alive. We had to find out why they would do that, so we continued pursuing them.
Which is what they wanted, of course.
Yes, which is exactly what they wanted. And this is kind of the whole thing with like Miang and Krellian. They're basically just manipulating our party the whole time to bring everything together for this resurrection of God.
You could say this is a little nonsensical, or it shouldn't work this way, but in a strange way, it actually it makes sense for me a little bit, understanding what we learned a little bit later about how Miang has been around for an incredibly long period of time, and she's been kind of making sure that this happens the way that it happens. So after 10,000 years, it's like it's not just one normal person's lifetime who just played their chess pieces so perfectly and they understand the other people so perfectly that they do exactly what they want. It's like this is a whole process that has played out for a really long time that has led to these inevitable things that do end up happening, that they know would end up happening because they'd actually been through trial runs like before this several times.
For 10,000 years.
And so they actually knew how to do it this time. It just made a lot more sense. It wasn't so like random or so like, oh, how coincidental,
Yeah. So then we get the first, I felt, comprehensible Gazo Ministry scene in the whole game.
Which is also consequently the last Gazo Ministry in the scene.
I finally felt like, hey, I understand what these guys are talking about for once.
Going on.
So it cuts to a scene with Krellian with the Gazo Ministry. They say, the fleshly body of God has been recovered. The anima and animus have all been obtained. All that is left is to do is for us to change into the animus and become one with the mother persona. And Krellian says, that's incorrect.
Yes.
And then he starts unplugging them.
And they immediately are like, what? What are you doing? How could you do this? But here's the weird thing. Why not, if all they were going to do was become people and then go be absorbed into Mother God, why didn't Krellian just let them do that?
Good question. So it's because Krellian...
It's not like they were going to go against him or anything. They were just going to go to the slaughter to get absorbed into some god thing.
Let's dig into some of his dialogue here,
Okay.
where I think he kind of explains that. So he kind of goes into how like he only wanted them alive in order to use the geisha key.
That was
they
it.
were the ones
Yeah.
who could use the geisha key.
And Cain was the only one who could do some other thing.
Cain was the
Cain's
one
name?
stopping them from using the geisha key.
Ah, okay.
So
sure,
Cain and the Gazelle Ministry have
Yeah.
the ability to use the geisha key.
Right.
The Ministry can't do it unless Cain allows them, but without
course.
Cain they could then do it.
'Kay.
So now that has been done and the humans got transformed into wells, which was part of the plan,
Right.
to obtain the biological parts needed to repair the Deus system, which we
Yeah.
will get into in a minute. This is the whole point, is
Right.
humans are going to be used as biological parts to like repair the Deus system that was on the Eldridge when it crashed. So it got all broken up and scattered around the world in the crash. And it needs to be repaired. It's going to be repaired with both like, steel and, like computer parts, but also with biological living parts, because that was what Deus was. Deus wasn't just a machine, it was like a biological machine.
Yeah.
So it needs both living, organic, and computer components. And that's what the geisha key did. Once the geisha key had been used, he doesn't need those guys anymore. And he says, they basically say, in response to that, right, like, you're betraying your mother, or you're betraying the mother. And he says something along the lines of, this is the will of the other mother, right?
Right.
And he goes on to say that you got on the wrong track as to like what the purpose of all this was. You thought you would become God.
Right.
That's not what's happening here. We are giving ourselves to God, putting ourselves in the hand of God, and that they were trying to arrogantly like be in control of this, to like become God themselves. He also goes on to say that their genes were scattered because the Gazelle Ministry and Cain were, okay, hold on, really getting ahead of myself a little bit here.
It's in
Before
the dialogue,
I talked about that,
Okay.
let's break down this line. He says, by combining these, and by these he means the anima, animus, and persona. And I will explain what that is in a second.
Yeah. That became
By
clear this
combining these with my nanomachines, humans will become living beings very much the equivalent of you. Actually, they may far surpass you in becoming worthy terminal interfaces for God. So you are no longer of any use to me. So he thinks he has come up with better animus than the original Gazelle Ministry for repairing God. So he doesn't need them.
That answers my previous question then.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why he is killing them, because he feels like he has created an even better animus than they could be in service of the resurrection of God. And that's because his nanotechnology, in conjunction with the fact that their genes got scattered. So they're not the only ones who can serve as animus. There are now people living who can be animus too.
Right.
And this is our party, like Billy and Rico, the people have this animus factor gene in them, right?
And I think Krellian knows we will do what he wants us to do. I don't know that Krellian believes the Gazelle will do what he wants them to do.
Right.
He might think that as soon as they get bodies, they actually have their own idea, right?
Right,
And
exactly.
he's probably right with how this game has gone.
Yes. So he says, you're no longer of any use to me. Deus, the physical manifestation of God, only wants results. The means are insignificant to him. So this is my arc plan, my Project Noah. Now, Project Noah was actually the original, what do you call it? Like the secret title of the game, the tentative name of it while it was in
Oh, I didn't know that.
production. It was tentatively, or what do you call that? It's like Near was called Project Near.
The placeholder.
It was like a placeholder name until they come up with something else, but then they just went with
I
Mir.
can't remember.
Anyways, I
Code
can't
name.
remember
It's just code name.
code name I think might be
Yeah.
it. But Project Noah was the original code name for the game.
Interesting.
He says, "May all your worries cease, rest in peace, ancestors of mortal man. Now it is just you and I, Sophia." So, now let's break down this anima animus persona thing real quick. Deus is the name of this massive weapon system
Yeah.
that was used by the civilization, and this is explained by Ellie Miang a little later when they merge into one person. But we'll start here because it's kind of hard to break down what they mean in some of these earlier scenes without knowing some of this. The Deus system was the name of the weapon system that the Eldridge ship was carrying inside of it. It had been decommissioned because it was so powerful and it was autonomous. It had an AI that they were like, we can totally lose control of this thing.
Yeah.
So it was a weapon system that had destroyed an entire planet
Yeah.
on its own, by itself. And they were like, we should probably not use this. This is way too powerful. Okay. The Deus system has as its energy source something called the Zohar modifier. It's like a monolithic slab with a big eye on it. And so that's the energy source. We'll talk way more about that later. But within that eye was a computer, a biological computer, which served as like the brain of Deus. And it's called the catamony.
Right.
So, and we'll get more into the catamony later as well. Faye and Seitan and Bart go up and like see it at the end of this play session we did, and they're looking at it, and the original mother's like decomposed body is still in there. There's all kinds of crazy stuff with that. But the catamony
that was cool.
is a biological supercomputer that served as like the brain of Deus, right? And it was plugged straight into that Zohar modifier where it got the energy from. Now, the catamony is made up of 3 components. So, they're living components. These are the biological portions of this supercomputer. The anima, the animus, and the persona.
Hi, everybody. I'm recording this after the podcast to just simplify this section of explaining what the persona, anima, and animus are. Got a little bit too much into the weeds. I think I did, let's just say I complicated it more than I should have. Here's a really great explanation on the wiki. The biological portion of catamony's interior is sectioned into 3 parts, the persona, anima, and animus. All 3 of these are needed for Deus to be able to use catamony to use the Zohar's power. So, very simply, these 3 portions, the persona, anima, animus, are the biological pieces of the catamony's computer, right? The anima refers to the anima relics, which were scattered across the world from the Eldridge crash. So, we know what those are. They power our Omni gears when paired, right? The animus was used by the mother of humanity to create the first humans, the first being the 12 members of the Ghazal ministry, who were charged with looking for the anima relics, as well as Cain, who was charged as their leader. They would go on to mass produce more humans using catamony. So the animus portion of the catamony was used for the creation of human beings. And the mother of humanity was the one who did that. She took the animus from the catamony and created human beings with them. The persona is tied into the creation of the original Elheim, and is why, on the day of resurrection, Ellie is fated to awaken as the last incarnation of Mia and merged with Deus. Now, for further clarification on this point, it is interesting to note that in Xenogears Perfect Works, there's an excerpt that says, like MAM, and that's an acronym, MAM, standing for magnetic abnormal matter. It's basically the element that makes up the Zohar, which has been a mystery to humanity ever since discovering it. So, like MAM, the origin and nature of persona, the central element of catamony, remain unclear. So, the game never really specifies what specifically the persona is, but it is, from what information we do get, it's one of 3 pieces that are a biological part of the catamony. It's just that persona itself is an element that is mysterious. We don't know precisely what it is. But it's from that the original mother came, and then the original mother used animus to create humans in order to go out and search for the anima relics which were lost in the crash, in order to retrieve them and bring everything back into the Katamoni to be restored, then put back into the Zohar, then reconstruct the Deo system, and go back to the stars. That's kind of the plan here. The plan is to use the material in the Katamoni, which was animus, to create humans, to go find the anima relics, bring them back, and put everything back together and go back to space. That's what they're trying to achieve.
The Katamoni created a mother, that woman from the opening cutscene with the purple hair. It like constructed a person with like life. It's like artificial life, but it's also organic. It's indistinguishable from a human being because it is organic material. It's It's living organic material. And the anima and the animus and the persona are all the parts in this Katamoni that give it this ability to do this. Does that make sense?
That does, actually. It actually sounds quite a bit like, what'd you call it? Like a path of least resistance. Like something crashes and it, like what the Ian Malcolm explanation of life will find a way.
Yes.
Like God, everything is just hopeless. The pieces have fallen. It's completely crashed. But it's like there is a way, and all I have is time.
Yes.
And so let's just get this process started, and eventually it'll all come back to me.
Yes.
And we can just keep going. And the 10,000 years will be a blip
Yes.
in the existence of an infinite being, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that actually does make sense.
Okay. That's what it's all about.
Now, the technical how is impossible, but
Who cares?
the theoretical, philosophical, I get it,
Okay. So then we get a scene with Wiseman. He's trying to like help Faye out. He's like, Faye's all depressed because he couldn't protect Ellie, couldn't save her, she got captured. And he basically goes through a little speech where he's like, the reason why you couldn't defeat Graf is because you're not in the right place emotionally. Like Graf really draws his strength from his hatred and his deep. Yeah. It's a very Star Wars
emotions.
thing.
Yes, very
Darth
much
Vader's power comes from his hate and anger and all that.
And he needs to use his.
There's actually a lot of parallels with Graf and Darth Vader and Star Wars there. We'll get into more of that in a minute because he's Faye's father.
He's our father.
Anyways, but he's basically saying Ellie was able to do what she did because of her deep love and like all these emotions.
Yeah.
She's able to harness like the power of her feelings and emotions, and that gives her the strength to do what she did. You are not doing that. You need to harness the power and the strength of your emotions, which is something that Faye has not been willing to do because that draws id out.
Because id shows up, It's tiring for him.
Control
right?
his emotions.
When he gets emotional, he gets tired and he gets exhausted. He retreats, and id then takes advantage of that.
Right. So he needs to more or less get control of this because he needs his emotions and his feelings to give him like the strength to do what he needs to do. But he also needs to not let Faye or let id take over by doing that. He needs to become one whole person.
Right.
This is more or less what Wiseman is hinting at in the scene. So then he takes off and he's like, all right, they're going to go out and look for Ellie. They go out for 2 weeks trying to find her, and what they find is that Krallian is constructing his ark, which is called Merkava. It's this like giant pyramid-like structure.
Yes.
Now, Merkava is a bad transliteration for Merkaba, which is Hebrew for the chariot of God, like the throne of God on the chariot.
Nice.
That's what that means. So the Merkava is the chariot of God that's going to go back up to the stars. The Dea system is contained inside of it.
Yeah.
He's reconstructing God inside of the Merkava, and he's going to take off back into the stars with it. That's what that is all about. I think what he says in this little narration here is, using the data obtained from Raziel and his own nanomachine technology, Krallian had begun the construction of God's Ark, Merkava. Its completion was imminent. To prevent its activation and to rescue Ellie, we headed to Merkava. Now, I don't believe that he built that entire thing
I don't
in 2
either.
weeks.
I figured that he found it.
Yes. I think
Right?
I think this is confirmed by some of the scenes from 500 years ago when Sophia like sacrifices herself and kamikazes into that structure.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that was the Merkava
Oh, was
of
it?
that time, which was
okay.
damaged
So he just needed to
by
fix it up.
her self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of it re-emerged and he sort of like finished its construction.
Yeah, well, it had to have reemerged previous to the past 2.
Yeah, or maybe
Weeks.
some of the excavations that were being done.
Well, there was a
found it
room
or
there
something.
that sure looked a lot like the Ramses test tube experiments room.
Yeah.
And the room where Karen.
That's true. So he
with
was
Faye.
probably in Merkava
Yeah.
at that time.
So it was
Yeah.
just, it wasn't, I guess, functional, but it was that same area. So it's been around. He's known about it for a while. He's used it. He's probably been trying to fix it up.
Yeah.
But he only really made a breakthrough recently.
Working on it over
Yeah.
the 500 years. Now
Yeah.
its construction is imminent. Its completion is imminent, right?
Yep.
So you meet the Element girls outside of Merkava. They're there to try to help Ramses, who's
Yes.
totally lost it.
Yeah,
We're there to
I
help
liked
Ellie.
this scene. This was nice.
Yeah, we're there to help Ellie. They're like, don't get the wrong idea. Like, we're not going to help you. But it's like, but our goals are, we have the same enemy, which is
Yeah.
Crowley and Miang.
Yes.
We both hate them because they have the person we care about.
Yeah.
So let's have a truce and not fight each other while we go in and try to help the people we care about, right? That's
Yep.
kind of what happens there. And, Faye kind of does his like, look, if it gets too intense, just run away. Like, don't try to like,
Yeah.
we'll take care of it. And she's like offended by that. Like, wow, we'll show you. We'll make you
Yes.
eat those words.
Yeah.
We're capable. Like, screw you.
Yeah.
Right? So you all go in. And
But everyone goes in kind of like in different
ways,
places,
yeah. You're kind of descending here through a giant symbol of the angel statues.
Yes,
kind
it
of
almost
falling
looks like a
down.
hologram. It looks
Yeah,
like a
it's
digital
like
symbol.
Transparency.
But it's missing something. I took this note here. It's missing the fire. It's missing the light
the fire in the
between
center.
the two. But as we descend in between them, we are the
fire.
The fire, the igniting
The
force,
energy.
the energy between the two that makes it possible, right?
Yeah.
That would be us that represents that. And that's why that shot's so long, because I was like, why in the world is this shot so long? Like, they're trying to tell me something.
Yeah.
And I believe that was it as we pass right in between them.
Yeah, I was like artistically, I feel like I understand the use of the symbol here,
Yeah.
and just the symbol's like recurrence in the game generally. I think it's
Sure.
an important symbol.
Yeah.
I from like a practical standpoint, I have a little bit of confusion if Krellian is constructing this Merkava, why he would put that symbol in the ship, because I feel like he lost his faith in the Nissan religion.
Yes.
When Sophia died.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that in a minute because there's a big cutscene about that.
And he feels like he needs to do what he needs to do
He
without
needs to,
Sophia.
He
needs
loses,
to carry on alone.
Yeah,
right?
he loses his faith in that God.
Yeah.
And he goes out to make his own God. And so
By himself.
I just wondered why that symbol would appear in the Merkava.
Yeah.
Which Krellian is constructing. I wonder what his purpose was in doing that.
I would
just from
only,
a practical
I would
standpoint.
only say that the fire being gone is important.
Sure.
Because the fire represented some type of divine intervention
Yeah.
of sorts that enabled the two, because they're not touching. They're almost touching. It's like the Michelangelo Sistine Chapel thing. They're almost touching, but not quite. And that energy in between them is what enables them to truly come together and become more, right? And Ramses has this image of them almost touching without that in between, and that he believes that God is unnecessary for humans to come together to achieve whatever they need to do. That would be my interpretation of that.
Okay.
Just right there. Just off
Yeah, and
the-
I think artistically that's like
I did think about that.
a fine reason to like include the symbol. It's just from like a more of like the logical,
psychology.
practical. I wonder why Krellian would include that symbol in the ship,
Because
unless
he's not
he's
too
maintaining.
attached to any other person. Right?
He's trying to maintain some remnant of Sophia or something like as a motivator for him to, because he does want Sophia to guide him. He says that at the end of the scene where he loses all his
Yeah.
faith. Sophia, guide me as I go on this new path to like create God.
Right. That's
Maybe it has
true.
something to do with that, but anyways,
And
I don't know why he would do that.
when things happen towards the end of this, he is more or less beholden to this woman now.
Yeah.
This Miang. type that shows up.
Right. So anyways, you keep going in and you fight Ramses here. And he starts to explain a lot more about his background. You see a scene where he's in like a nano reactor tube as like an embryonic life form. And I think it's really interesting that each time they've shown this, it doesn't look anything like a human. Like in the embryo form,
that's
Ramses
true.
looks nothing like a human fetus or something like that, right? It looks like something totally weird, which I think is interesting because I think Krellian says he's not even human at some point here in a minute. Like, as they're like talking down to him and trying to incite him to kill Miang, like, I think he says something about you're not even human or something like that. So maybe that's like a way of like representing his lack of like true humanity or something. But in the scene you have Krellian and Miang looking into this nanoreactor tube thing. And Krellian kind of describing how this was meant to be an artificial contact. But then this woman in blue, who we did see a little bit earlier, last time Ramses was talking about his background, right? Comes walking in. And Krellian says, this time your body is young. And Miang, who is taking control of this woman, Karen, says the previous one got too old. I'm not quite sure. There's one detail I'm a little hazy about, which is like Miang later, when she gets cut down by Ramses, says it's in my nature that I can't kill myself. So I wonder if
I thought that was the nanomachine thing.
Because, well,
no, you might be
let me
right.
bring up the actual line.
So she can't kill herself, but she also can't just, her spirit can't just hop. She has to actually die.
Yeah, she says, good, this is how I wanted it, Car. I am fated so as not to be able to kill myself.
So her previous body just died of old age?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Just got like 90 years old.
Is like, she just had to stay in that body until it died.
All the way.
And then she could take a new body?
Interesting.
Anyways.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what the rules are around that.
I don't know if she physically can't kill herself, but that, like you mentioned, the protocol of the goddess that's in her is like, you can't do this. You can't.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
It's like part of the program.
The programming, yeah. You can't kill yourself.
We'll get into that more in a second, too. Like the difference between Miang and Ellie, right? But anyways, I think what this is signifying is that she has to stay in a body until it dies before she can jump into a new one. And I believe that Ellie, when she merges with Miang later, says something about it being like there's like a probability element to that. So maybe she doesn't even like necessarily choose specifically who she's going to be next. It's just she's going to awake in someone.
Somebody.
Any woman, but someone.
Because all the women have the potential for her to awaken in them, right?
Yes.
So
all women.
And I do wonder how it chooses. It's got to be something along the lines of who has a greater resonance towards it or something like that.
I don't know.
Because she goes right into Ellie.
Yeah.
And it's like it's
it's
not like she went to some other random person. It was clear that Ellie is the prime person to go to. Or it could have just been proximity-wise. She's the closest.
Maybe.
Girl.
Or maybe there's something in terms of like the fate of all of this, right? To where when the time is right, they need to be put back into one again. Like the two of them need to merge back into one again. I don't know. But in any case, the old body that Miang had inhabited died and got too old. Right. And so now she's inhabiting this body of Karen, who was Faye's mother. I really like the reveal there. It's pretty sinister. She says, individual names have no meaning to me. She's saying that the new body is Karen. Is that thing inside the nanoreactor there the one? And then Krellian says, the Emperor's been told it's a prototype for an artificial contact. So Krellian was actually making clones of the Emperor because he needed someone to kill the Emperor. That's what Cain was made for. But maybe secondarily, part of his purpose was to be this artificial contact to make contact with the Zohar.
How was he going to do that?
I don't know.
How do you make an artificial? How is that even possible?
They don't really explain
No, I
what
guess
the
not.
what the science was behind that, or
Okay.
why they felt like he might be able to do it. But they, I guess, had probably been waiting for close to 500 years now.
Yes,
For
and
a contact to emerge, and they just
Is it in part because Graf stuck around so long that because you would think that the reincarnation idea being that somebody dies, you really have to wait a while for them to be reborn, or
Yes.
it's not immediate once they die.
I
they're
don't think
reborn?
there's any kind of pattern necessarily to predict
It just
where or
shows up.
when a contact will be
Okay.
reincarnated again.
Okay.
Because you have Abel, the original, which was 10,000 years ago.
Right.
Then you have Kim, which was
I
4,000
assumed
years ago.
that they had kids and passed down the contact gene.
In every generation.
I assumed that.
Now,
And
I
that these
don't-
are just the stories we're focusing on, and the other ones didn't do anything.
I don't think that's the case. I may be wrong, but I don't think that's the case. I think that the contact is only reincarnated in Abel, from Abel to Kim to Lacan to Faye.
Okay.
So just the 3 reincarnations.
Just looking at that, you could say that it's getting more frequent, right? Because it was
Yeah,
6,000 from Abel to Kim,
and then
but then
3,500,
and then just
and then
500.
500.
And so I get it. It came down to this. If it didn't work for Faye, I don't know that it ever would have happened. But you could assume that it would have only been 20 years for the next contact. You know?
The other element to this is that the time of the gospel is really close.
Yeah,
And they're
it's like
starting to,
they need
maybe we won't get a contact in time.
Well, right, and so they're desperate. So they're,
So
like,
they're
maybe
trying to
we
make
can
an
one.
artificial contact.
Yeah. I also think that nature would be sensing the time of the gospel is getting near, because does time of the gospel have anything to do with this general protocol and Deus and all of that?
So,
or is it artificially by Cain saying, "Hey"?
No. This is like a biological time limit.
Okay. So if the contact is starting to be born more and more frequently, that would posit the idea that the powers that be also feel that time is getting closer, right?
yeah.
Like everything's
We're
compressing.
getting down to the wire.
We're starting to, okay, now it's limit 500. Let's get another one going. Let's do this.
Yeah. Not sure what the rules are around that, but I believe, it was like they had no idea when the next contact would be born. And so they were trying to create an artificial contact.
Okay.
But then Miang happens to embody Karen, who is the mother of the contact.
And that's just chance,
Very
right?
fortunate circumstances for Miang's
or
purposes.
Providence, destiny stuff.
Sure.
Okay.
So Corellian says the Emperor's been told it's a prototype for an artificial contact. Miang says it's moving. Can it hear us? This is really interesting to me. She wants to make sure first that the thing is understanding what they're saying. This is the cruelty of Miang. And Corellian says, yes, it already has a will of its own. And then she says, then I have a better way. Let's dispose of it. We don't need this. We have my child. My child will be 4 this year. I checked it out. There's no mistake. It's a contact. She didn't come out with this information until she confirmed that the embryo could hear that they were going to discard it in place of a real contact.
Right.
Then she decided to say it, which I thought was especially cruel.
I mean, could that have something to do with this plan she's putting into place? Like, hey, I'm going to get close to this guy later on.
Possibly, yes.
And he will hate my guts and he will kill me, and that's what I want.
Yes.
Right? I mean,
all part of a plan.
Yeah.
Like all looking forward. How
Right.
can I manipulate this? How can I use this
yes.
to my advantage
Use his
later?
hate, so make him full of resentment. Make him,
Yeah.
so she forced that on him. That's
Yes.
crazy, knowingly. That's wild.
And that's what I thought was so interesting is that she checked first to make
Yeah.
sure, and then went through all of this. And then Corellian says, "What's the name of your child?" She says, "My child's name is Faye," and that's like the big reveal. Like, oh my gosh, Faye's mother was Miang all the time.
Yeah.
So you know what this means? Corellian says a corresponding antitype is, and she says, yes, probably already born somewhere. So seemingly, when the contactors are born, the
that's
antitype
right.
is also born.
That's it. Okay. No, that makes sense.
So they're
because
like-
Miang is continuous, but Ellie and Faye are just happen to be
These huge gaps in between
Yeah.
their reincarnations.
Okay.
So
That makes sense.
they know that an antitype and contact are out there somewhere. And the time of the gospel is really close.
Okay.
So we see all of that in like the flashback for Ramses there. And then the Element Girls come in and they try to talk some sense into Ramses. They're like, no, we're not opposing you. We're not trying to censor you. We're not betraying you.
Yeah.
We're trying to help you. We're trying to do what's in your best interest. And he doesn't listen to them. He just wants to kill Faye so bad. And so you end up fighting him and beating him.
We knock him through a wall.
And he's kind of like laying there on the ground.
Yeah.
By the way, his new gear, this is not the same one as before.
I don't recognize the gears. I
Yeah.
really don't. I have a hard time recognizing
He had
the
like a
gears.
golden one before.
Well, I get the color. Yeah, it was like a yellowish golden.
And
yeah.
I'm guessing Faye in his system id knew Veltal just like destroyed it or something last time they fought.
Oof.
And now he's in this like
Well, but
really
he had
weird
the
one.
Omni gear that he fought us in the sky.
Yeah.
Right? And he threw us
And I
down.
think that's the one that Faye like destroyed when they fought
that's
again.
The one. Oh, okay.
Because he beat Faye up. And
Yes,
you
and
go
then
down
in the
to
forest
Melchior,
we killed him again.
And then
That makes sense.
Melchior enhanced the Veltal with the system id
and then
mode,
we quickly-
and then we beat him up then. And
so now
that
he
gear
keeps having to get new
is
gears.
gone. I'm guessing Faye
Yeah.
went overboard and like trashed that one too bad. And now he's in this really freaking dumb looking one. It's like a purple thing with like
Other than color.
two sets of arms and they're like doing this.
Yes, he's just sitting there punching his own
Punching
fist.
his fist
I'm
together.
gonna get you.
It's really weird looking.
Yeah, that was great.
Anyways.
Oh, color I get, but everything else, like how many wings they have and how many
Yeah.
spikes they have and which
It's,
weapon they're using.
it's PS1 graphics.
It's difficult to tell. Yeah. Difficult to tell.
Anyways, you go further in, and my goodness, what a scene you get here.
Yeah, this is pretty wild.
Okay, so
So we go past the Ramses test tube.
yeah, and you come into essentially where the body of the Dea system is being kind of like
Yeah,
it's like a
this,
big dome
Yeah.
with eyes on it. It's being sort of reconstructed there. Ellie is again she's hung on a cross. She's being like crucified there. They're talking about how her sacrifice and melding again with Deus is like part of the time of the gospel resurrection stuff. She needs to like become one with it again. And we sort of confront them. This is where you fight Miang and her Omni gear, which is the one we saw in Solaris while we were kind of going with Saitan, like down into like the bowels.
Oh, the one that was underwater
Yeah.
or something? Yeah, that was
that
crazy.
gear is this one that
Yeah.
Miang uses to fight us.
Yeah.
And even if you win the fight, she just gets back up and be like, haha, like you can't defeat
kill
me,
me,
I have
yeah.
nanomachines. And
Yeah, we can't kill her.
so you can't win because nanomachines, son. Have you seen that clip? It's from Metal Gear Rising. Do you never played Metal Gear Rising?
I've only played one Metal Gear game.
Okay, hold on. I just gotta show you this because that's funny.
Why won't you die?
Nanomachine, son.
Why won't you die? Nanomachine, son.
That's great.
It's awesome. We should cover that game at some point on the podcast. That'd be a freaking roller coaster.
Well, I've heard just in terms of deep games that are philosophically based, Metal Gear is
Metal Gear as a
among
series
those.
would be awesome.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Rising
Just that one?
is the silliest freaking game of all time. It's the dumbest thing ever, but
though,
it's really fun.
I'm kind of up for a silly game after Xenogears. Like a really just fun, silly, mindless game.
So anyways, you can't kill her because Nanomachine's son. So, okay, let's take a look at some dialogue here.
Okay.
They start to feel like, the party starts to feel like they're being like sucked in or something, like something's like torn apart from the inside.
Yeah, well, one of them says that. What is it?
I feel like I'm being
It's
torn
either
apart.
Bart or,
Billy
yeah,
or
somebody's
somebody.
just like, yeah, Billy. Like, it's tearing me apart.
And what's happening is that the anima relics are being torn from their gears and like combining back into Deus again.
Yeah.
So they wanted to bring all of them there. They baited them in so they could take the anima relics back.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why they did all this. This is why Miang, and I should clarify, Krellian and Miang baited them all in here so that they could obtain all the anima relics again. They already have those that the ministry had obtained earlier, but the ones that are paired with our gears had to be gotten back as well. So our gears are separated from their anima relics, and now they're just normal gears again. Now, the way that it shows the gears themselves being sucked in, but that's not what's happening. It's because you see the characters in their gears later. They still have their gears.
Yeah, but it's like the spirit of the gear.
It's just the anima relic.
You know, when we were going through, not that long ago, just going through place to place, getting the new anima relics within the gears all around, right? Like in the different areas, whatever. It was like a little ghost hologram that would flicker on, and then it would disappear, and all of a sudden their gear, oh, my gear has this new thing now, right? But it was like a spirit kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But that's what anima means. Anima means spirit, technically. So that's where this is going.
So Miang says, this is the true meaning of the anima relics, to attain their respective animus and return to the persona. I kind of explained that earlier, right? The anima relics are really one set of parts that made up Deus, in particular the catamony. They were the biological parts of the catamony. The physical manifestation of God. They regain their original powers or functions by aligning themselves with their destined partner, the animus. So the anima and the animus have to pair together within the catamony to work, right?
Yeah.
An omni gear that has lost its respective anima relic is but a puppet. And then Krellian says, and this girl too was destined to become one with God. You see, Elheim is really one of the parts of God as well. Put simply, you served to help bring all the parts of God together here for me. You're a bunch of stupid fools, It's as if you're all clowns. Yeah, so considering that the catamony created the original mother, who is both Ellie and Miang, which we'll explain in a second, they also need to go recombine with the persona, and the persona with the anima and animus to complete the catamony, which then goes back in the Zohar, which then goes back in the Deus. Hopefully that makes sense at this point. I think I've explained it 3 times.
Gotcha.
Hopefully that sticks now. Miang then confirms that she and the Gazel ministry basically fabricated the legends of man's origins,
right?
And how the universe was created, and that story that was passed down.
But that was just a legend.
Just a legend. They made it up to control people. Ramses then comes in, and he's like, what's my purpose? He's kind of almost like giving up on life at this point. He's just like forlorn and just like, please tell me I have a reason to exist.
Yeah.
Begging her, Miang. And she just continues to antagonize him.
I think I'm right about that. She's trying to get him to kill her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
this is the whole time.
The only thing about this that I think
was that.
The only thing that I think is kind of weird about this is I don't know why Krellian couldn't have just been the one to do it.
I know, that is a little strange.
I don't know if she can't kill herself.
She wanted Ramses to kill her. I wonder if she connected with him on some different level.
Now here's
we aren't useful. Our use is to help something else, and that's not fun.
Here is where I do have one maybe thing that I think might be interesting to think about.
Okay.
So she baits him into killing her by being cruel to him.
But then what she says...
But then when she's actually dying, she says, good, this is how I wanted it, Carr. I am fated so as not be able to kill myself. Now all my wishes have come true, thanks to you. And I wonder how much of the original personality of the women that Miang takes over are still there. Like, they don't have control. They can't do anything about it. Like, Miang is in total control of them.
Completely.
But I wonder if they are totally melted.
Karen has a moment.
Yes.
She has a moment.
I think they're still there somehow.
I think you're right.
I think that, and think of how horrible that is. This woman who was taken over probably as a young girl, this current version of Miang.
Yeah.
Because it would have been after Karen died that she jumped probably into this body.
Yes.
And in somewhere in Solaris as a second-class citizen or something like that, and went up through the ranks of Gebler and whatever.
Yes.
This girl probably had to be witness to all the horrific stuff that she was being made to do by some being inside of her she had no control over.
That's probably true.
And had a relationship with Carr and saw all the manipulation of this man that I don't know how she felt, but this person might have felt about him, but she's probably witnessing all of this.
Yeah.
That's my theory. I think that these women are still conscious. They're still there. They're still witnessing it. They just have no control of what's happening.
That's crazy.
And what a horrible, horrible like fate.
Yeah.
Right? To like have literally no control of anything and just have to watch all this happen.
Yeah.
And I wonder if in the final
sounds,
moments, kind of similar to Karen, has she changed in those final moments?
Yeah.
If this is the girl kind of coming back out and saying like, I'm glad you were the one to end this for some reason. I don't know. Just something that I thought might.
Yeah. Well, that's very interesting. To what extent could Karen stepping in front of the energy be considered killing herself?
Killing her? Oh, good question.
And we'll get to that later, but there's...
That's a great question.
When you say you can't kill yourself, but you can walk in front of a train, or you can walk in front of a bullet to save someone else.
That's a very good loophole I think you've discovered.
Well, no, but I...
or plot hole, I mean.
Maybe. But I do think it still has some relevance to the programming, which is the programming can't kill itself. But if the human wakes up for a brief moment, then whatever happens, happens.
Yeah,
but
maybe,
the programming is still limited in what it can do.
Was it Karen's love that like overcame Miang for a fraction of a second to dive in front of Faye?
And it wasn't Miang
I don't know.
deciding to do that.
I don't know. That would be my like off the cuff explanation of that.
Okay.
But I don't know what the rules are.
Fair enough. I don't
All
either.
the magic in this game is soft magic, and I have no idea how it works.
Yes.
Okay.
I like your theory, by the way. I like that. That would make add a layer of depth to this game if that were true.
Yeah, I really like also how after Ramses like cuts her down and then runs over and cuts Krellian down too, that he just turns and just goes to Miang's side and he just kind of like just like slumps over and he doesn't say anything or do anything for the rest of the scene. Yeah. He's just at Miang's side. Yep. So obviously he cared about her. He had a relationship with her and cared about her pretty deeply. He's very affected by this. Right. And he's at his wit's end. He's like, I don't have a purpose anymore. I cannot kill Faye. The person I looked up to the most has just told me how useless my existence is after having killed Cain, which was what I was used to do.
Yes.
Now I have no purpose anymore, and he's just defeated. He's just totally defeated at this point.
I actually really like that.
And he just doesn't care anymore about what's happening around him. So then Faye goes up to try to get Ellie down from the cross. And as soon as that happens, she just turns and shoots him.
Yes, she shoots him.
Which is just like, you think like this has gone totally crazy, and then like another thing just happens. It's like, what?
I know.
What? It's just like elevating,
it just keeps getting crazier. I didn't know who she shot at first. Because they show her gun and then...
And then she transforms. Her hair turns purple. Yeah. And this is Miang coming back and fusing together with Ellie.
Yeah.
Awakening inside of Ellie. And so this is Miang Ellie, who was the original mother, the purple-haired woman
at the
very beginning from the Eldritch Crash.
Yeah.
There was the two of them fused or whatever.
I remember when that happened, I was like, is this going to be a femme fatale or like... Anyways, it ended up being all three, basically. It ended up being the mother.
Oh, right.
The mother, the femme fatale, and the fun-loving child
all in
type.
one.
It was all of them.
I actually remember someone in the comments being like, oh, Kaysen, why does it have to only be one? In response to you from that video, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, typically
ends up being all of them.
You can combine in different, and everyone goes through those stages of their life. But, I guess all three of them, though.
All three.
Yeah, very interesting.
All three archetypes in one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So she goes on to explain basically everything that happened with the Eldritch.
Okay, yeah.
I wrote the whole thing down just in case there were like elements of it. If a question gets brought up, I might have to like look up and see what she says. But I'm not going to read the whole thing. Well, I'm just going to try and summarize it.
I didn't take any notes during that part. It was just too long, too much info, and I didn't even know what to write down.
Yeah.
I just kept going.
The basic part of it is this, and I've already kind of I've already kind of said this,
Yeah.
but I'll say it again just for thoroughness, I
For
guess.
clarity.
The humans of the intro movie sequence are the far descendants of us. So like way in our future.
Right.
When we're colonizing the freaking galaxy, right? There was a war happening at that time, a galactic war. And a weapon, an autonomous, like, intelligent weapon with its own life. It's an artificial life. But it's made of both mechanical and biological parts. A weapon called Deus, a weapon system called Deus, was created as, I don't know, to be used in this war for whichever side to like subjugate the other. In a test run of this weapon, it destroys a planet. They did not mean to do that. They were testing it, and it destroyed a whole freaking planet. And they were like, oh crap, this is way too powerful. We got to decommission this thing. We got to get rid of it. So they broke it up. They actually like, what's the word she used? Hold on, I want to make sure I get this right. It was dismantled. She says the creators of Deus found its immeasurable power to be too much of a threat and hence forcibly shut it down. In order to analyze the cause of the problem, the core was dismantled and placed on an interplanetary immigrant passenger ship to be transported to another planet. So
Why'd they do that?
They dismantled it. They were going to analyze what went wrong.
But let's just say that the president that made the decision to put that bomb on that ship did not get reelected. But also, this brings up the question, are there still other human alien people out there?
Yeah, apparently there would be.
That's crazy.
There would be.
I assumed that all of humanity was contained on the Eldridge. And everyone, and this was it. And it was the Ark. It was like the savior of all humans are dead.
People are still out there.
Oh, that's crazy. That's actually really cool. And
who knows if who knows by this time? Because
right,
10,000 years later,
destroyed each other.
If they in that war they haven't destroyed themselves yet. We don't really know what the fate of that galactic spacefaring humanity is.
Okay. They could eventually rediscover the humans here being like, what the heck?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyways, they disassembled it and they're transporting it. This is where you get the opening scene where it's like Alpha 1 and Omega 1, because Alpha 1 was, I think, where the catamony was stored.
Oh, okay.
And Omega 1 was like another piece, right? So it was broken, dismantled, and like Alpha 1 and Omega 1 are like working together to try to like take over the ship and like reconstruct itself. So that's like what's happening in the opening cutscene is Deus is already working to like take over the Eldridge and reconstruct itself, and then it wants to go somewhere. It's trying to go to what they called
the main planet.
The main
I remember
planet.
that, the main planet. Now I don't know what in the world that means, and did it get there?
That is explained in Perfect Works what the main planet is, so I'll wait until our final episode when we reach the Perfect Works.
Where they ended up is not the main planet. Okay, because it says they're going to the main planet, and then they crashed after the warp. I assumed they were there.
Deus is beginning to log in the coordinates to the main planet, and it's starting to compress space to go faster than light travel there. But they self-destruct before the ship actually jumps, and then it crashes on the planet nearby.
Okay.
But yeah, it was going to go to the main planet, and that's what they were like, that's unacceptable. Deus, this freaking ultra-powerful AI computer, nuclear destructive, planet-destroying weapon cannot go to the main planet, self-destruct.
Okay.
So that
clears up a lot.
The captain of the Eldridge
up a lot.
saved the main planet from Deus.
Nice.
By self-destructing the Eldridge.
Great bravery.
Good job by him. Okay. And so as it's crashing, Deus knows that it needs to eject its brain, the catamony, for a soft landing if it has any chance of reconstructing itself. So it separates the catamony from the Zohar, and it has a soft landing on that little cliff face where we find it later.
Yeah.
And then its protocol creates these human beings that it genetically makes from the material of the catamony, the animus, to go out, gather its parts back together, reconstruct it, and then go back to the main planet.
Gotcha.
That's its goal.
You might have to say that one more time before this podcast is over.
Is that the fourth time?
That was the fourth time. Okay.
So it's attached to the Katamari from the Zohar, she says. And then she explains that the Zohar is what drives all of the gears on their planet. It's also all their ether energy, too.
Yes. One of the things I think Satan says later on, he says, once we destroy it, we no longer can use magic in our gears. Nothing will work anymore.
Because the Zohar is like the power source for freaking everything.
Everything.
On this planet.
Very interesting.
So, so they explain that. Now, I might want to get into a little bit of what the Zohar is a reference to, real quick.
Sure.
So, the Zohar in this game is an infinite energy engine that powers Deus. And all their gears and all their ether and everything. But what it is a reference to is like a foundational work of literature on like Kabbalistic Jewish mystical thought. It's like a commentary on some of the mystical aspects of the Torah. But so you have like the Torah itself, but then there's this idea of something called an oral Torah, which is like some of the more secret parts of like the mysteries of God that were handed down by the prophets. And I think the Zohar is meant to like reveal some of those things, a record of some of those oral truths, some of those oral, that oral Torah. Right? So it's meant to have been like compiled by, what's the guy's name? So it first appeared in Spain, which was in the Kingdom of Leon in the 13th century. There was a Jewish writer named Moses de Leon who ascribed the work to this guy, Shimon bar Yochai, which was a person a long time ago, like a rabbi from forever
he
ago.
claimed he just translated it. Right?
Yeah, or compiled the material.
Or the material far predates that, but I don't think we have the original stuff. So I don't know if that's verifiable.
Of course.
But that's what he said.
There's also people who dispute that and say that Leon himself was the author of the
exactly,
Zohar.
because we don't have the original text of the Zohar.
Right. Because apparently it was,
his compilation.
a lot of it was oral tradition anyway.
Right, sure, yeah. Fair enough.
Anyways, that's what the Zohar is in real life. It's this book that is a commentary on the deeper meanings of the Torah, some of the oral secrets, the oral Torah, and some of the more like mystical aspects of the secrets of God or something like that. Has nothing to do really with what the Zohar is in Xenogears, except for the fact that
I didn't
the Zohar contains the wave existence, so like the secrets of God are contained in the Zohar.
As if it was a book, and it's kind of rectangular shaped.
Maybe that's like the connection, or why they decided to call it that. But okay. What else? What else does she go on to explain? This part really tripped me up. This took me a while, and talking to Pat Holloman a little bit, who's going to be on our podcast on the final episode. Oh, cool. To like get a sense of this, because I feel this is really, really badly explained here by Ellie Miang.
Oh, yeah.
She says, I'll just kind of go back a little bit. It wasn't just to restore its old body, because I think Satan says something like, all the people in the world were created solely to resurrect Deus. So she's explaining how all the humans are meant to be used as biological pieces to repair Deus. Right. So like, they're all being gathered together, and their genetic material is going to be like combined back to fix this Deus system and go back to the stars again. And so Satan's like, what the fetch? Like, all the people on Earth are meant to be used as replacement parts for Deus? That's crazy. And she's like, yes, but it wasn't just to restore its old body. More than half of Deus is constructed of biological parts. Do you remember those mutated humans, the Wells? Those are all people who were destined to become replacement parts for Deus. Almost all the people are destined to become parts for Deus. But you people gathered here are different. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. I was really confused by this because I knew only Faye and Ellie were reincarnating.
But this
and
is
Miang,
everybody.
technically. But she's saying you escaped that destiny. I thought she was talking to the whole party.
The animus factor, right?
Yes. So this is more or less what I think is happening here. When they used the geisha key, all of the humans on the planet were supposed
for us.
to become wells.
Oh, okay. Right.
But there was actually a portion of people that didn't transform at all.
Yeah.
And in particular, us, the haves, versus the have-nots. And there was like a sliding scale. Some people like sort of transformed, but not all the way. What was supposed to happen was every freaking person was supposed to become a well. Only the people with the animus factor, which was meant to be Cain and the Gazelle ministry, were not supposed to transform. However, as Krellian was explaining earlier, part of their genes got scattered.
Oh, so a lot of people have
So a lot of people have this animus factor. And it was because of that that they didn't transform, I believe, is what she's saying. That when she's saying you escaped that destiny, I think it's a more general you, as in like you, the people who didn't transform into wells. All of you, all of mankind that did not, survived through the generations, meaning your genes. Despite all of the genetic engineering that Krellian and Miang did, they could not prevent, because of the wave existence and what it gave to Ellie, some of the genetic factor that has that animus factor in it, right, got spread into this current generation of humans. So what she's saying here is that there aren't enough biological parts due to this for Deus to resurrect itself, because so many people did not transform into wells.
Yeah, there's not enough.
There's not enough parts because of it.
Yes, I do remember that.
Krellian had to make up for that. She says Krellian compensated for what was lacking with his nanomachines.
Okay. That does make sense to me.
Yes.
That does, the way you explained it.
Yes. The way they say it makes no sense at all.
No. Because it was like 2 sentences. They have such complex, like it was difficult enough for them to just convey this just in normal parlance, but they had to put it into like 3 sentences and then move on so that kids wouldn't get bored. And so it's like, this is how they summed it up. And okay, fair enough. If you're going to do it that quick, I don't know that it's possible. I also don't know that it should be done if it needs to be done that quick.
Yeah.
But it's just the time constraint that just like forced them into this corner where they only have 3 sentences to explain this crazy concept. You know what though? There is a religious, religious doctrine behind the idea of everybody kind of becoming God again. This is something I think the Catholic and Orthodox churches would teach. Is there's different doctrines of theosis, right?
Yes.
There's the theosis that is believed amongst certain Christians, is that your spirits go raise up to heaven and then are absorbed back into God,
yes.
right? And that's a teaching amongst a lot of the current Christians.
It's in Jewish mystical traditions too.
Okay,
with joining back with the Ein Sof, which is like what God was before he became the God we know, right? The original Ein Sof, unknowable being.
Yes,
and
that's
Gnosticism,
beyond time. That actually comes from Egypt.
Gnosticism,
there's the God above gods that's outside of time,
right?
Which is like, because there needs to be one, so there is one, and then it. Anyways, I get you.
Then Gnostic teachings had a similar doctrine of the monad, right? Being like and so when people die, their spirits go back. The light of the monad, which is what gives us our life or whatever, goes back and rejoins with the monad again.
Yes.
And this is,
and that's a type of theosis, right?
Yes.
A type of becoming God, right?
Yes.
And in some ways, it's like the at the very beginning of this game, the "you shall be as gods" kind of thing is like, well, if you are part of God, are you not akin to God in some way? You're a part of Him. You are as God,
right?
Because you are a part of God. Anyways, it's just a different fulfilling of that type of idea done in Xenogears, and a creative one. I actually kind of like it.
Yeah, and the interesting part of it is that this was kind of used both in this game and in Final Fantasy VII. Because in Final Fantasy VII, it's the Genova reunion.
The reunion,
is the same concept, where all the people with Genova cells are coming back
and they all
to rejoin
reassemble
as Genova again.
Yeah,
right? So that concept is there as well.
Yeah,
But here
that's
it's like there's two
and
elements
Jehovah
to
is
it.
also Jehovah.
Yes.
Anyways, okay.
But here, there's kind of two parts of it. It's like Krellian and the villains don't understand that Deus is a demiurge. It's not the real God. So they're
Right.
trying to merge back with Deus. But like the purer doctrine is the wave existence.
Yes,
Is
that there
like
is
the
a
monad
separate,
of this
more abstract
universe.
Yeah.
And it's contact with that you
Yeah.
really want, not with Deus, which is this corrupted demiurge.
Well,
that
it-
is it's a
artificial
crappy
creation.
god.
Yeah, it's an artificial imitation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like it's a corrupt, imperfect, like incomplete god.
Right.
And what's interesting, also another element to this is that I think what people were meant to transform into, they turned into wells, these awful, like zombie monster things.
Yeah.
What they were meant to become was the seraph angels.
Okay, and we see
That
those a little later.
Only Krellian's genius with his nanomachines could make the wells then transform into what they're supposed to be, which is the seraph angels that go around with the Merkava destroying everybody.
Oh.
So Krellian makes up for Deus's insufficiency
In
as a
multiple-
god.
in multiple ways.
As a demiurge who is
Yeah.
not good at what he's supposed to do,
Huh.
who could not actually create the seraph angels it wanted or needed. It actually made wells which were useless.
Yes.
and Krellian had to step in with the nanotechnology to
Yes.
like transform them into what they're meant to be.
So, yeah, Krellian worships / is at the mercy of an incomplete god.
Well,
that-
his whole goal.
That's one winged angel stuff right there.
Yeah, his whole
Honestly.
goal is to create God himself.
Yes.
And this is
and that he does
the
mention that in the
existing
previous
thing in the world of which he could then, okay, I need to like step in and like help God reform itself, and then I'll join with it.
Sure.
Is like his whole motive of the game.
His hubris.
This is what he's trying to do, right?
Yes. Okay, that's interesting.
So God, Deus, the demiurge, was not even capable of fulfilling its own plan because it's a corrupted God. It's not.
Sure.
It's not.
It's
It's
not
not a monad. It's not a
pure,
wave
yeah.
existence. It's incomplete.
It's a
It
science
thinks it knows what it's doing,
experiment.
but it sucks. And Krellian had to help it.
It'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
Wow,
So-
that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow.
Anyways, kind of a lot going on there.
Yeah, dude, I didn't get that from.
Yeah, because it's not that well explained in the game itself. I wrote this down to Miang says, I am Miang, the keeper of time, the representative of our God, Deus. I was born to guide the people toward the path of the resurrection of Deus.
Mhm.
So that's Miang's whole programming. I think it's
did a good job with
probably effective to think of Miang more like a program
That
than
has
like
a specific
person.
directive, right?
Yes.
Like, and it can't deviate.
All the women in the world can be taken over by this protocol, and will then move toward the goal of resurrecting Deus and guiding humanity to that point. So
I have a quick question.
Miang came from the Katamoti, right? The brain of Deus. It's almost like Deus' personality in a way.
We talk about Cain and the gazelle, and then Abel and the mother goddess, right?
Yes.
And the mother goddess is the only female person amongst that group. Is that true or no?
I mean,
Would
of the
some of the
original
gazelle
people?
be?
No, they're all. I would think they're all because they're all
men.
animus. Yeah, they're all
Okay.
men.
And as far as the descendants of all humanity, I actually had assumed that it was Abel was the father of all of humanity and not the gazelle, because Abel paired with the mother and they procreated and had kids. That is what I got from it.
So no, but this actually brings up.
Well, then did all of the gazelle? Was this just a polygynous kind of?
It does say
relationship?
that. I think it does directly mention that that the gazelle procreated, but I don't know if they procreated with the mother. I don't think that's the
Were
case.
there other things that were magically created using the morphal thing? Because
So
there would
I
have
forgot,
to be.
I forgot to explain what catamony is a reference to.
Oh, okay.
So catamony, the etymology of catamony, right? So it's a misspelling. It shouldn't be with a Y. It should be with an I on the end. Okay. It's a reference to Ha-Adam Ha-Katamoni, the first human.
Oh, yeah.
With catamony meaning primordial, right?
Yes.
So Adam, Kadmon, means primal man.
Adam means man or mankind.
Yeah, so thus catamony can be seen as symbolizing a substitute of the role of Adam from the Bible.
Yes.
So it's the catamony with the mother together created the Gazelle ministry.
Ah, so not just with the mother. Okay, well that makes sense.
So the mother,
so
who
could
was
have
Miang,
could have
Eliham,
created many
Eliham.
women as well, and
well, that's eventually what happened was when that original mother goes back into the plant, you kind of see her remains in there,
Yes, yeah.
which we'll talk about in a little later.
Yeah.
She created, I think they actually say it in the dialogue, so I probably have it written in one of the notes. She created two kind of clones of herself. And one was Ellie and one was
right.
Miang.
And Abel was with Ellie.
Abel was with Ellie.
And
Ellie at that time was actually more of a mother figure to Abel, because Abel was a boy.
Yes, but
and that's where the cutscene comes in the sand in the desert.
I do.
Where she walks up to him.
Yes,
and he's a little boy.
And I wouldn't have known this otherwise, except for the fact that the podcastly peoples who we were with on episode 2. I do that a lot, anyways. They're called
Retrograde Amnesia.
Amnesia, that's the one. Retrograde Amnesia. All right. They had mentioned, hey, just take note, there are specifically 12 people in the desert walking away.
Yes.
And he's like, don't leave me here.
Yes.
And it is the 12.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, the Gazelle are the names of the 12 tribes of Israel. And
those were the original Gazelle humans.
And they
in the original 10,000 year ago first civilization,
Yeah.
the birth or genesis of mankind on this earth, this planet that they're on. And Abel was the only survivor of the Eldritch crash. Ellie was now one of the two daughters of the original mother who came to him, had the will of, and we'll get into this when we talk about the wave existence, but the wave existence gave Ellie her will to be a companion to Abel, because Abel made contact, and that's what Abel wanted.
of course.
So Ellie was drawn to Abel.
Yeah.
And they kind of paired together and as companions.
Kids, and then Cain just
well, I don't know if
him.
Abel did, because that would be Oedipus complex major.
It is, but this whole game, we'll get into this later, but this whole game is Oedipus pretty heavily.
I don't know if they were romantically involved in the first incarnations.
Okay.
I think by the second, it became, when they were born into the same age range, from then on, they had a romantic pairing after that. But I don't know if the but the Ellie from the 10,000 year ago timeline and Abel were romantically involved. I just don't know. It may be, but all we know is that she was an adult, at least looked that way, and he was a boy when they met. So
I know, but when humanity is at like 12 people, you gotta do weird things to propagate the human race. I'm just saying.
Sure.
Okay.
Anyways,
cool.
That's catamony, and all this scene is over, I think. I think we've talked about everything here. Basically, she's like, I'm going to go rejoin with God now. And she goes, jumps into some place. Yeah. And Faye goes after her, and he's, lost for a little while. The rest of the party sort of, retreats.
This would be end of disc 2 kind of stuff.
I would guess if it had been 3 discs.
As the game should have been. That, him jumping in after her and her.
That would have been the end of that.
That would have been the end of disc 2. We're on disc 3 now. This game was not just going to be 2 discs.
Okay, so when they separate, this is where the Merkava comes out. And all of the seraph angels are going out, and they're just annihilating the rest of humanity.
Yes, they're just killing everybody. And it's a ton of them, and I'm guessing everyone's basically dead. Except we show up later, and it's like there's still people. But I don't know how, because that's insane. There's thousands of angels of death.
I believe even they ask Ellie Miang directly, why do you have to kill all the other people? And she says, I don't know. She's like, I don't know. I just know that I'm made to do. It's just what I have to do next.
Yeah.
It's just like what the program says to do. And I think that they postulate a little later that it's because the remnant of humanity that would not transform into Wells / Seraph Angels would be a threat to God.
Yeah.
And so they just need to be eliminated.
Okay.
So they're going around trying to
Fair
kill
enough.
everybody, right? Okay, and then Faye gets discovered again a little while later, and he's brought back to Shavat, and then they all decide to put him in carbon freeze again.
Yeah, but this time it was a little more unanimous.
Yeah.
Because
They're
he
like-
was in a really weakened state, and they were like, Id's just going to show up. Faye's not even in there right now.
Yeah.
Like, he's like in a coma.
And Zephyr does a pretty good job, I feel. There's a scene with her and Citan talking, of explaining why they need to do this. Because Citan's like, what are you afraid of? Like, why do you feel like you need to do that? And she says something like, it's not that we're afraid of him, it's that we're trying to put a lid on the problem we caused, that Shavat
Right.
caused.
That they're atoning for their own
Right, it's
sins,
like,
right?
because of what we did to Lacan, right, that power passed on into Faye. And, like, we just need to, like, contain that. It's too dangerous. We created this problem with Lacan and Graf. And we can't let Graf get that power back. We can't let him recombine with Faye again, right? And on top of the fact that Id is out of control, too. It's just like, this is our problem. We made this a problem in the first place. We have to contain it to, is more or less what she explains.
Yeah.
But she says
It is stronger than they guessed, though.
they don't realize how powerful it is.
Yeah.
She says, losing all faith in humanity, Lacan sought after its power, the Zohar. Lacan became Graf, and the world collapsed. This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power, specifically Shavat's lust for power. I must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it. And now Faye, the one who has the same power as Graf, we just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. So they're just trying to
It's
not...
a good explanation. It's not dealing with the problem.
It's not dealing with the problem, it's just
hiding it.
trying to delay an inevitable kind of a thing. And it's just like, well, that's not going to fix it at all.
Nope. And somehow kids can get in right up to where he's at, so that's weird.
Midori and you got Dan, right?
No.
But before that, you get a really cool scene with Faye, within Faye Subconscious again. I really love how they get across these scenes with the abstract imagery. Like it's like a really...
I like it now.
Oh,
I
did
didn't
you not
like it before. No, I do like it. I like this scene.
Yeah.
But the previous times that they've utilized this abstract imagery, it's just confusing as balls.
Yeah.
Right? But understanding it at this point, it's like, yeah, I can appreciate
Starts to
it. I
come
can
together.
appreciate it now. Before, I'm just like, who's who and what's where?
I really love this scene. Id comes out to Faye, and he's in the little boy version with the hair in his eyes. That version of Id.
Yeah, that's great. I really like this.
Yeah. And this is something probably that we'll talk about a little bit in like the final episode wrapping up. With Id being like this red-haired, like very crazy, different-looking thing. Being almost like, is that like an effective way to hide the reveal, right?
Or does it just make people
Or
not
could
believe it?
Could they have somehow represented Id in like the hair in the eyes way,
in a different way, yeah.
without revealing that Id is
Making it
Faye
obvious.
for as long as they needed to? Like, was that an effective choice of hiding the fact that Id is Faye for as long as they
Yeah.
did? We'll
You
get into
know,
that later, but I
Ellie's
definitely...
hair turns purple after meeting Tay. So it's like, I guess people can just change their hair color. I don't know.
It's an anime thing, but
It is.
I like the version of Id that is represented as the boy with
Me
the hair
too.
in his eyes way more than the
Than Id.
red-haired warrior.
Me too. And especially because he's little.
Yeah,
He's a kid.
He's like, it's more sinister that way.
It's
almost.
way more sinister, and you can't see his eyes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like in horror movies, they can make kids and like dolls and things scary because it's
Become
like
a
when you
zombie.
corrupt an innocent symbol like that,
That's like the worst thing you can do.
it's like more unnerving.
It's way unnerving, yeah.
So I like the kid version of Id better than the red-haired warrior Id. But
too.
Id says, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you. The fake personality would create a fourth persona. So
Yeah,
now we've got
that's crazy.
another persona. But this one is just a totally like vegetable state.
Right.
Who just
it isn't
it just
a thing.
allows Faye
To
third
retreat.
personality Faye to retreat and escape
Yes.
the pain.
Yes.
And it's just I just put it on this this like drone fourth persona that just hangs there in the carbon
That's just
freeze
asleep.
and deals with the pain while I escape into the subconscious for a while.
Yes.
Because it's too much to handle. Right. And so Faye says fourth persona. And it says he can't feel anything. He's shut up inside your ego. The pressing facts and truths you won't face. You're afraid of them, so you desired to completely shut yourself off from the outside world, and so you formed a fourth persona, a fourth Faye. The name doesn't matter. He's the one on the stage. He's the one who's in control of our body, but it is a useless form of resistance. So Id's about to take over. He's ready. He's ready now to like, I'm going to kill all the other personas, and I'm going to be the only one left, and I'll take control of the body. That's what he's wanting to do right now. So he's grabbing the coward, and he's like walking off.
Follow me.
And then
into just blackness.
Yep, into
It's
blackness. And I really love how he says, he's the key. I merely want to borrow it. I've got to go somewhere. So he takes the coward with him. And he's just kind of sitting there in his spot, and he just drags him off. And I really love how the camera kind of pans around, and Id says, are you coming too? And then it just like goes black. It's just so sinister and cool and mysterious. And it's just like, oh my gosh, what's he going to do next?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
awesome
I like it.
scene.
I like
Really
it a lot.
awesome scene. But yeah, Faye has sort of created a fourth persona now to deal with all the pain while he escapes for a minute. But now the third personality of Faye is with the other two in the subconscious. And this is where, what I really love about this is that Id has, even from earlier when he was talking with Saitan, but even now to now, he keeps condescending on the third persona.
Yeah.
He's like, you are beneath me, you're inferior to me, you have no control over me. Khan made you, and you're really annoying that you
Right.
keep taking over. But I should have sovereignty here, and you're getting in my way. But
Yes.
he keeps talking down to him like he's useless or powerless or something. But it's the third persona who ends up mediating between the upper two. So Coward and Id cannot reconcile because, as we'll find out, Id has been treated really badly by Coward. All of the bad stuff Id was created to deal with, while the Coward held on to all of the good stuff, all the good memories, all of the happiness. He kept all that to himself and made Id deal with all the trauma and pain and bad
this
stuff.
Crazy resentment, yeah.
Right. And so he hates the Coward because he won't let him see any of the good memories, and he has to deal with all the bad stuff.
Yeah.
And anyways,
This was actually really revealing for. Well, you keep talking.
Yeah.
I've got a thing I want to say.
But the third persona, the inferior one, the one that Id talks down to, he is the one who mediates between the two and brings them all back into one. I loved that element.
Yes.
That the one that was talked about as being inferior, not in control, lower down in the hierarchy, subject to Id, is the one that actually brings it all together. I thought that was great.
Now, the Coward is. Tell me really quick, is the Coward Faye?
He's the original personality.
The Coward's the kid sitting down watching movies all day?
Yeah, the child.
That's the Coward. So yes. I took this in a different way. This is weird. This is so weird. So, and I don't even know what to do with the fourth persona. It's just like, that's just ignore that for now. But as it relates to ego, id, and superego, there is a funny distinction. The ego mediates between the two, and then the superego is the one that deals with culture and with presentation and formality and being around people and being pleasant and whatnot, right? Being sociable and surviving in social, whereas the id is surviving in nature, right?
Yeah.
And just amongst the raw elements and just do what you need to do to live, right? And then the ego is typically what you would think of as being yourself, mediating between the two. And that is what happens here. And it is the Fae man mediating between the Coward and id. But the Coward, I don't think the Coward is the superego. I think Faye is the superego.
Yes.
Okay, good. I was just making sure because it seemed a little different. This is so confusing because it is the superego that mediates between the ego and the id.
Yes.
Which is weird.
Yes.
But it's cool. I liked it a lot
Yes.
too. But it's so weird to think about it because when id says you were created by your father, this is Freudian psychology. The father is what creates or forces the creation of the superego.
Yeah.
Because the mother is the nurturing mother, it's nature, and then the id is all about just nature, have your needs met, whatever basic needs. But then the father steps up and is culture and rules and just punishments and all this stuff. And that is the superego. And so when id says, Father, what's his name? Khan created you.
Yeah.
That's what he's referring to. He's referring to that's where the superego comes from. It comes from the father. And it's because it's not the natural relationship between the child and the mother.
Right.
Whereas it was the ego that retreated, and that's why he's a coward. Because the ego refused to choose between the two and solely abdicated its responsibility and sits in front of TV looking at old memories all day and refuses to do its job, right? Which means that id is relegated to one place with no mediator to like help him in any way. So they can't be a cohesive whole because the ego's not doing its job, and that's what creates the problem.
Yes.
It's not that id came up and id's too strong and oh no, I'm just doing what's naturally. No, you're not doing anything. And whatever happens because you are abdicating your ego responsibility. That's really cool.
The trauma
it's so cool
that the child Faye, coward, experienced made him retreat to a happy place where he didn't have to deal with anything.
And he didn't have to make choices.
Yes, and he just let id deal with all of the bad stuff. And he will not come out of that happy place at all.
But then the superego,
the third personality,
is just kind of there also, you know, but is part of the father within the psyche of the coward, basically. That's what we're dealing with, is the coward. Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it.
It's fantastic.
It's really, really cool. But it was confusing at first because I'm like, wait, I figured Faye was the ego. I just assumed that.
Yeah, Faye is the superego.
Yeah, Faye's the superego.
The coward is the
created
ego.
by the father. I just love it. It's so good.
Awesome. So before we dive into more of that, we get a really long flashback to the story of the 500-year ago War with Solaris, Lacan, Krellian, Sophia storyline.
Yeah.
It opens up with two of Bart. Well, it's Bart's direct great-great-great-grandfather or whatever, Roni Fatima?
Roni. Yeah.
And then Margie's great-great-great-great whatever grandfather, Rene Fatima. They were brothers. So Rene and Roni Fatima, the dark-haired and the blonde-haired guys. And they are... so I think I think I got this wrong earlier in the podcast. It wasn't Ave that was allied with Nisan and Shabbat against Solaris, because Ave didn't exist at this time.
Oh, I suppose so.
It was the country that Krellian came from, which was called Nimrod, that was
really?
allied with Nisan and Shabbat against Solaris.
Oh, interesting.
It wasn't until after this war ended that Roni decided to regroup and form a new country. which was
Okay.
of it.
No, that makes sense. Okay.
So
Fair
that
enough.
explains where Krelian comes from. He was like a military guy with Nimrod.
So Krillin came from Nimrod, but he's in Nissan.
Yeah, well, they're working together, so he's currently,
I see.
they're getting ready for a big battle.
But Lacan is from Nissan, right?
Lacan, I think, is from, well, he might be from Nimrod,
Because he and
too.
Krillin are good friends.
I'm not sure.
Wherever they are, they were together.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He might have been
He
from
might have been
Nimrod.
from Nimrod.
I don't know. I don't know if it ever specifies that.
Okay.
But anyways, they're sitting at a campfire, the four of them. And, they're kind of teasing Lacan over the fact that he likes Sophia. And it's
Yeah,
pretty
and he
obvious.
won't do anything because he's a coward.
you gotta lighten up, bro. Like,
Yeah.
they're trying to like get him to stop being so freaking depressed and sad and melancholy all
Well,
the time.
he's very not hating. What's the
Deprecating?
word? Yeah, self-deprecating. He doesn't value himself at all. He doesn't feel like he has low self-esteem. That's probably the best way.
Well, he's just a lowly artist, and he feels like
Yes.
his station as a lowly artist. He's like, how can I accept the love of Sophia? She's like way above me, and she's way important to all of this, and like I can't take that away from them.
It'd be like he's taking her away from other people. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So, anyways, they're having a little conversation, a little chat, and I really like the subtext here. They don't ever, Krelian never like declares his love for Sophia in any of this.
but you can tell.
But you can just tell
It's
he
fascinating.
does.
And no, there is one line. There's one part where he says something like, "If I were you," ... But then he doesn't.
He doesn't finish it.
He doesn't finish.
It's all in the subtext.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, if I were you, I'd freaking like marry them.
And he's mad at
the
him
idea.
because Krelian has
Yeah.
like a real genuine love for Sophia. The kind where it's like,
Yeah.
if she chooses Lacan, I'm going to support that because I want her to be happy.
Because I want her
even
best.
if it hurts
What's
me.
best for her.
But now you are taking that love she's trying to give you and you're rejecting it. You're hurting her. How dare you do that? He kind of gets mad at
Yeah.
Lacan for that reason. If she were sharing these feelings with me, and then he doesn't want to finish saying
Yes,
that.
exactly.
Right? So he's like
That
pissed at
inserts
Lacan because he's
himself.
like, you're getting what I desire.
Yeah.
You're the recipient of that, and you're like not even accepting it, and that's BS.
Wasn't that essentially? Was it? Oh, who was it? The guy who ended up killing, was it Bishop Barron? No, sorry.
Stone.
I said that again. I don't know why I
Barron
said
is
that.
stuck in your brain.
It's somebody else. Bishop Stone.
Yeah.
Had that same exact relationship
like
with Jesse,
with
right?
Jesse's wife. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, I liked her, but she liked you, but then I wanted the command of the thing, but then you turned it down. Like, what's wrong, man? You have what you want. Why are you being like this, right?
Yeah. Similar situation.
It's like a similar situation there. I really like this though, because Lacan, I don't know how to explain it. Lacan is I just lost. It. So I almost feel like Lacan and Sophia are destined to be together.
Yes.
That there's an attraction there that they can't get over. But were Lacan not to exist, then Krelian, it would have been Krelian.
Yeah.
Like if Sophia was just a regular person and Krelian was just a regular person, they would have fallen in love. Lacan would have had nothing to do with it.
Yes.
Right? But because Lacan's here, there's an unfair...
It's like a fate.
Fate thing that's getting in the way that's not fair, right?
Yeah.
That's not like, why are these two magnets for each other? It seems to be out of his control. Anyways.
Yes.
It's a thing that you can tell eats at him a little bit.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
It's a huge part of like his, what kind of like breaks him in the end,
Yeah.
right?
It's just not fair. And it's not. But
it's totally
God's
not.
trying to recover his pieces, and this is the plan he made. So like you have to just deal with the fact that there's something in both of them that's attracted to each other, and it's totally not natural, but deal with it.
Yep. And it's nice because you kind of get to, both of them kind of share how like Sophia is making them into better men. It's like they feel they were this kind of way, but then Sophia came in and just like challenged them just by treating them differently than they think they deserve to be treated.
Right.
So like Krelian describes how he was like this real vicious kind of cruel. I mean, he's like a military man, but she turned him on to reading. And like he started to read,
and she challenged him.
And like she could just with a look or just with the way she smiled at them or the way that she talked to them, makes them feel like there's something more to them than what they thought.
Yeah.
And so then he goes to Melchior Torah Melchior and gets the nanomachine, like the textbooks on nanomachine technology.
Yeah.
And he starts to become
And he just
interested
reads
in
all
this
these
new
books.
thing.
Yes.
And he's like, maybe this is something I'm more passionate about than like my military career. And like he's just wants to learn all this new stuff. And like Sophia turned him onto that path, and he feels like he's a better person because of it. And so he
owes
loves
her,
her,
and,
right?
yeah.
Lacan, a similar thing.
Yep.
But yeah, Lacan's really struggling because he doesn't feel like he deserves any of it, and he doesn't want to like take the Holy Mother away from her people, right?
I mean, that would be kind of weird.
Yeah. And
That'd be strange.
so then we see the scene where he's kind of packing up his painting supplies, and he's like, I don't want to finish this painting. And this is where Crowleyan says to him, you're just running away. By painting her portrait, you notice the gap between your inner emptiness and her inner abundance, and you could not fill that gap. That's why you're quitting your painting, you're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it that she continues to smile at you? You who can't accept her feelings? You who won't accept her feelings? Tell me why. If it was me who was receiving such feelings, and then he trails off. And Lacan goes on to say, why would she open her heart to a mere artist like me, right? So I copied something down here. This is from Xenogears Perfect Works, and it goes into Lacan a little bit. The kind of like title of this section is called The Psychology of Lacan Who Wanted Power. It says, Sophia tells Lacan, you are one who cannot bear to see another hurt by your own actions. Even while he is in love and aware of his special love for her as herself, he realizes he can't have her to love to himself alone, as she is the Holy Mother, that the people venerate. And he adopts a false front of nonchalance, even on the inside, in order to lie to himself and escape her love. Compared to Sophia, who could provide peaceful refuge to others, Lacan felt only disappointment and self-loathing, thinking he was devoid of any power himself. Now this goes on to his pursuit of power when she's gone. He felt he didn't have power. He's powerless in comparison to her, right? Let's see. Thinking he was devoid of any power himself. In reaction to her death, he falls into despair, and his disappointment and self-loathing towards his own powerlessness turns into a lust for acquiring enormous power. The drive to tangibly satisfy his desire may have been what caused his transformation into a destructive personality. So I don't believe, based on what the time is right now and how many more pages of notes I have here, that we're going to be able to delve completely into the concept of desire according to Jacques Lacan, the French psychoanalyst, who this character is based on in part. But his desire is something to probably look into for later, for people watching, because it describes Lacan's transformation into Graph really well. There are other parts of it too. He has another concept called other that I think plays into it. And he kind of has, well, there's like mirror stage, but there's also his sort of take on Freud's Oedipus complex.
Yes, which is a more rational take. a better take, I think.
A better take.
Yeah.
That plays into all of this Xenogears stuff too, but in particular, desire.
Yes.
And it's mentioned here, the drive to tangibly satisfy his desire, according to Lacan's concept of desire, may have been what caused his transformation into a destructive personality. There's another line from Graph later that will confirm this too, and I will bring that up at the time, but I don't know if today we'll have the time to like dive into Lacan's theory.
We're going to push this off
That might be pushed a little bit.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I don't know if we'll have time for it. But anyways, that's what the character's based on. That's why his name is Lacan, right?
Yeah.
We see another quick scene where Sophia is injured or something, and like Lacan's there, like hanging his head, and Crowleyan comes running in, and he strikes Lacan, and he's like, Lacan, what are you doing? You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Sophia in your care. I'll protect her, even if it costs me my life. So he has some resentment towards Lacan because Lacan seems to be kind of powerless and weak, and Lacan
Yes.
knows that, and he hates himself for it.
Yes.
And Krellion's like, why does she love you? This bullcrap.
Yeah. Also, Krellion saying, I'll protect you with my life, yet in the end, she's dead and he's still alive.
Yep. Because she self-sacrifices.
Because
right?
he couldn't do what he
But
thought he could either.
I really love this line from Ellie, because, okay, so she's hurt, she's injured, she's kind of lying in bed, and I think Roni comes in and tells Krellion, like, just go to rest for a while, like, I'll look after her, we need you to, like, be fresh. He's like, fine, and he leaves, and Roni kind of looks at Lacan, who's just there all, like, depressed, and then he walks out, and then Ellie wakes up and starts talking to...
It almost as if
I keep saying Ellie, it's Sophia. But.
Sophia. It's almost as if she was awake the whole time, but she was waiting for
them to leave so that she could talk to Lacan.
She's like, hey, I want to talk to you for a
I
little
really loved this, because like Lacan's whole hang-up here is that I can't be with you. The people need you. They venerate you. Like, you need to be a symbol to those people. Without you, like, they'll have no hope and all this stuff.
There's some psychological stuff to this, too, to Lacan's, and its religious stuff specifically, because this woman is the mother of Nisan. This is not stated specifically, but this is religion and history of religion going back 100,000 years, that the mother of Nisan needs to be a virgin. Basically, would be the idea, right?
Sure.
That if you, and this happens in pop idol culture all the time, like specifically in Japan, if there's a pop idol woman and all of a sudden she's dating a boy, it's a huge scandal. It can ruin her entire career.
Yeah.
This happens in Korea too, like crazy. It's like you are not allowed to date. It's written in their contract. If you're going to be an idol for the people of this country, you can't date anybody. You have to, at least not publicly, you have to remain a virgin or appear as though you're a virgin. If
it contributes
if people
to
know you're not a virgin, it literally ruins the whole thing, and you're no longer an idol. They're gone. They'll bring up a new idol
to your desire, or like people's the young men's desire.
Yes, where it's like, oh my gosh.
Some of that is true even in American pop culture. Obviously, they're not writing it into the contracts or anything like that.
We still allow our celebrities to date.
Celebrities date, but
at least our young celebrities.
At least what I've observed is a lot of times, like if there's like an attractive male celebrity and girls find out he's engaged or something, they're like, oh no. Like,
yes, it's rough.
There's a fantasy involving celebrities where like, oh, I could be the one.
But this is the idea, though. There can only be one.
Yes.
That's the idea in our minds. It's like, I could be the one. If they're dating someone else, that means I'm second. I'm not interested anymore. Yep. Right?
And then the attractiveness or the desire for that celebrity decreases.
It decreases,
and then therefore,
you're just like, nah.
In order to keep up that image, a lot of times they're kind of secretive with their relationships.
And that's why it's such a scandal when, especially in Japan or Korea, when this stuff breaks, it's like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. It's a scandal, and their celebrity, their fame is almost done for because they are gods and goddesses of the culture, you know? And Mother Nisan, I would assume that it would be expected of her that she remains a virgin, and that's huge pressure on Lacan to take that from the people, to be like, I'm going. So there's an episode, you guys should watch a show, it's called Terrace House. It's a great, great show. There's several hints of this throughout that show. Now, at the end of the latest season, actually, it ended very tragically and very strange. So we don't need to get into how this latest season ended. But in seasons 1 and 2, there are times where there is an actual, like a real big famous celebrity shows up as a young, like 20-year-old, shows up at Terrace House. And it's just guys and girls living together. Maybe one of them will date the other. It's a what do you call it? It's a reality show.
Oh, reality, right? Yeah.
But if you know anything about Japan pop culture, you know the band AKB48. Everyone will know it if you know the Japan music industry, right? Well, there was a girl from AKB48 that showed up at the house as one of the guests.
Oh, shoot.
And the guys were like, every guy liked her, but it was like,
they can't.
We can't. And they even bring it up in the show. They're like, yeah, she has to quit the band if she gets in a relationship with a boy or a girl, I guess. But if they get in a relationship at all, they literally they're resigning from the band. They're quitting. That's how it works. And finally, a guy does get the guts to approach her, and she just rejects him. So it's the worst. It's the most awkward moment in that whole show. He tries to hold her hand, and she's just like, no. And she I don't even know why she's there, because it's probably to boost her publicity, her image,
just to push her brand around.
But there was another celebrity that shows up in season 2 or 4, I can't remember, and it's revealed that she was secretly having an affair with someone else in that house, and it just destroyed her entire career. She's done for it. Nobody cared about her anymore after that, and she knew it, and it was like, oh my gosh, it's the craziest thing ever. You guys, anyways, don't need to get on a tangent on that, but it is so heavily ingrained in culture, specifically Japanese culture, but all cultures, and specifically as from a religious point of view, the mother of Christ being a virgin and the idea of virginity is very much ingrained, and that's what Lacan's dealing with when he's like, do I take the idol of our entire culture and make her not an idol anymore? People won't look up to her anymore.
Really,
it's heavy. It's really heavy.
Really good observation, because her response to that fear you're talking about, which when you put it that way, makes it even more, I guess, like convincing as to why Lacan is so resistant to this, right? Her response to this as she's laying there in like the hospital bed is, humans aren't all that frail, you know. They don't need a symbol who is just appearances only.
She wants to stop being a celebrity.
Yes.
She's like, please
and she
end
doesn't
my
think,
idol.
She doesn't think people need it.
Yeah.
Right, she's not convinced they do. I believe that if you have light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. What I have been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the hearts of everyone. That's what she did with Krallian. That's what she did with Lacan. That's why they felt so good about themselves, and they got on this new path. And Krallian starts reading books and becoming an intellectual instead of a military guy. And she just shows you have that light in you, that light of the monad, that light of the wave existence, whatever you want to call it, that piece of godliness that is in you.
Yes.
Right?
So she's technically correct. She doesn't need to be there to tell them that.
The society has constructed it that way.
Exactly.
But she doesn't think the society needs to be constructed.
Yes, but society doesn't know that. And society will very quickly either find a new idol or devolve into absolute chaos, because as much as people don't need someone to do that, you kind of do need someone to do that to tell you what you have within yourself.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing, but people, you have it in yourself, but you need someone to tell you you have it in yourself or show you. Otherwise, you just never discover it.
Yeah. She goes on to say, I'm just a woman, and to fulfill my womanhood, I am prepared to throw away anything, even this position. I'm just playing the role of Sophia. Sophia is the persona. And I love this because Lacan calls her Ellie. He doesn't call her Sophia.
That's right.
Because she knows her real person, or the real personality that is awakened is actually Elheim, not Sophia. Sophia is the persona, the mask she wears in public, the role she takes on for Nisan.
Is the original.
But that's not who she really is. And when she's with Lacan, she can be her real self. She reveals her real self, Ellie, and he calls her Ellie. He doesn't call her Sophia when they're alone together.
Right.
Which I loved.
That's cool.
I loved that.
Yeah. At first I was like, why is he still calling her Ellie? But yeah, it's beautiful.
But I am still me. I haven't changed. A cowardly, selfish crybaby. I'm still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Oh, Lacan, I want to live more honestly with myself, to be able to tell the man I love that I do love him, and I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. You only have one life. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. I can almost see this like one of those pop idols you're talking about.
Having that exact
conversation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, I'm done with this role, this persona that I wear in public, this life of fame and whatever. I just want to be able to be my true, genuine self with a person.
Usually for the girls around the age of 27 or so, they finally can do something like that, because enough people no longer idolize you. They're onto the new 20-year-old idols, whatever, that they can have that conversation of like, you know what, I'm ready to end this. You can't be an idol till you're 100. It just doesn't work that way. You may as well just choose to end it now instead of letting it naturally end later and then regretting that you didn't do it sooner.
Yep. Okay, so it cuts away from that scene. They have that nice moment together, but it kind of just rushes forward a little bit to the moment where Sophia sacrifices herself in this kamikaze attack on the Merkava. I think it's the Merkava. And she's, talking to Krallian and Lacan over the comms. and telling them, they're like, hey, stop, like, don't do it. And she's like telling them
Oh,
why she
she's
has to do
suicide
it.
bombing. She's
Yeah,
like
she's just driving
going right
straight
in.
into it, right?
Yeah.
And so she does that. She tells them to live, and she goes and crashes and kills herself.
Yeah.
Now
that is technically kamikaze, and by the way, kamikaze is referring to like a godly act, right? The divine wind is what
because
kamikaze
the word
means.
kami is
Yeah, kami means God, kaze means wind.
Yeah.
And it typically would refer to like a tsunami or something like that, destroying the Mongol invaders or something like that. That
Sure.
had happened 500 years ago. It happened like 2 or 3 times. But Sophia having a connection with God and being self-sacrificial, it is that concept.
It's literally kamikaze.
Yeah.
But then we see Krellian and some of the others who are in the aftermath of this. And I guess we got into this a little bit with what Zephyr said earlier about Shavat. But I haven't I don't think I've explained it completely.
Well, they split it up in the game.
What happened was that some of the people in Shavat, I'm guessing the elders in particular, they started to kind of get a little power hungry in this struggle. They didn't just want to destroy Solaris and then, go with what the mother of Nisan was going to try to establish afterwards. They wanted a little more dominion than that. And so Shavat made a deal with Solaris to split dominion of the world between them. And the trade they had to make was that Solaris had to give Miang to Shavat. And the Gazel Ministry was fine with this at this point because Miang and the Gazel Ministry were not they were not on the same page. The Gazel Ministry thought the time for the resurrection of God was here. They thought they could do it now.
Yeah.
And Miang didn't think so. Miang wanted to have another wipe of civilization and start over. Because she didn't think the current human beings were like ready to be adequate parts for resurrecting Deus. She thought there was some problem with the genetic engineering they had been doing. They just weren't ready yet. And she thought wiping and starting over was the best option. But we're 500 years away from the time of the gospel. This is really risky. Gazel Ministry wants to just do it now.
Yeah.
So they're fine with getting rid of Miang. That's what they're going to trade. And in return, Shavat has to give the main army and Ellie in particular, Sophia, to Solaris. So Shavat makes this deal and betrays Nisan and Nimrod. And basically the battle that happens where like Krellian and all those people and Lacan and Roni are kind of on the front lines, this battle where Ellie sacrifices herself, that's the battle where they were essentially betrayed. So Miang goes to Shavat, Sophia sacrifices herself, and that army is wiped out.
Did Sophia ever actually spend any time in that prison in Shavat? Remember there's the prison there?
So Miang in Shavat?
Sorry, Ellie. There's that prison in Shavat?
No, Miang was there, but not Ellie.
Okay. But
not Sophia.
So when they're talking about this is the prison room and whatever.
Yeah, that was Miang.
That was Miang.
They're talking about Miang who was in there. And Lacan who came and freed her from the prison.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
So they're standing there in the aftermath of this battle, right? Krellian and a few people. Roni and Renee and Lacan are there as well. And Krellian says, we were sacrificed as pawns in order to protect their own authority. Sophia was, is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals? Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said, if you just have faith, the path to what you hope for will open. But look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is that because we didn't have faith? Even if we didn't have faith, Sophia did. Why did she have to be sacrificed? Is God dead? Is he just not there? Maybe God never even existed to begin with. His whole faith has been shaken.
His whole world.
He just has no idea what to make of this. Were we abandoned by God? Is God even real? Have I just been praying in vain this whole time? Sophia had faith and God didn't save her. I don't get it. Like, how could this happen? And then he remembers, there's a quick flashback, I freaking love this, to a teaching, it goes back to the cathedral in Nisan.
Oh,
and Sophia is like teaching a sermon. And she says, faith in God Do not look for it on the outside.
It's within, yeah.
Yeah. For it is something one must build from within oneself. Gnostic, 100%
Yes.
Gnostic teaching there, right?
Totally.
The Church of Nicene is Gnostic.
The Church of Gnostic Christianity, right? Yeah.
So he misinterprets this, though, in the moment, and he decides that he has to create God himself.
Yes. Or live to see the end of humanity.
Yeah.
Something like
He says, if God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands, and he leaves. And this is what sets him on the path, first of all, to get revenge on the people of Shavat who did all this, which he gives them the life extension treatments, and he gives them a gate and separates them from everything so that they have to watch it all happen. Essentially, they have to watch him go create or like fill in with the nanotechnology,
nice.
the deficiencies of Deus, and like make it all come together.
That's
and they
how
have
he
to
did
just
that?
sit there in the sky and watch it. They have to live through the whole thing. He made them watch as he like did this, right?
That's crazy.
That was Krellion's revenge on them. So freaking crazy. And this is where Roni decides he's going to regroup and create a new country, which becomes Ave, obviously. And Lacan then goes and frees Miang from her prison in Shabbat. And this is what they were referring to earlier when we were in Shabbat.
I had assumed it was Sophia that was in there.
Yeah, so it was actually Miang.
Crazy.
And so Miang, remember, wants the destruction of the human race because it needs to restart for new genetic engineering. And Solaris banished her, and so she's like, I'm going to use you to accomplish that. So she sends Lacan on the mission, who his desire, his Lacanian desire, is power.
Yep, power.
Because he felt powerless. She sees that, and she exploits it. Go find the Zohar.
Yeah.
Make contact with the Zohar. You'll get all that power you're looking for. What she's really looking for is for him to go awaken the Diablos army and destroy the earth.
Half the continent, yeah, just like everything. Yeah.
So Lacan goes out to find the Zohar. He goes on a journey. He makes contact with the wave existence, but it's not a like fully successful contact. He makes contact with the wave existence. He talks with the wave existence, and he mentions this later. But because of how unhinged and broken he is psychologically at this time, he comes to a very faulty conclusion about what he hears. And so he decides this whole freaking cycle of rebirth and stuff needs to end for us to be released from all this trauma and pain that we keep going through in the generations. Ellie and I having to be reincarnated over and over again.
and over.
Like,
because you would think, oh, why just do away with yourself? Why do you have to kill everything? But it's like that. This does not stop until everything is
everything
gone
ends
in his mind. Yeah.
I have to end it all. I have to destroy everything.
Which does beg the question why Graf and Krellian get along or work together or don't hate each other or don't try to subvert each other all the time. It almost seems like Graf will listen to Krellian and do what he wants, even though Krellian should know that Graf is trying to kill Mother God and Krellian is not. So their goals are different. Graf will destroy everything, including Krellian.
That's a good point.
There's some huge, but instead they're just like, yeah, we're going to pretend that we're on the same side, even though we're nowhere near.
So instead of jumping into that right now, because we are getting to the point where I'm having to be nervous about time, our final episode of the podcast, so next week we're going to play to the end of the game, and we're going to summarize that stuff. But then we'll do one additional episode in the final one, and that's where we're going to bring Chris and Eric from Retrograde Amnesia back. We're going to bring Pat Holloman on, and we're going to actually have the audience and you and anyone else pitch any questions you have about the story that you feel like tripped up on or confused. And I think like we'll kind of all come together, having read Perfect Works, having other people on who have like, you know, years and years of studying this stuff. And I think we'll try to get to the bottom of all those answers.
Okay.
But that's a good one to bring up for later. Yeah, so, when he makes contact, when Lacan makes contact with the Zohar, his second personality is born, which is Graf, which is like the embodiment of his desire.
Of his desire, yeah.
And he kind of takes over, you can almost think of Graf like the id of Lacan in a way.
More or less.
But it's not that he's id, he's the desire. He's the Lacanian desire, not the Freudian id.
The seeker of power.
Yeah. Although the desire, the id, and the shadow, Jung's shadow, are all kind of a
Pretty
similar.
much, yeah, very similar.
They have similarities between
Yeah,
them.
for sure.
Graf is kind of like, he's not Lacan's id, but it's a similar thing where the embodiment of his desire creates a personality that sort of takes over Lacan's body.
Yeah.
And he goes and gets the Diablos army, and they almost wipe out the entire human race. It's like 98% or something
That's
like
crazy.
that. And they kill the Gazelle. This is where the Gazelle get killed.
Oh, this is where they die. I thought they died previous.
So,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
like even Solaris can't hold this army back. It's freaking crazy. And it's only Roni Fatima and some of the others in their Omni gears that are able to stop Graf and the army. And so that's what happens. There's a quick scene where it's some of the people from Shabbat, like Zephyr and Roni Fatima and some of the other people. And Lacan sort of comes back into control in the moment of his death. And it's like a hellscape, just like scorched earth.
Yeah, right at the end. I'm
And-
noticing a theme, by the way, with Karen and with possibly Miang and with Lacan, that right when you die or right around the time that you die is when the body, the original who should be in
comes
control of
back
the
out.
body, emerges for the last moments of life, basically.
Yeah.
That's a thing that keeps happening.
Yeah, and he kind of says, like, he's confused, like Lacan is confused, like, wait a minute, like,
Yeah, everyone hates
what's
me.
happening here? Aren't you supposed to be my friends? Like, why have you betrayed me? And then he like looks around and he's like, did I do this? Like, what have I become? And he's like all freaking confused. So Lacan dies there, and so the contact then is transmigrated and ends up reincarnating as Faye 500 years later. But the other persona, Graf, lives on and starts jumping. He gains the ability to jump into other people from the wave existence.
Right, so he becomes sort of a wave existence himself and can kind of go around.
His contact with the wave existence gave Graf the power to jump into bodies. And so now Graf is waiting for the contact to reincarnate so he can join with the second half of himself and gain the power that he seeks.
Yeah, because he thinks that's how it works.
Because he's obsessed with power. Remember all the times he talks about the power?
I sure do remember.
He loves power.
Yes, he does.
That's what he wants. Because he felt powerless as Lacan. Okay, now we get some pretty crazy stuff. I think Dan comes in to where Faye is in carbon freeze.
Well, he wants to like kill us, or he hates us, or he
Yeah, he's
wants
still
to
on his
spit on us
he's
or
still on
something.
his revenge path. But this is some, you know, I've talked about how much I don't like Dan as a character earlier in the podcast. There is an element to this that I think you can look at, because I think I pitched like a replacement for Dan's character to be maybe like Timothy or something like that, where it would make more sense that Timothy could actually like get into and succeed through
The
like
tournament.
several rounds of a tournament,
Yes, exactly.
and actually chase Faye
That
around and be a
far.
threat instead of it being this silly little like 50-year-old looking boy with a receding hairline who's like super annoying.
Yeah.
Who I felt was ruining most of the scenes he was in. Anyways, there is a point to be made here that a child seeing what they've done to Faye despite his feelings for him and being like, wait a second, this is too far. Like, and just like sort of his resentment being kind of dissolved in seeing how badly they've treated Faye. And sort of like remembering the fact that he liked Faye at one time and just letting those feelings go.
Yeah.
It's probably easier for a child to do than it would be for a man to do.
I think that's probably true.
And so there is sort of like a nice little resolution here
Yeah.
for Dan's resentment being let go. And the fact that he's a child is more convincing that he can do it like that.
Quicker.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't question how quickly.
Yeah. So
That
he kind of walks in and he's like, this is terrible. No matter what, this is going way too far. So Dan, as a child, is more of an innocent child. I don't know how innocent he is. He's a pretty mischievous kid. But anyways, as a child, probably would have an easier time letting that go so quickly, right?
Yeah.
But id is you get the scene in Faye's subconscious, right, where id starts making his plan
Yeah,
to take
that's where
over.
this happens, yeah.
And taking over the body, id is able to break out of the carbon freeze and go looking for the Zohar again.
Yeah.
Now, I really like really like this scene in Faye's subconscious again.
Well, Midori shows up, and it's not entirely clear. Does it kill the kids?
I don't think so.
He spares them?
I think they
Why?
run away. Well, because Faye talks to them really
one of
quickly
them ran
before
away.
breaking out. He says, Dan, Midori,
He says
run away.
but I don't recall them actually running.
Well, it doesn't show it, but I'm pretty sure they got away.
Okay.
And Id only really cares about getting to the Zohar anyways. He doesn't care about kids, I would think. Anyways, I kind of already talked about this note about how I love how Faye's third persona is the one that mediates between the two.
Yes.
But the way that Id is talking down to him, right? Like, you don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon, along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of the existence. Of course, you don't know, but it is etched in my metempsychotic memory. Metempsychotic memory. I did not know what that word meant. So I'm going to pull it up.
Don't know either.
I looked it up. What is metempsychotic? It has to do with transmigration of a soul. So Id is the one who's carrying all the memories of the past lives.
Yes.
So metempsychosis refers to transmigration of a soul, especially its reincarnation after death.
Okay.
So that's what he's referring to. So Id is the one carrying the metempsychotic memories of the former contact's lives. And so he says, it's etched in my metempsychotic memory. I came to reestablish contact with the existence, to tie together all the threads of your memories since ancient times and cut them off. So Id right now is getting ready to kill the other personas, take over, and get rid of any of his memories of former contacts, because I'm done with that. I don't want to be the contact. I want to destroy everything. I want to return. This is the Graf desire part, right? Like,
right.
He's trying to fulfill Graf's plan. So Id goes there to where the Zohar is. Seitan and party follow him, and they're kind of like confronting him. You have a little battle against Id for a second, but then Wiseman jumps in.
Yeah.
And Wiseman says something really important here about, and this refers to why Lacan's contact was not successful.
Yeah.
But why Faye's following contact that's coming up is successful. Wiseman says, the contact with Zohar was meant to have been done after the unifying of Faye's true personality. So Wiseman is aware that Faye needs to become whole first before he contacts the Zohar, or before he contacts the wave existence. Otherwise, it might go really bad, like last time when the Khan did it. Now, the reason Wiseman knows this is because Wiseman is actually Khan, who is actually Graf. Graf has, what do you call it? Possessed the body of Khan.
Yes.
So we talked about the Khan's body died and reincarnated. The contact reincarnated as Faye. Graf jumped bodies.
Yeah.
Graf in
like
the scene,
in a similar
right?
Yeah.
In the scene we saw earlier, the anime cutscene where Khan is facing off against Graf and Id. Remember?
I actually mentioned this when I made my guess that was in spoiler alert territory.
Yeah.
A couple episodes ago.
Yes.
That but my guess was that Graf was Faye's father's Id, which in some weird way is sort of what's happening, but not technically. This is a different way.
Yeah, it's close. It was a close
But when he
guess.
says, I won't let you have him, he is talking to himself. And whatever ends up happening, he is able to,
I think what he's saying is, I won't let you have my son, because his son is...
Well, he's talking to himself about his son.
Oh, right.
He's saying, when he says, I won't let you have him, the you is the Graf that's in his mind.
Oh, sure. Because
right?
Graf is taking Lacan's body.
Yeah,
or
Graf's taking
Khan's body.
Yes. And Khan is like, I'm going to resist you. And to some extent, Khan is actually successful enough to be Wiseman sometimes and help out Faye.
Every once in a while, Khan is able to get control of the body again. And when he does that, he appears as Wiseman.
And why he used that to go fight us in the tournament, I don't know. But the other ones make sense. That tournament one was a little strange. But
anyways, Wiseman is Khan when Khan is in control of his own body.
Yeah.
When Graf takes control, it's Graf. So Wiseman and Graf are the same person.
Which is strange because they're... No, they weren't in the same place. It was Id fighting. That's true. It was Id fighting Wiseman and beating him up. It was not Graf. That's right.
Graf and Wiseman have never appeared in the same scene before until now. And it's actually a really cool one.
And the way he just kind of like flips to Graf. And Faye's like, what?
So anyways, that's who Wiseman is.
Yeah.
Wiseman is there as Faye's father, Khan, trying to get him to have a successful contact with the wave existence.
Yeah.
He's trying to bring Faye back out of Id and get him to unify his personality and make contact with the Zohar, because he knows, having Graf inside of him, what happened last time the contact tried to unsuccessfully contact the wave existence.
And why it was unsuccessful.
And why it didn't work.
Yeah.
Because Lacan was broken psychologically when he made contact at that time. Faye needs to become whole psychologically to make contact with him now if it's going to work. Because we're out of time. The time of the gospel is upon us.
It's almost like otherwise, how does which part of the human does the existence like connect with?
Yeah.
It can't, it needs to be a whole thing. Otherwise it's just a piece and then the existence only has a piece.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be the whole thing.
Yep. So as he's fighting him, you going back into Faye's subconscious. So Wiseman Khan is fighting Id, who is in control of the body.
Yeah.
And while that's happening, the third persona, Faye, that we've known in the game, is trying to mediate between the coward and Id and the subconscious to try to like reunite the personalities into one. And this is simultaneously happening.
And so Id is showing him all this stuff. Like, look at this coward. He's keeping all the good memories to himself.
Yep.
He's enjoying the past while it was nice, and I have to deal with everything else that's happened. Anytime something bad happens, he retreats, and then I'm what's left, and I'm the one who has to deal with, the parents dying and with anything bad that
trauma
happens.
And the pain and the suffering.
It's always Id that has to do that.
Yeah, has to take all of that.
And I didn't understand how this was going to happen. Faye is just like, hey guys, we need to work together somehow or whatever. And Id's like, let me show you something real quick.
Yeah.
And like this is what Faye has to do, and I love this. This is psychologically how it works. This is the whole Freudian system. You have to confront what you're afraid of. Mm-hmm. And Carl Jung was big on this too. I think most psychologists are like this. It's like if you're afraid of something, but you don't want to confront it, you want to overcome your fear without confronting your fear. You can't. This is in Empire Strikes Back. There's that beautiful scene where Luke walks into the cave, right? And Yoda's like, what you see in there is your own thing. But it's not going to be pretty, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah.
And Luke walks into the cave, and he fights Darth Vader, and then he cuts his head off, and then he looks down, and he sees his own face. Because Darth Vader, at least within his psyche, is his own shadow that he needs to confront, and it's himself. Anyways, it's just beautiful. And so Id is like, I've got some things to show you. Let's see if you can even handle it. Because Coward here couldn't handle it. I think I'm the only one strong enough to handle it, so I should be the one who rules this stuff because I'm the only one who's capable of it. So you come see what I've seen. And Faye doesn't like it at first, but he's strong and he's like, no, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna accept all of this stuff. And he sees his mom dying and
all the experimentation,
the experiments, that were done by Karen.
The fact that Karen got taken over by Miang.
Yeah, all that stuff, and then. Well, I can't remember if his...
So, okay, I'm going to take
what
over...
happens with his father.
I'm going to take over here real quick because
this
is where Karen Horney's theory of neurosis comes into this.
Oh, okay.
It's really important.
This is where Karen comes from, I guess.
Yeah, well, why she's named Karen, right?
Yeah.
So, I think it's actually kind of cool that Faye was about to give in to Id. He, started to understand him.
Yes,
he was like,
and he's like, you're right,
he's
this
like,
is
man,
beyond
all this
me.
pain and all this stuff, it actually kind of feels good. Maybe I should just give it, but it's Seitan's words floating into his subconscious being like, weren't you going to save Ellie? And it's like, oh yeah, Ellie.
That's right, Ellie's what does it.
I gotta go save Ellie. So he gets his resolve back, right? And so then he has them both there, the coward and the Id. And and like you're saying, Id is talking about everything despised and unwanted he pushed onto me while he shut himself up in his own little shell. He repeatedly plays the time that he was full of happiness. He lives in his own little happy world while I'm still alive only because of what is left over or what's in those leftover dregs. So all that stuff that you were talking about. Now, Karen Horney's theory of neurosis. She placed significant emphasis on parental indifference towards the child, believing that a child's perception of events, as opposed to the parent's intentions, is the key to understanding a person's neurosis. For instance, a child might feel a lack of warmth and affection should a parent make fun of the child's feelings. Even if the parent just feels like, I'm just playing around.
Yeah, it's no big.
It's the
endearing.
perception that the child has.
That is true.
Yes.
What she's saying there is 100% true.
Yes.
Yeah.
The parent may also casually neglect to fulfill promises, which in turn could have a detrimental effect on the child's mental state.
Yep.
Now, what's really important about what you're talking about, id tries to show what occurred first.
Yeah.
And in id's version, Karen is killed by little boy Faye, right?
Yeah.
Not only that, but it goes through the cruelty that Karen showed, the indifference,
Yes,
the,
she didn't care.
the pain, the trauma, the
Yeah.
physical, all that experimentation.
And she was there the whole time, but she never once came to help him.
Also, id's hatred of his father, Khan, because Faye tried to tell his father
Yeah.
what Karen was doing,
And Khan didn't
and he
listen.
didn't believe him. He didn't
Yeah.
listen. He was too busy on his business in Shabbat and just kept leaving him alone with her
Yeah.
and wouldn't listen. So both parents, in id's perception, showed this total indifference to what was going on to him, and the way id perceived that, because he didn't get the last important bit because the coward held on to that part for himself.
Yes, exactly. That's the important
where
part.
Karen actually jumped in front of the beam and
Yeah.
saved him.
Yeah.
It didn't get to see that part
Yeah.
where Karen's actual genuine love shined through Miang and where she gave the ultimate sacrifice of love to save him. It didn't have that context.
Yeah.
Id's neurosis.
That changes everything for him.
Id's neurosis is totally based on an incomplete understanding of the parent's intentions. It's only his perception of
Yeah.
what that meant that turned him into this. And the reason he didn't have that context is because the coward wouldn't let him see anything good. He
Yes.
kept all of that for himself.
Yeah. And when you look at it this way, it's almost like, because when you first learn about the coward and you first see the coward, it's like, he's just a kid who's trying to relive the past. He's doing nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Just leave him alone. He's just trying to do whatever makes him happy, right? But it's at this scene where you realize that, each section can't entertain the same things at the same time, right? So if this kid is reliving certain old memories, it means that id can't. And the assumption was id could just sit next to him and watch the TV screen. But that's not, that
Yeah.
may be how the abstract, the way they portrayed it kind of makes it seem that that's possible, but it's
Yeah.
not possible. Id can't. Id does not know what the ego knows.
Yes.
Id does not see what the ego sees. And if the ego continues to, as
Keep
I
it
mentioned
to
earlier,
himself.
abdicate its responsibility and remain in this little world doing its own thing, then it's actually keeping all that from id,
Right.
the whole time. So anyways, the fact that he's a coward actually makes it a bigger deal.
Yes.
That there is actually there is a price to be paid on both sides. That there's wrong done on id's part as well as on the coward's part. That is keeping them from being a whole person. It's not, you can't just lay it all on the id and say you're so bad, you're so bad.
And that's what the third personality, Faye, it ultimately helps them realize. It's like, listen, all this bad stuff happened to you. That is true. But it's not because of what happened that the problem happening with us is going on. It is you, the coward, withholding this. It's
Yes.
our fault.
Yeah.
We have to
It's
take
all of us
responsibility for
together.
what's happening
Yeah,
here.
each one needs to because you can scapegoat each other all you want, but
Yes.
we're all one person.
Yes.
and it's we better take responsibility for that fact. It's sooner or later.
Have to take responsibility, and it's in that moment when he finally, because Faye asks the coward, "Why won't you show him? Why don't you also have id watch what you always watch?" And
Powerful
the
question.
coward says, "No, that's mine. I don't want to show it to the person who killed mother." So he's trying to blame id because id's power
Yes.
is what emerged,
Yes, true.
right? And all the
Yes.
beams that came out. So the
Yes.
coward's trying to put that on id.
So coward is punishing id,
yes.
which is this is all part of the idea of of punishing yourself.
Yes.
Of when you hate yourself, when you're mad at yourself, when you punish yourself, this is what you're doing. You feel like you're punishing someone else.
Yes.
But you're just hurting yourself.
Exactly. And Id responds, you should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did it. And they're back and forth yelling at each other, blaming each other. And Faye finally goes, knock it off. We killed Mother. We're the same person.
Yeah.
Right? It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she became Miang or because Father didn't notice. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was Miang, and I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it, but you can't push it onto Id alone. We're all one person. We must become one, right? Faye, walk on your own 2 feet. Face up to the reality that you don't want to see. Show them to Id everything you took for yourself. And that's where he sees the part where Karen sacrificed herself to save him. Id sees for the first time the genuine love of the mother. And that's when Id goes, oh wait, that can't be right. No.
Yes.
And
denial, immediate denial.
Yep, and then Faye says to him,
this is so right.
The reality isn't all grim, Id.
Yeah.
So Id thought the reality was always awful and terrible because that's all the coward would let him see.
Yeah.
But now he's starting to realize his perception of reality is Karen Horney's theory of neurosis. His perception of events is not complete. And it's after realizing that he goes, okay, I'm going to give all of the metempsychotic memories of the past contacts' lives to you, third persona. You decide what should be done about it. I'm giving into you now. And then that's when the personalities all merge and become whole again. And then Faye is back in control again. And the id and the ego and the superego all become one being, whole being again. Freaking so good.
I liked it.
This is so freaking good.
If you can understand it, it's really good.
It's really, really freaking awesome. There's a part I skipped over here. I think there's something Id was saying. Oh, yeah. Graf came seeking the power that exists within me. It is telling the story of that moment when Karen was killed and his father was fighting against Graf and pitifully losing. So it was basically just saying that Graf showed up to try to take Faye's body as the contact. He's trying to get his body back.
Yeah.
We, his descendants who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, know only too well. Divided 500 years ago, he would become a part of us both. Lacan became Graf. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling in their minds. He was probably enabled to do this after his contact with the existence. So I already explained that earlier, but this is the part in the text that confirms that. Okay. So now that he has become one again with his whole personality, he makes contact with the wave existence. Let me just make sure I'm not skipping anything. Oh, then we see the scene. We kind of, he's showing him all of the past memories. So we see Abel and Ellie and Cain on the throne. And
he sees all
the
that.
Gazelle, and they're killing them.
And Cain kills.
And that was Cain's original sin, which is a biblical reference
Killing
you were
Abel, right.
guessing at earlier, right? That he has felt bad about, and why Cain sort of has changed his disposition by this point in the game, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, he killed Cain, or killed Abel originally. So we see that scene play out. And then we see Kim in the lab coat with the nanomachine colony behind him, and Ellie lying on the floor, and all the guys with the soldiers. We saw that back in Zebulun. It's the same cutscene. I won't let you have my child, or whatever. And then we see Lacan at the point where he dies. And he says, what is this place, my execution site? Why do you turn on me? I thought we were friends. Who is it? Did I cause this? As he's looking around, Lacan being confused, because Graf was in control. What has happened to me? What have I become? He says, I will live, even if I go to hell, I will live to the end of the world. This is because they're showing Lacan as, the sprite is Id. It's the Id sprite with the red hair. but he kind of like bends down, and then like the Graf costume comes on. And the way I see this is Lacan dies there, and Graf lives on. And Graf says, I will live, even if I go to hell, I will live till the end of the world. And if the world does not come to an end, I will destroy it with my own hands. And this is the motif kind of happening through all these scenes, is that Ellie and Faye kind of keep saying back to each other, I think back with like, live in these final moments,
Yes,
like
live,
you continue to live on.
Yeah,
So like
that's
Ellie,
the-
as Abel bends over and is holding Ellie, she's dying, she's like, live. And then like Kim is like saying to Ellie, who's like on the floor, I think, maybe it's the other way around, maybe Ellie's saying to him, but live.
I think it's Ellie singing to him every time.
Yeah, and then Ellie, when as Sophia, when she
Sophia,
crashes into
in the
Merkaba,
intercom.
says live, and he takes that the wrong way, Graf does in that moment, right? I'll destroy everything.
Live forever and then kill everyone.
So he becomes a whole person again. He's got all of his memories back. He's ready to make contact with the wave existence. This part is really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky.
So, essentially what happened is this engine, this energy engine that was, now as the wave existence describes it in the game's text, humans created the Zohar modifier. Okay. In Perfect Works, it's changed a little bit to where it was discovered.
So this is the 2001.
2001: A
the
Space
obelisk,
Odyssey,
yeah.
obelisk reference.
Yes, totally.
It's a
and
slab.
It already kind of looks that way, anyways.
Yeah.
But
And
it has an
it's
eye on
like,
it.
who knows when it came, and this is actually a little bit more elaborated on in Xenosaga, a little bit.
Oh, really?
I think the very first scene of Xenosaga 1 is them discovering the monolith, the Zohar, like pulling it out of the ground. But anyways, that's the 2001 Odyssey reference. But anyways, whether it was created or whether it was discovered is not really that pertinent. The important part is that the reason it has infinite energy potential is because it connected to a higher dimension and pulled this godlike being into it called the wave existence.
It says in particular, which is so strange, but it says it through the path of Sephiroth.
Yeah, through the path of Sephiroth.
It attained that, but then it pulled it down.
Yeah.
So it attained enlightenment, like just think of it in Buddhist terms. It attained the highest enlightenment, and then it pulled the essence down to earth and imprisoned it, basically.
Imprisoned it inside of the Zohar modifier.
And that's crazy.
So, should we talk about what Sephiroth is real quick? As the
you
reference?
see the symbol a little bit later on. I don't know that it's worth going like on a huge thing about,
just like
it's just a small
quick
note here.
tangent, right?
Yeah, but we can show it.
So
it's pretty cool.
In Kabbalistic, mystical, like Jewish mystical tradition, right? I talked about Ein Sof earlier, which is like what God was before he was God of like the Old Testament,
outside
right?
of time, yeah.
Ein Sof is like the unknowable, like
incomprehensible,
higher dimensional being, like the wave existence is.
Yeah,
that's what Ein Sof is. But Ein Sof, in creating the universe, basically there were like emanations or attributes of God that make up the different like notes, or nodes, I should say, in this what's called the Sephiroth.
Yeah.
And so like each one of these things, I'll put this on screen, each one of these, and you see some of the names here. Again, a lot of this stuff was referential for Final Fantasy VII as well.
Oh, yes.
So you have like
Sephiroth.
you have like Sephiroth, the villain,
Yeah.
but also you have like Tiferet. That's like where Tifa's name
Tifa.
comes from. And there's a couple of others on this.
Well, I'd like to point out one in particular. I think it's number 5 that represents Mars and
Yeah.
war and destruction. It's
Yeah.
on that side of that side of God, I guess, and it's called Gebura.
Yep, there you
And
go.
Gebura is in the Japanese. Gebler
Yes.
is pronounced Gebura.
That's right.
But Honeywood translated into the Gebler because he probably didn't freaking know.
Probably didn't know
this
what it was a reference to.
And the Google didn't. Well, I think maybe technically Google might have existed around 98 or 7, or 98.
Yeah.
But not. Anyways, having access to all this kind of stuff was not so much a thing until kind of like our generation a little more recently, but it would be pronounced Gebura, not Gebler.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, that's one of them as well.
So
The
Sephiroth,
idea is it's like enlightenment, right?
Yeah.
It's all in your mind. You access the first hinge point, which is like the moon. Is it the moon?
I don't remember.
This
This
one?
one down here?
This is you, and then you access the moon.
Oh, I see.
And then from the moon, you can go to Venus or somewhere, and then there's the sun. Anyways, it's all in your mind, and it's a way to attain enlightenment, right? It's a way to bring out the attributes of God within yourself. Within yourself, yeah.
Right.
And you do it through meditation, right?
Right.
So there's your normal life, and then from that first, once you reach that first point in your mind, then that gives you access to everything else. And if you're able to travel within your subconscious, you can eventually arrive at some point that would be a God-like thing at some point. Those top three on the left, right? So Binah, Keter, and what's that last one?
Hokmah, I think.
Hokmah. Those are technically considered that humans just can't go there. There's like a wall. You draw an imaginary line
like that
in
one there.
between them. Well, you draw an imaginary one just there, so showing that like humans can do all sorts of things, but no one's ever gone there before. Like that's like true enlightenment and true godliness, and that's like unachievable for us finite humans.
Yeah.
But it seems as though we created a machine, well, the humans of Xenogears created a machine that was somehow able to attain that highest,
Transcend up into
that highest enlightenment level, and which is where God was, and then pulled it down, which is crazy. So anyways,
so Sephiroth just, like, I think it literally means emanations. And each of these little nodes, these are 10 attributes of Ein Sof, right? And it's how he reveals himself and continuously creates both the physical realm and the chain of the higher metaphysical realms. So that's what Sephiroth is.
Yeah, it's
all
the
about.
knowledge of God. But when the crazy ship, whatever you call it, the
Eldridge?
No. The new triangle.
Oh, the
pyramid
Merkava.
one. The Merkava. When the Merkava shoots one of its guns, you see the path of Sephiroth kind of symbol.
Yeah, the symbol's on it.
And it lines all the way up, and then it just lets out this massive blast.
That's right.
That's where that. I don't know that blast has anything to do. I think it was just a cool symbol.
It just looks cool.
They just put it there.
It's just a reference.
Yeah, but it was pretty sweet.
Anyway, so that's what happened, is the wave of existence got trapped in the Zohar modifier, and it's trying to get back to its higher dimension again. But he essentially describes, and I wrote this all down, like all of its dialogue, but I don't want to read it all. I'll just use it for reference if I have to.
Okay.
What happened was that Abel is essentially the original person that Faye was.
Yeah.
Right, the first incarnation of Faye.
Yes. Abel was
a boy,
the sole survivor of the Eldridge crash.
Yes.
There was one human that lived somewhere.
One human on that entire ship survived the crash, and it was Abel. He's the one, if you want to call it genuine human, that was on this planet ever, because the rest of them were created by the Catamon.
By machines, yeah.
So he's the one human, like legitimate human, that survived that Eldridge crash on this planet. But he was a refugee of this war that was happening, this galactic war. So he was traveling on that ship, probably being taken somewhere to be relocated or to find a family or whatever. He's being taken somewhere else. He was maybe a refugee of that planet that got blown up by Deus, I don't know.
Who knows?
But
that'd be crazy.
He found his way into the room where the Zohar modifier was. And he made contact with it. He touched it.
Before or after it crashed?
Before.
So this is why he survived.
Yes.
This is the reason he survived.
He contacted the Zohar and contacted the wave existence. The way he and the wave existence communicated.
Yeah.
And the way that he describes this, the wave existence describes this, is kind of interesting. Being but only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Because the wave existence is this like other dimensional being. It's like it doesn't really relate to our human experience in this dimension that we're in.
Yeah.
So it's trapped inside of there, but its contact with Abel gave it some like tether to this dimension. It like had some purpose to its being here. It started to understand where it was and how it should operate in this dimension, if that makes sense.
That's cool.
By coming in contact with with Abel's mind, right? And Abel's desire at that time was a mother, because he was an orphaned child.
Yeah.
So it says, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elheim. So he wanted to make a companion, a mother companion, the wave existence, for Abel.
For Abel.
And because he's inside of the Zohar modifier, which is powering the catamony, which has the ability to create organic matter, he's able to make a mother for this child, right? That was the original mother, the purple hair. However, at the same time, Deus, the system itself, has its own protocol to revive itself, which is the Miang side of it. So the Miang and Eli, the will of the Zohar, which is the Eli side, and the protocol of the Deus system, which is the Miang side, both came into this original mother.
When did that separate?
It separated when she created, as they say, 2 clones of herself.
Of herself.
Yeah, and she went back into the catamony system, which we'll see in a minute. But Eli and Miang were separated at that time. My will was incarnated through a biocomputer catamony, which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolved its functions, and that bioplant generated a central element. That is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form or flesh stayed in Zohar, while my will went to Elheim, and then my power went into you. So the wave existence's power went into Faye as the contact, his will went into Elheim, and his physical, whatever that green spiritual thingy is, stayed trapped inside the Zohar. So they each have a piece of the wave existence in them, and they need to return it so he can break out and destroy the Zohar modifier and go back to his higher dimension.
Interesting. It's like E.T. He doesn't belong here. You got to send him back home.
That's why I waited to unite with you, and now it is fulfilled. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshly existence. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elheim, as well as my other split physical form Deus. In order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that was attributed to you. So you got to destroy Zohar. You have the power to do that. Let me keep looking here. Originally, Eli's release should have been performed by me, the one who desires to return back to the higher dimension, but I'm bound to the system just as she is, so I'm unable to participate. You're the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. That's because part of the wave existence is in both of them.
Okay.
He goes on to say that the wave existence played some role, might have had some role in all the trauma that Faye has gone through. He's almost like, well, I know you've had a terrible traumatic life.
The existence is empathizing with him a little.
Yeah, I know that your contact with me has caused this, and it's been sad to witness that, kind of a thing. And Faye says, I disagree. I can't blame anything or anyone besides myself. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. It is a problem that comes from within myself that I myself must deal with. This is extremely profound. It is a concept I agree with so completely.
Me too, yeah.
And I feel like I watch so many people who struggle, whether it's with mental health issues. I mean, I do too, but I mean, everybody to some extent has problems, right?
Right.
But there's a way of staying stuck in that forever, which is to point out.
Yes. And say, your fault.
This
Here's
happens
a list
to
of
me.
all the people who were mean to me in high school. Yeah.
It's because of all that stuff that I ended up this way.
Yeah.
Now, this is by no means meant to say that people aren't genuine victims, because they are. But there's nothing you can do about it. It happened.
Yeah.
And what you have control over is how you respond to it, how you take responsibility for what you become, and how you deal with it. It's only something you can do within yourself. True introspection. You can't go to all those people who harmed you and pull them over and say, fix what you did wrong, fix what you broke.
Right, make it better.
They can't.
Right.
And as long as you stay in that mentality of pointing the finger at everyone else who harmed you or who did you wrong, you will stay stuck in your neurosis.
Yep, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Faye was victimized by his mother, by Karen, horrifically abused and victimized. But it isn't until Faye takes responsibility and says, as he says here, regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a problem that comes from within myself that only myself must deal with.
Do you know what, I learned this recently. Well, I just thought of this recently, actually, just a couple days ago. The word resentment is, well, I believe it's French, be ressentiment, something like that. And sentiment is like sentiment, right? Feelings. And then just means again.
Yeah.
So resentment means to feel again, right? So the initial thing happened, it made you feel bad. But somehow your mind decides to feel that bad feeling again, right?
Yeah.
And your resentment means you keep re-feeling that bad feeling over and over. And it's like, yes, a bad feeling happened, but how often did your mind conjure up those bad feelings over and over and over to re-feel over and over and over? So resentment means re-feeling. And when you think of it that way, it's like the damage done to your mind through the resentment is likely far greater than the damage done from the sentiment, the initial sentiment, right? The initial feeling.
The fact that you keep reliving it, you keep experiencing it.
You're making it worse.
The post-traumatic stress
But you do it
right?
to yourself, And it's true that there can be disorders about that and that you don't always have control over it. But you do have to understand that it is within your
are the only
mind.
one who has any power to overcome it.
No one else
can do that. To get the help that you need, to start pursuing the self-reflection, to talking to professionals,
meditate sometimes,
meditation, finding whatever path that can return you to that psychological wholeness.
It's within.
You have to start the journey.
Yes.
You have to do the work. No one else, especially the people who harmed you in the first place, are going to come and say, I'm sorry, and it's going to fix it. It won't. There is nothing anyone else other than you can do to begin that path to wholeness again.
Yeah.
And it's when Faye realizes this and that he can have the mystical experience with the wave existence and understand the wisdom, the gnosis that the wave existence is trying to give. Lacan couldn't accept the gnosis because he was still blaming his situation. No, it's not my responsibility.
And he wanted to use that newfound power to just kill everything.
Kill everyone.
Yeah, and it was,
His desire for vengeance and all these things had totally taken over, and he wasn't taking responsibility because he was afraid of his powerlessness. He didn't want to face that fear of his powerlessness.
Yeah.
He didn't want to accept that.
I like that.
Faye accepted it.
I think I mentioned before, maybe an episode or two ago, about Solzhenitsyn, who wrote the Gulag Archipelago, and how he was in the gulags for 20 years for some, I don't know, the Soviet Union just put, actually no, I think I do know. He was in prison in Germany. So he fought for the Russians in World War II, but he was imprisoned in Germany, and when he went back to the Soviet Union, they sent everyone who had any contact with the Western world just right away to the gulags. Didn't matter if you were fighting for this Soviet Union or not, didn't matter why. If you had contact with the West, you were corrupted, you were compromised, to the gulags you go, right? So that's how they filled up a lot of the gulags initially. And he was saying, how did we get to this point? How did our country, whose fault is it? Why are we here? What happened in our country's history to where we're throwing random people in jail all the time for no reason? And we have this crazy military police system that's just horrible, and just killing tons of people all the time. And his ultimate conclusion was, it's my fault, right? Because who else's fault could it possibly be? This is my life. I'm here. And he ended up taking responsibility for something that was so 100% not his fault. He was probably conscripted into the military to begin with. He didn't want to go to Germany. He just happened to not die. He got captured, was in prison. Now he's imprisoned in his own country because he got imprisoned in Germany fighting a war that, anyways, it's a whole screwy situation. Yet he came out of all of that saying, it's my fault that this happened because this all happened slowly and I could have done things to prevent it. And what can I do now to fix my life at this point?
Yes.
And he went on to do many great things. In fact, part of one of the hinging turning points in the Soviet Union collapsing was him because he eventually did get out of the jails and he just defected right away. And he had these books in his mind. He had a brilliant memory and he was able to kind of write it all down, and it all just came out. Like nobody knew that this was happening in the Soviet Union. And he came out and he showed everyone, this is the atrocities that are happening in this country. And that slowly started the slow downfall of the Soviet Union. So he was in a horrible situation, not his fault, in prison for something. It's not his fault, completely not his fault. And he turned it into one of the greatest acts of revelatory goodness that anybody can really do, that is like, I'm going to reveal this to the world and I can do it, and whereas if he just wallowed in his own self-pity, he probably would have died in the gulags. He probably would have just become nothing and nothing would have ever happened, and he'd live his whole life resenting and blaming others for what, and even if technically it's not his fault, deciding to accept blame for it anyways is the turning point. And because that's all you can do. You can't do anything but accept that I had something to do with this. This didn't all happen randomly, willy-nilly one day. I could have spoken up and told the truth. This is his big thing. Always tell the truth. The Soviet Union basically didn't let you tell the truth. If you've ever seen the TV series Chernobyl, that's how it happened. Good. They're afraid of telling the truth. Everyone is afraid of telling the truth. And Solzhenitsyn said that's the problem. And then he had to think back in his life. How many times did I lie out of convenience or because I just didn't want to tell the truth? Thousands of times, all the time. He did it all the time. You had to do it living in the Soviet Union. Otherwise, you'd be thrown in the gulags. And so he's like, I didn't tell the truth thousands of times. That those are my fault. I'll take responsibility for those and I'll do better.
Do something about it.
It's amazing stuff. And that's like, I think Elie Wiesel has similar stuff with when he was in the Holocaust. And like, you just find these people in these horrible situations who come up with this type of stuff that's just like, man, your life, it really is yours. And your mind is yours. And do with it what you will. But the more that you blame and scapegoat, then the less control you have over your own mind and your own life. In order to really control your own mind and your life, you need to take responsibility and accept the blame for whatever's wrong around you and then go fix it. Because once you accept it's your fault, then you're like, well, who's going to fix it?
Motivated to fix.
I'm going to fix it because it's my fault. And then, boom, all of a sudden people start fixing problems that they would have just otherwise said, oh, somebody else should fix it.
Yeah. Even if you don't want to necessarily word it as it's my fault, you could still say it's my problem.
Sure, it's my responsibility. It's my problem.
Responsibility to do something about it.
Fair enough.
Even if it's not my fault.
Fair enough.
Even if you can just go that far, it will at least put you on a path to where something can be done about it.
But I thought it was so profound when Solzhenitsyn said, well, telling the truth is no one tells the truth. Oh wait, I didn't tell the truth. Who knows? Maybe one of those truths would have stopped all of this from happening 30 years previous. Like, who knows? And so, well, I don't even think he was 30 at the time he was drafted, but he found a way. He found some way that he was technically responsible. And then he owned up to it, and he took responsibility for it and went out and changed the world. And anyone can do that. Anyone in any situation can do that. But you're right. You might want to start off not blaming yourself initially, and just at least the word responsibility is the good word. Like, at least take some responsibility for it so that you can do something.
You don't have to accept like the shame of fault. That's not really the point of the exercise. The point is to say, it's empowering to say, I have control. I can do something about it. Instead of, this was done to me, it's out of my control.
Yeah, all these other people have control, but I don't.
That keeps you stuck.
Psychologically,
in the coward's room. or in id's sector
reliving
of
or
resentment.
resentment,
Yes.
refeeling those old emotions over and over and over again, and that's a horrible place
Don't
to be.
until you say, no, I have control. It is my responsibility. I can do something, that you feel empowered to take a step and go somewhere and start on the path to psychological wholeness.
Yes.
Whichever path it is that you come into that you feel works for you. And there are many of them.
Yes.
There are many, many, many of them. There's
And-
so
and
many
new
religions.
paths get invented all the time.
So many psychoanalysts and psychologists who have different
Yes.
theories on
And
how
different
which
philosophers
one
and-
works for you. Find it,
Yeah.
take it,
Yeah.
take responsibility for your own psychology, your own brokenness, and start putting it back together again, one piece at a time,
Yeah.
and get there. But you have to take responsibility for that journey. No one's going to
No one
do
can
it for you.
And one of the thoughts, we didn't get into this because it's the look on the phallus and incest.
Yes.
We are going to get into it. We are. But the Oedipus thing,
Yeah.
one of the desires, one of the reasons for the Oedipus situation is that you want someone to fix your problems, and your mom always fixed your problems.
Yes.
Let me just go back to mom. Things were so much easier when it was just me and mom.
Mm-hmm.
Back when I can't even really remember, but I feel it. And
Yeah.
mommy, just fix this for me. And she
Yep.
can't. She will accept you back. She will accept you in, but it's to your own detriment because she, try as she might, she cannot fix your actual problem.
You know what's funny about that is
It's so tempting.
my own mother struggles with that. She's
Yeah.
the type of person who wants to fix everybody.
I think a lot of women are
yeah.
like that, and that does happen. That's a thing, and that's why the Oedipal situation is theorized at all.
I think the
in
hardest
Freud.
lesson she's had to learn is to allow her kids
To
to
make
take control of their own
mistakes,
paths in
yeah,
life,
to live.
to make mistakes, and to fix themselves. And
Yeah.
it's hard. It's
Oh
hard
my
for
gosh.
some people to like come to that.
You literally
realization.
grew the kid in your stomach, and they're having a hard time. It's like, can't I do something?
Yep.
But at some point, it's like, no.
Yep.
Your mom is great, by the way.
She's great. She's great. she's a wonderful human being.
All right.
So we get through that, and this is, I love this scene because Faye goes immediately to Wiseman, to his father.
Oh,
to
yeah.
try to help him.
And he calls him
Yeah.
dad.
Dad. and
Because
he's going
when
to put
he
out there.
accepted that change within himself, he's also like, he doesn't want to call Graf dad, but because of what he just went through, he knows that is my dad.
Yep.
I don't like it. I don't want him to be my dad. I want to just call him Graf and be like, you're bad. But he calls him dad anyways, even though it's clearly Graf presenting before him. And he's just
Well, I
like, because
think-
sometimes he slips up. He's like, Graf, no, I mean dad.
Well, he's
He's being very direct.
Or he's like,
or Lacan, I mean dad, but he always ends up calling him
I
father.
think though in the cockpit originally it is still Wiseman at that time because well actually I think it's Khan. You see his bandana and everything, but he's like leaning into him and like talking to him, but then Graf takes over
Yes,
and
Graf
the suit
slips.
comes on and he like grabs him by the throat and like lifts him up
yes.
and he's like, "What the Graf? What are you doing?"
Yes, that's true. That's
And
true.
that's a really cool like
But
moment
even
it's like
because in the very end, he is dressed like Graf still in
Yes,
the very end.
yes.
But Faye is just like, you're my dad. And
Yes,
you're,
yes.
You're all screwy and loopy,
Yes.
but you're my dad. And,
Exactly.
And you can become whole just like I did too.
that's exactly right.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So there's a little bit of a Star Warsy thing going on here where Faye refuses to fight Graf.
I will not fight you, father. Yes.
And he's like, "Fine, I'll kill your friends." And
Yes.
he's like, "No, you can't do that."
Sister, you have
Fine.
a younger sister.
It's basically
Yes,
exactly that
it's
scene.
exactly it.
Anyway, it's kind of funny. But this is where look, okay, it gets to the point where they fight and you're in the Xenogears now. So the Xenogears is the it's the Veltal
It's a new version.
evolved
Yes.
due to its contact with the wave existence.
With the wave existence. So,
So
it's
it's
like white and blue and stripy.
The ultimate form
Yeah.
of the Xenogears.
I didn't catch that at first. I was like, wait, which one's me? Because I was like, the dark one, oh, what the heck?
That's like the true Veltal, which is Graf's gear.
Yeah.
And you're in the Xenogears, which is like the evolved Veltal
Yeah.
after contact with the wave existence.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Anyways, it's a pretty cool gear design, and its kind of gimmick is you can transform to this hyper mode. I forget what it's called. Where, anyways, you have to build up your attack levels without using death blows up to a certain level, and then you transform into like the hyper mode, and then your attacks do like mega damage or something like that. So you survive a few rounds of damage by just doing normal attacks, and then bam, you can unleash.
You bravely default.
Which is kind of similar to like the id system mode of the last Veltal we had.
Yeah.
Like
it seems like just an evolution.
Like the Go 10, and it's a similar attack names.
Yeah.
Anyways, you beat Graf in that fight, which I think is pretty hard to lose. In fact, I think it's a gimme fight mostly.
It was pretty short.
But Faye feels himself being drawn in by the Zohar modifier. So this is not the wave existence. This is Deus trying to like absorb the contact.
Yeah.
Right? And what Graf does here, because of the talking back and forth Faye's been doing with him, the philosophizing, Graf is still partially, he's not the contact really, but he's like, he can confuse the Zohar into thinking to buy time that he's the contact. So he allows himself to be absorbed to buy Faye time so he can get away. That's essentially what happens there. But what he says here is Lacan's imperfect secondary contact with the wave existence split his personality into two. Eventually his body died, but the original Lacan transmigrated, bringing the destiny of becoming a contact with him. He was reborn as your present body. So when Lacan died, the contact transmigrated into Faye. But this is the important part. The remaining persona, Graf, just his desires, Lacanian desires, lived on separately by possessing the bodies of others. That is Graf. That is me. I may have inherited Lacan's will, but I'm not the same as the contact Lacan. It is impossible for me to make real contact. There would be no true melding and release. Even though our bodies may be different, I am still half of you. That fact remains. Although I'm imperfect, I can merge temporarily with Zohar and thus may be able to buy some time for you. So he sacrifices himself to allow Faye to get away, to destroy the Zohar and free the wave existence. That's now, and save Ellie. That's now what we have to do moving forward.
Yeah.
And then the last scene there is Seitan and Faye and Bart going to the Catamony.
I love it, because this heavy scene happens, and then all of a sudden we're at the floor of the Yggdrasil or something like that, and it's just...
Oh, before that though. Before that. You're right.
And it's just
funny.
like, oh, right, we're going to destroy it. And it's like, holy cow, whoa, this game could have used a nice little transition between those two.
Yes.
But, you know.
But before that, they go see the Catamony though.
Yeah, because Faye just starts explaining to everyone everything. Faye's just like, okay, guys, I know what's up now. And then all of a sudden we're just there.
This is where we learn about the fact that the original mother made 2 copies.
Yes,
it's
and,
in this
and
dialogue.
she's there still up in the thing.
Yeah. So they go up to it. It's like sitting there on like a cliff side or whatever.
Yep.
And Faye says, in order to revive itself one day, Deus detached the Zohar modifier core. After this core unit came down here, the Catamony, a single woman awoke and arose from out of it. She's the mother of all humanity. After she awoke, she used all her power to bear several beings. This would be the Emperor and the Gazelle Ministry, who are the ancestors of the whole humanity. Finally, she gave birth to 2 replicas of herself to be humanity's caretakers. 2 selves, the human mother and the weapon, the subject and the complement. That is Ellie and Miang. I, the sole survivor of the colony ship, met Ellie, and everything started from there. The land of Genesis, Catamony, this is the place. And then he goes on to say, usually human memories cannot be passed down through the generations. Humans do not normally have the ability to compress and store memories in their introns. This is what we talked about a couple podcasts ago. But Ellie and I and Miang are different. Due to our connection with the wave existence, that is due to Zohar's ability to change possible phenomena, we can clearly store data in our introns. In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited by our descendants. Just as the wave existence is bound inside the Zohar, the information is affixed to me, so to speak, by some of the power of the wave existence. So that's how they're able to store memories of their past lives in their introns, which was the whole thing we talked about a couple episodes ago that Krellian found out using his nanotechnology.
Yeah.
And then after that scene, dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Hey guys, and then Bart's like, I got a great idea, and we're just gonna go, and there's point. Oh, it's the craziest scene
I don't
ever.
even know how much I want to like try to explain this crazy plan
I
because
would
it's
say
freaking crazy.
It's crazy, but it works, and that's all you need to really know.
Yeah.
There's a shield, and there's 1.67 seconds that the shield is
Between
open when
the
it
blast
shoots.
that they have to like get inside the Merkava.
And they can't go fast enough, so they're going to use the other Yggdrasil power sources, and then they're going to use the freaking Nortune Yggdrasil mech.
4.
Yeah, the
Yggdrasil
massive
4.
thing. And he's going to do all that and put all his shields in the front so that the blast will hit, but it'll be okay, and then it'll go right through.
Yeah.
And that's that. And
It's like a 20-minute scene to explain
it's really
this plan.
long because I feel like they feel in this game they feel the need to explain themselves a little too much, despite the fact that they don't explain
Enough.
It's a weird thing, but it's because they bit off more than they can chew.
Sure.
But yeah, that's essentially the gist of it. And so then it works. The
attack the
plan works as
Merkava.
done.
It works,
It
but
works
then
as
it
planned.
kind of didn't.
It worked too well, is it, right?
Yeah, I think like
they
it's a
get
bunch of
there,
other explosions
He breaks
get-
the gun, and then the whole thing blows up, and it's like, oh my gosh!
And then the Merkava comes crashing down.
It all comes down, and they're like, wait, Ellie was on the ship. We're supposed to save Ellie. And Bart's like, whoops. And Saiten has like 5 lines in a row of, I should have known that would happen. Dang it, I made a miscalculation. I should have known. This was obviously going to be the result. And he's just like beating himself up.
Yeah.
And that's basically where we stopped.
And then the nanomachines
yes.
start transforming the Merkava into the final
Earth,
form
basically.
of Deus, and it starts like terraforming the planet.
Making the whole planet, which I can assume is what happened to the previous planet that got destroyed, was this.
Maybe.
Because as soon as the thing melts with the planet, it just starts breaking everything and turning everything gray. Everything becomes lifeless and dead. And it's just like this shockwave going out that you would assume envelops the whole Earth, but I'm guessing it just stays
in a certain area.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool scene.
Yeah.
But the next scene after that is hilarious because once again, the music, and they're hey, that plan didn't work. Time for a backup. Now we really got to do things right. Okay, let's go over here. It's just like, oh my gosh, you guys. It is so funny.
Anyways, the point is they gotta go destroy Deus, and in particular the Zohar, to free the Way of Existence and get Ellie back. And
yes,
this is going to be our final dungeon of the game.
This will be the final.
Now there is one more optional area you can go to that gives some more context to the Zebwim era, to Kim and Ellie of that time, and Esmeralda. So I would suggest taking a look at that first, and then going and doing the final dungeon, because there's some good stuff that comes from that. Some really good stuff.
Oh, cool.
In relation to like even with like Miang, like Miang's role in that time period is actually really interesting. Some really good stuff there. So we'll cover that next time. We'll cover the final dungeon and the end of the game, and kind of just summarize all through the rest of what's left. And then we'll have one more episode with some other people who'll come on, and we'll try to really work into like the hardcore weeds and like resolve any further questions that people have.
The question specifically, no guarantee if we're going to read your question, but
we'll try.
There is a way.
There's a way.
If you go on Patreon.com and
I will prioritize
absolutely
Patreon questions first.
Yes, questions asked through Patreon will be our first priority, and there's really no other way to deal with
because there's just
the volume
a lot
of questions. But
Yeah.
I feel like we've done Xenogears for like 2 years now. It's like crazy. It's like,
and what's
oh
funny
my
about
gosh, it's coming to an end. I
It's
can't believe
been
it.
about the same amount of time that we spent on FF8 and Nier
when we did our monthly.
It's just that it's been weekly, so it feels way more.
It really does. It really does feel that way. But
and Xenogears is a bigger game. This is probably the biggest game we might ever cover.
I hope so. I don't think we should do 20 episodes again for another game. Anyways, we really didn't even have enough time to cover everything, though. That's the crazy part.
I know. But for the next episode, I will have the list of games to cover next time. Now, just to soften the blow of this, because I know a lot of FF10 people were really upset that Xenogears won, and they were probably hoping Final Fantasy X would be the next one. Listen, I'm mentally broken after having talking about this game.
Slightly easier game that's less like
we're gonna do something in between giant JRPGs
Yes.
that can just
It's a
like
60-hour
take
game.
a break, and
Yeah.
it might only be an episode or two, or maybe 3 or something.
Preferably
something short.
I would prefer that.
Something
Yes.
short and light and not as
Yeah.
complex, and something I don't have to spend 20 hours a week researching
Yeah.
to
Yes.
like know how to talk about it. Something so, and it's not going to be a Japanese game. I want to specifically get away from JRPGs for a second,
Okay.
and just do something else. So I'm thinking about Hellblade: Senua Sacrifice,
Ooh.
which is a freaking phenomenal game
It's shorter though.
with some really,
Yeah.
really big themes, and it's
Yeah.
super short. It can be beaten in like 6 to 8 hours or
Yeah.
something. Or we could go back to Mass Effect, which is also a shorter game. It's only about 18, 20 hours long. Or Ghost of Tsushima or something like that.
Yeah.
Just something else that's not a JRPG, because I just need a break. I just need a break. And then after that, we'll go back to Final Fantasy X or Tactics or 6. You can
Or
choose
6.
between those 3. We'll let that be the next choice.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, but for the next one, it's not going to be a JRPG, just so you know. But it will be shorter.
Okay.
It will probably only be a month at most, whatever the next game is. And then we'll get back to JRPGs again. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. We appreciate you. Looking forward to finishing this up next week. Like I said, just play to the end of the game. That's the assignment for the next one. And then for the following week, you'll have to read Perfect Works. That'll be the homework for the next one. So play to the end of the game, read Perfect Works, and we'll finish this thing up.
All right.
Till then, peace out. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kaysen.
This is it.
Game's over.
We finished the game. This is a long game.
It's a very long game. I don't think we should do another podcast series that goes quite this.
I think by the end of this,
This
it'll
long.
be 5 months. It'll be right at 20. I think this is episode 20, so 5 months. 5 months of episodes. We're going to have one more after
Bunch.
this.
It's a bunch.
We're going to do one more sort of like
Answering
recap,
questions.
interacting
Yeah.
with audience questions, having guests
Patreon
on.
questions.
Yes.
And Subscribe Star specifically.
Yeah, so we already put those out
Yeah.
a few weeks back because we're a few weeks ahead. But
And
in
then,
any case,
and then the Perfect Works, right?
Perfect Works. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the homework for next time, is to read Perfect Works.
Do your homework.
So read Perfect Works, because we're going to kind of go through
We're
that.
going to be pissed if you don't do your homework.
We're going to fill in any of the gaps, answer questions that people are still confused about with the story,
Yeah.
like what about this? This doesn't make sense. Why this? Why that? Those types of things. That'll be the last episode next week, and then we will also announce
On to the next game.
Yeah, we'll announce next time what
Yeah.
the next game will be, and that will continue the week after that.
But the polls are open now.
Polls are open
on
now.
Patreon and Subscribe Star.
People are voting as we speak.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that out of the way, there was one thing that because we kind of really skipped quickly through
The
that
Lacan
last
stuff.
part.
Right?
Well, mostly the part where they were attacking the Merkaba,
Oh,
or
okay.
the Merkava, and like their whole plan and
Yeah.
everything like that.
Yes, we did.
It's not so much that part that I want to talk about. I think that the pertinent thing to talk about here is that Deus, like I guess like at the core of what I'm trying to point out with this, is that Deus' plan seems to be changing somewhat.
Okay.
Like, if you remember, I think I brought it up last time that Ellie, when she fuses back with Miang again, she turns back into the purple-haired woman.
Yeah.
She mentions how they have to destroy the remnants of humanity that did not transform into Wells or Seraph angels, right? And they ask why, like, why do you have to do that? And she's like, I don't really know.
I don't know.
It's just part of the program, right? I just know I have to do that. There's some evidence here that Krellian not only like made up for some of the deficiencies that Days failed in terms of, like we talked about how they transformed into Wells, but like they were supposed to be Seraph angels. It wasn't until Krellian like bypassed and like used his nanomachines to like actually fulfill the resurrection of God that it could actually be done, right?
Yeah.
There's some evidence too here towards the end of the game that as Krellian begins to learn more about the nature of God and everything, that like he's part of kind of like changing the plan of what's going on. He's sort of shifting what he's doing too.
Right.
And Deus is kind of doing the same thing. So let me see here. So Citan, in that conversation where they're talking about their plans on attacking Merkava, they're sort of contemplating the behavior of Deus. And Citan makes another reference to what Krellian had talked about with like the true Miang, right? The Great Mother. And notes that the non-mutated people, the people who did not transform, and how they were meant to be destroyed are now being taken in as well. Like, it's not being destroyed like they had originally talked about. They're trying to take everybody in now.
Okay.
Which was apparently a contradiction, right, to what had been said before. So there's some interesting stuff there. I'm going to be putting this on screen so you guys see what Citan's saying. But the important thing to point out about this, that the reason I don't want to just like skip as quickly as we did through that conversation, because that is an important detail to take away. Deus' behavior is not consistent with what it had said before, or what Ellie had said before that it wanted or that it was doing. And we're going to find out that Krellian is the one who's kind of like adjusting things as we're getting towards the end of the game here. So that's one important detail to take away from that scene, and I didn't want to just rush through that into the next part. Okay, now that that's been said, we left off basically right where Disc 2 turns around and starts playing more like Disc 1 again. You can go back to the world map.
And you can actually fly around and go places.
Fly around and explore. You can do side quests. There's quite a few things to do. Like basically where we left off, all there is left to do in the story is go do the final dungeon.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of little things to do that I think are worth pointing out. And there's a lot of good dialogue in what's now called Snowfield Hideout. But it's basically Shavat having crashed into like the southern pole, basically. So it's like a snow-capped...
It's Hoth.
a snow-capped...
Looks pretty Hothy.
...little like continent. Oh, but the whole world map has changed quite a bit. Like there's new continents, and continents have been broken apart, and lots of islands. And I would assume that's because Merkava is going around on this rampage destroying scorched earth MFer, right? And so like the whole planet's like structure has been changed basically.
Changing,
But anyways, this is something I don't even remember if it was really like said in any of their little narrations while they're sitting in chairs. Like it's never really talked about that Shavat was shot out of the sky.
That was so strange.
But it is.
You get it, and especially as you're going around through the tunnels, like things are broken and there's pieces of stuff just kind of lying all around.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of kind of little secret places to go within Shavat if you can go behind like some of the stores and stuff, and it looks really cool. You'd think you're going somewhere important, and then it's like there's a little item, and you come back, but it's almost as if they designed this whole thing, but they couldn't really use it, but they wanted to use it for something, but they couldn't put it into the full game, and so they're like, okay, you just can go out here and then get an item and come back.
Yeah,
it's fun.
There's a lot of good dialogue here before leaving this place, though. And one thing that I took a note of that I thought was really, really impressive, despite the extremely rushed nature of all of the exposition and the story on Disc 2 and the lack of gameplay in it, just how it's kind of just like breezing through stuff. they still manage, in my opinion, to wrap up every single subplot in a satisfying way.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I was unsatisfied with basically any portion of the whole
It's
game.
like almost any subplot I can think of, whether it's like Ramses bent on revenge against Faye, or Dan's revenge plot against Faye, or like...
Well, Rico, though.
Rico, I guess, is the one.
Rico would be the
major
one.
one.
Yeah.
That's true.
I love Margie and Bart.
Yeah.
And Margie's like, so... Oh gosh, I can even remember what she says, but some little innuendo type thing about their future.
So she says, "Young master, you better not die. Promise me." And he says, "Of course I'm not going to die. Quit saying such weird stuff." And she says, "Sorry, yeah, you're right. You'll make it back. When you come back, I'm going to. Well, I just thought maybe we could be closer, you know." And he's like, "Hey, whoa, quit it. Do you know what you're saying?" She's like, "Hey, just kidding, young master.
She's like, just kidding.
You're all panicked." Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Even with just little things like that, they're kind of wrapping it all up. And I think they do a really good job with that with several of these stories.
I think they do. For an unfinished game to wrap things up like this is it's impressive. Yeah.
So I particularly liked, we talked about it a little bit last time with Dan, right? Like,
yeah.
I really hated Dan at the beginning of the game. Anytime he came around, I didn't.
Right.
It's like I felt like he was ruining the story. But then every time he's come around in this portion of the story, it's actually been really good.
Yeah, the last probably 3 interactions that we've had have been more positive. He's sort of coming to grips.
So
with
he
things.
realized, seeing Faye frozen in carbonite, first of all, this is not okay. Like, I don't care what he did. This is not justified, which is something I think is fitting for a kid to have a turn
as
of heart as opposed to an adult.
Yeah.
So we talked about that last time. But also he realized that it wasn't Faye's fault. Even though Faye takes responsibility, we had that whole discussion last time.
Which is good, which is important.
Right?
But it's still not technically his
Dan
fault.
realizes there was a monster inside of Faye, and he's conflicted now about, do I forgive and forget? Like, I don't know what to do with this.
Right.
And I love the conversation we have here. Dan says, "In the prison, when I saw you change into a monster, I understood everything. Living inside of you, Faye, there is a monster that's not you. He's the bad one. He's to blame. So to forgive you or not to forgive you, well, that's not the problem. It's not like it's going to turn things back the way they were, but it's just, I don't know how to say it properly, but I'm sorry. And he's really struggling. Mm-hmm. But he apologizes to Faye, right? And then Faye says, "It's all right, Dan. Enough already. I understand. It's my fault. I'm sorry I caused you such pain." And then Dan doesn't have a response to that. And Faye says, "I'm just glad that I could finally make peace with you. Take care, kiddo." And that it kind of ends on that note. So Dan can't bring himself to like fully forgive, but he does apologize to Faye for not being more understanding. And Faye continues to take responsibility, which I think is really important.
Very important.
But it's just a really nice sort of like resolution, tying the bow on that little story, and I think it's well done.
No, me too. Also, just the general theme there of inside of you is a monster, but he still takes responsibility for the monster, but inside of him is a monster. There's some truth to that with everybody, with all of people, just in general.
Yep.
And there is, everyone's got the shadow, right? Yep. And I think that's what makes well-done characters seem more well-done, I guess. Like the most well-done type of writing that you can do, character-wise, is to have a character that's really dynamic, but in both positive and negative ways. And if you look at like Harry Potter, he's got like part of Voldemort is like inside of him, right? The shadow of Harry is Voldemort.
Right.
The shadow of Luke Skywalker was Darth Vader, and that's why he saw himself when in the episode 5 when he's in the dark cave in Dagobah. And also with Frodo, right? Frodo, by the end of the journey, Frodo can't do it. He can't do it because there's this thing in him that's he will literally become a monster if it wasn't for Gollum and Sam, right?
Yeah.
Because he not only had he been stabbed at Weathertop, which is going to plague him forever, but the ring had just corrupted him, and it just resembled this part of him that was being brought out in this negative way. And those are like some really good characters, I think, some good character moments.
Yeah.
And this game has that specifically with Faye in large measure, possibly more than any other game. He's got like a crazy monster that he's trying to keep down, but that makes you respect him even more. So I think it's really good character writing, just thematically, to have that a part of the story.
I loved it.
Yeah.
And Midori is in there as well.
Oh, yeah,
you can
she's
talk
there.
to her a little bit, and if you
She
picked up,
starts talking now, so that's
yeah,
interesting.
she's talking normally. So there's a
Yeah.
couple things I wanted to talk about with this. First of all, if you picked up her ring from way back in the beginning of the game in Lahan, it was hidden. It's a hidden item out in like the bushes outside of the little house.
Oh, okay. I don't think it did.
If you had picked that up, you can give it to her, and she'll give you a Hercules ring back
cool.
as a gift or whatever. There are other ways to get Hercules rings. I think what Hercules rings do is they increase the amount of experience you get in battle. And that's only really important for Faye because Faye has to get to level 80 to get his last death blow.
Oh, yeah.
And at this point, even with like a fair amount of grinding for death blows and things that I had done and for money and things like that I had done in the game, I still was only like level 75 by the time I got to the final boss.
Okay. Yeah.
So you'd have to do a lot of grinding, I feel. Because I did all the side quests. There was nothing else left to do in the game. And I was level 75. So if you want to get to level 80 and see Faye's last death blow, you just got to go fight a bunch of freaking
for a few
enemies.
hours.
And those Hercules rings can help with that. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about was some of this stuff we've been kind of pointing out along the way about Primera, Jesse's daughter, and Midori, who, to me, both seem to have some kind of telepathic or empathic abilities, some sort of extrasensory ability to know what people are thinking and feeling, and that they both spent significant amounts of time just being very quiet and not talking. And just kind of the whole motif of the game, which is about these overseers or managers trying to bring humanity to a point where they would be ready to join with God again. And the parallels here to the novel Childhood's End, which, if you've read it, you'll see those right away. So again, I think everyone should read that novel after having played Xenogears, just to understand like the inspiration for the game if you really like it. But one of the things one of the reasons I was pointing that out along the way is because there is a similarity between these girls, this like latest generation of these overseen or managed generations of humans getting to the right point where they can join with God again, right?
Yes.
With them having these kinds of extrasensory abilities and not speaking. There's a direct parallel there, I feel, with Childhood's End.
Okay.
So read Childhood's End. Let that be a hook for you to go check it out because it's a really good book. I like it a lot. And also, like we said, Krelian, whose name should be Karelin, was a character directly lifted, or the name at least directly lifted from Childhood's End. Okay. There's also a really great scene that you get with Queen Zephyr. Did you find her?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So you kind of go outside and up like a little tower in the snow.
Yes, that was pretty cool.
She's standing up there. And I don't think I saw that on my first playthrough of the game. I don't think I went and talked to her. Because I remember feeling like, what happened with Ramses? It just kind of like, last time we saw him, he killed Miang, and then I never heard from him again. And I was like, what happened with that?
Right.
It's optional. You got to go talk to Zephyr to see it, but there's a great scene there where she kind of brings up, well, how's that man doing that you brought back from Deus or whatever, or Makava. And you have a scene with Seitan, like talking some sense into Ramses. He's feeling down on himself.
Yeah, I think
worthless.
is Sigurd there too, right?
Yeah, Sigurd's also there.
Oh, and so are the four.
Yeah, I really like that reveal.
The girls. Yeah.
So there's like, they have a camera angle kind of in the...
Yes.
In
They've
the corner,
done a reveal
down.
with those curtains at the beds several times in this game, but it's surprising every time.
It's true.
Yeah.
So the camera's kind of in a corner, and you just see Sigurd and Seitan and Ramses, and there's kind of a curtain blocking where they're standing. But Seitan, like, strikes him, like, to the ground.
Yes.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
Right.
You are not trash. Nobody thinks that, especially not them. And then the camera pans over and shows that they're there. Do you see how loyal they are to you? It has nothing to do with your competency or your merit. It has everything to do with who you are in your heart, the kindness that you showed them. That's what they cared about. That's why they like you. That's why they want to help you. That's why we want to help you. Like, enough with this like garbage and trash and stuff. Like, stop, right? He kind of like is giving us some tough love there.
Yeah.
But Ramses does come
He comes around. And I think Satan says something along the lines of, oh, can we count on him to help us in the final battle?
Yeah.
And Satan was like, well, I don't know what he's going to do there, but at the very least, he's not against us anymore.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, fair enough. And I actually don't remember if Ramses shows up.
I don't think so.
Okay. But it's like the possibility that he would show up and fight on our side was something they were discussing. That was interesting.
Yeah, so I really like that.
Yeah, I actually really liked Ramses' character by the end. That was like one of the better done characters.
He's one of the best characters in the game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Very well done.
Zephyr and Faye go on to have a conversation after this about like the importance of what he calls true freedom, right? So she's kind of talking about like, are you gonna like, what if we can't break Zohar's influence over Ellie or whatever? Like, what are you gonna do then?
Yeah.
Right? And he's like, well, I'm gonna believe till the end that I can save her from this.
Yes.
But if not, like, I'm prepared for that too, kind of
Right.
a thing. Like, I'm going to do whatever it takes, is more or less what he's saying. And she's trying to say, like, you don't have to do this. Like, your opponent, your enemy here is the person you love. If you decide to quit, no one's going to blame you. And he says, to quit would be meaningless. All that I have fought for and all that I live for would come to have no meaning at all. People should be free. And this becomes a really big philosophical contention right at the end between Krellian and
Oh,
Faye.
yeah.
Right at the end. But this is
In
kind of where they first plant
conscious.
that this is what Faye's really after here, right? People should be free, with no one bound by others and no one binding others. This is a part of me that desires that freedom and a part of me that gives me hope. So I shall fight to win true freedom. For we are still alive, we fight to live. That is the reason why I fight. It's proof I'm human. So, I think he also says, I promised my father and myself too that I would free Ellie from Deus binds, that I would save her. And she says, I understand. Let's keep believing and hope for a miracle. So that kind of wraps up that scene. There's some other cool things that you can do here in the crashed Shavat. I took note of a couple things that just gave the place a lot of personality, that kind of brought a smile to my face. So there's one room with like a bunch of cats in it. Like 10 cats like roaming around, and there's just some women and stuff in there and a little girl. And you talk to them and they're like, the little girl would not give up till we rescued all these cats. We had to like save the cats. And the little girl's like, oh, I love these cats so much.
That's hilarious.
So like that was good.
stuff.
But then you go further into the next room and there's like it's like a meeting room, like a conference room. And you have like soldiers from Ave and soldiers from Kislev
no, I do
and
actually
elders of
remember this.
Shavat.
Yeah.
Kind of like around like a table discussing like important strategy. But there's all these women and children running around and so they're doing their little, meeting, and it's like, oh, be quiet, like we're trying to do something important here. And the women are like, don't be hard on the kids. This is the warmest room in the place. Like, where do you want them to go? And it just, I liked that flavor.
That's
because it's like they're in a really bad situation. It's really helpless. But there's something really sweet about that too, that they have all of their wives and their families, and they're trying to survive and get by.
Yeah.
And the kids are still playing and running around, but they're trying to like do important strategy, and it's like, it's just
that's
relatable.
That's how I imagine life would be in a bomb shelter or in a nuclear fallout shelter, where it's like 2 rooms. One of them's basically a storeroom. You got a bunch of adults. They have adult stuff to do, but there's kids there, and what do? You can't kick them out. You
Can't do anything about it.
You just got to work around them.
Yeah, and there's something very relatable about that.
Yeah, that's fun.
That I really liked. So there's lots of cool stuff like that. And then Hans is in here, one of the dolphin guys, right?
Oh yeah,
The one from
both
the
of them
Thames.
were there, right? Hans and Franz.
I don't remember talking to Franz. Maybe he was there and I missed him. But Hans has a family now.
Okay.
He has like a wife and
yeah.
like a stepson, and the stepson doesn't like him. He's like, my dad.
Yes.
And he like runs away. And so he married this woman after like the Thames and was destroyed and all this destruction that's happened.
Yeah.
She lost her husband, so she was a widow. and he kind of took her and her family, and the son is struggling to accept him as the father.
As his dolphin father.
He explains all of this. And then he starts reminiscing about the captain.
Yes, this was so funny. I loved this part.
He's so good.
I almost can hear it now, that the captain walking down those steps and saying, "Hey, we got an adventure. I've got a new treasure chest that I found, and we're going to go get it."
Yeah.
And you see the ghost of the captain walk down. And we ask, we're like, "What happened to the captain?" He's like, "Oh, he stayed with the ship."
Sunk with the ship.
Yep, he stayed down because captains do that.
Yep.
But then he's like there, and he's like, "Hey."
He says word for word.
"I got a new treasure. Who's with me?" And it's so funny. Was it Hans or Franz? Which one's the one?
Hans was the one.
Okay, and then Hans, runs up, and he's so excited. He's like, "Oh my gosh, this is great!" But he doesn't end up going with him, right?
Well, I think at least for now he's got responsibilities, so he's got to figure out.
It's funny though because it's like, oh, if only the captain would come down, and the captain's there, and he's like, "Oh, well, but still, I can't do it. I can't do anything." But it's great that you're here, Captain.
He starts throwing doubt on the plan, which was kind of what his role was on the Thames. He was always like second guessing the captain before.
Yeah.
And so he kind of starts doing that again, possibly because he's a man with responsibilities and he's trying to find a way out of it. But the captain calls him out. He's like, "See, you're just doing what you always do.
You're doing what you always do.
You're always worrying about things that like you don't need to worry about. That's why your son doesn't like you."
That's great.
Anyways, I also took down this line because you can talk to the captain on the way out as he's kind of standing there with some other people.
Yeah, I feel like I did.
I felt like what he says here was actually kind of profound in like a meta sense for the process of writing this game. Like for a guy like Takahashi who wrote such an ambitious, like just giant, enormous universe full of lore and tried to make like we're talking about with the introns and stuff, like detailed explanations for how biologically this would work. Someone who's that in the weeds of the details of the world, right? And trying to explain it all and make it all make sense and make it work. I can relate to that in some way, as like you can get really bogged down on, does everything make sense?
Right.
I need to make sure everything makes perfect sense and it all comes together, or else it's going to ruin the illusion. And what the captain says here is, what? How did I survive? Don't worry about those minor details. If you worry about such things, then kids will hate you, just like they hate Hans.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
And I was like,
I don't think I understood that immediately.
I am obviously
That's
don't know
so funny.
this, right? I'm speculating.
You might be right.
But it feels to me like someone might have given Takahashi that kind of advice.
Someone like Hironobu Sakaguchi.
Or maybe,
someone like that,
right? It's like, why are you so worried about all the details? Kids who are going to play this game are going to hate you if all you do is bog them down in their anime, shonen anime video game about details like that. Don't worry about it, right? And I think that I don't know, I just really, really liked that. It was really funny. It was like a perfect captain line. And it kind of struck me as being one of those things that maybe was a little more meta than it might seem.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's pretty much all I took down for the Shavat section here, the snowfield hideout.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually surprised when I left that you are able to kind of just go wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have much for Shavat, but yeah, it was nice. I was like, oh my gosh, I was wondering if I was ever going to be able to traverse this world in the airship ever again, or if there was only that brief time at the end of Disc 1 and then that was it.
Yeah.
But you can, and that was pretty fun.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing you can do there is you can get, so Seiton's gear, Fenrir, you can get its sword upgraded.
You go to a guy in a secret place, and he kind of upgrades it for you.
Yeah, and I think that's like the ultimate weapon for his gear.
It was Shinrai that turned into Jinrai, or what was it?
It was
Kishin
that could turn into
Kishin became Kijin.
Yeah.
Ki means gold, Shin means God.
So there's a few things that you can do now. There is like you can go to where Melchior lives. Tar Melchior lives, and he'll give you some like equipment. I think like a goddess robe or something else like that. So you can talk to him briefly. You can go to another Zeboim ruins area in the lighthouse.
Yes, at the lighthouse, yeah.
And this is where you get more information about the Zeboim era. And it doesn't fill it in quite as thoroughly as like Perfect Works does. There's like a lot more to the story than what you get. But you do get some background on Big Joe, finally. He's not just like a silly guy.
He was down there, yeah.
He's down there, and you can get a couple books that sort of like detail his past, which I'll just read some stuff from the wiki on that. But more importantly, you get more about Kim and Ellie from that era, and Emeralda and all of that. So there's a couple of different places where you can read like reports, or there's like a little video you can play where it talks a little bit about Miang from that time period, and how she was like manipulating from behind the shadows just like she is now, with the prime minister of that time. And there was a war between Zeboim and this like other organization. It was like an anti-government organization called Ravine. So there's kind of a war going on between them. But most importantly, there was a genetic defect in humans during this time period where they were struggling, like tons of people couldn't bear children anymore. So there was a problem with like fertility. There was a genetic defect. So like this was being passed on, and a lot of people were exhibiting this.
Yeah, there was a thing. We actually
because Ellie
we
has
see this. Yeah, we see this in the Zeboim Ellie. Yeah.
Yeah, because like
she can't.
So they're celebrating like a Christmas time or something like that. They're having a dinner.
Yeah.
It's funny that they celebrate Christmas in this world that is totally unrelated to Earth, but okay. Anyways, unless, I don't know, maybe like some of those traditions were carried on in the freaking Raziel's tree or something like that, and maybe Cain and Abel decided to
continue
the tradition,
it,
but
and
why?
just tell the story, right?
Unless you're Christian, I don't know why you would celebrate Christmas. Anyways, minor detail, who cares? The important thing is that during their dinner, I think that Kim is complaining about the war.
He's really upset.
He's really mad specifically because Ravine, the anti-government rebel faction, right, the terrorist group that is fighting against Zeboim, they bombed like a central power reactor in Zeboim that turned off the power in his hospital where he works. And there was a girl that died. One of his patients died because they lost power because of that terrorist attack. And so he's just furious because even though what Ravine is fighting for against Zeboim might be like the ideology at its core might be noble, they might be fighting for freedom or whatever it might be, he's talking about how it's all so stupid, so foolish to justify this.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's hurting people. And so he's going on about that. And, Ellie tries to counterpoint some of this stuff. She talks about how she feels sorry for the child, but I don't think people in Ravine destroyed the generator with the intention of killing her, right?
This was Final Fantasy VII, by the way.
Yeah.
This was basically the Avalanche group.
Yeah.
Like that exact story. And he's like, even if you're trying to help out the environment or the world, you can't blow up a thing. What about the people who died?
Yep.
And all that kind of stuff.
The innocent people who suffer because of it.
Yeah, that was interesting.
She said they just don't know a good way to express themselves or any other way to express themselves. The government is the one to blame. And he says, is that a good enough reason for that child or those dead people? It wasn't much of an operation. It was difficult, but there was enough chance to win. We'd have won. He says we'd. It almost makes it seem like he's part of Ravine at this time, which I don't know if that's true yet. But I'll explain that in a second. We'd have won if we'd had better equipment. So I'm guessing he's talking about Ravine, and he's probably joined with them at this point, but we'd have won if we had better equipment. That child would have been saved if there was electricity. It's not just that child. 5 people died in my hospital. The ICU didn't function. And then he kind of goes on to talking about what fools people are and everything. And Ellie starts to kind of bow her head, and she's, feeling kind of put down by all this because she says, am I a fool too? I had a physical at the hospital today. They said I can't have children because of hereditary genetic damage. I can't create life. Am I a creature waiting to become extinct? am I also a fool? Because he had been going on about people are just, waiting to be extinct, all this stuff.
Yeah,
or rushing to extinction.
He was on a tirade, yeah.
Rushing to extinction while the war.
Right.
So he is looking for a way to fix this genetic defect. And this is clarified more in Perfect Works, which we will read for next week. But Miang is at the point of deciding here to annihilate the human race and start over. We touched on this very briefly last time, that there have been extinction cycles because she's looking for the right state of humanity to be worthy or ready to join with God again.
Yeah, and that's like her job. Yeah.
So that's her whole job. This genetic defect means that human beings are not ready. They're defective. They can't join with God yet. So she feels like she needs to start over with like a fresh human race. And but she's waiting on the results of Kim's research to see if the nanotechnology can cover over or fix this problem. But he ends up joining with Ravine instead of the government by the end of this. And so he's actually in a Ravine research facility in that room where Ellie was shot, and he's looking through the glass.
Oh, that makes sense.
And
that's the reason why the government was showing up.
The government Zebulun soldiers who are coming in to claim.
Very clear.
It's not at all.
Okay, I didn't get that at all. But
this is all explained in Perfect Works.
Okay,
which we will read later.
I like how he mentioned specifically talking about Emeralda. He's like, we had to do such and such at the molecular level. No, the atomic level.
Yeah,
because talking about the difference that
Krellian
was not able to figure out he was able to figure it out.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the molecular level; it was the atomic level, and that's what Krellian knew, but he couldn't.
Because they had to get into those introns, right? Anyways, after you've seen that scene, you have to have Emeralda with you in the party, I think, to see this. But Emeralda,
I had her in sit down, I think.
I think then realizes, oh, you're not actually Kim, right?
Right.
You are the many, many generations descendant, and you carry his memories. I can accept this now. They died a long time ago.
Well, Faye mentioned, he says, I think the memory that I just got is for you.
Yeah.
That I was meant to see this so that I could tell you.
Yeah.
And so, that kind of goes through. And he was, what was it? Something along the lines of, I think Kim just wanted like one last hug from you or something like that.
Yeah.
A warm embrace.
Yeah.
And so she goes up and hugs Faye. And then this is the funniest thing, because she steps back and she's like, well, like, I'm going to be strong and by myself now, and you're not Kim, so I don't need to be a child to you. So she just becomes an adult.
She just transforms into an adult form.
And she's a big Emeralda now. And she's like, I can take care of myself now.
I guess that's...
It was cool. I actually liked it story-wise. It was actually really touching and interesting. And she's like, anyways, it was very good for her. It's just funny. It's just funny how it happened.
Yeah, I guess, like... The more I think about this, the more it's like, how would a nanomachine colony represent itself as it like discovers its identity, right? So it has the disposition of a child from the time we recover it.
Because she can't speak well.
Yeah, the childlike attachment to Kim and Ellie needing a parental figure like that. Not being willing to accept that they died a long time ago. These types of things, childlike, I guess, disposition, right?
Right.
But as its mind matures, it doesn't have a body like ours that, through biological processes, grows. She just decided, I'm going to be more mature now. I've learned a lesson. My mind has grown, and I will represent myself now as a more adult form, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the best way you could
for the rest of the game
describe how a nanomachine colony would do that,
other than the question of mass, which is where does the extra material come from?
Can the nanomachines reproduce? Or that seems to be because they
behave like normal cells more or less, right?
Yeah.
So there's a biological component. They just have something in it, and so I suppose.
Because, I mean,
suppose.
they repair damage. I would think that would not only, I mean, that would include, like, actually growing tissue or something like that, right? But, anyways, I don't know. I'm not a molecular biologist. I've stated this many times on the podcast now. Who knows how nanotechnology...
You're not.
Nanotechnology is basically like magic anyways. So.
Yeah, it basically is.
Anyways, after you've seen that scene, you can go back to Lahan village. Not to the village itself, but up the mountain path to Saitan's house. And remember that music box from the very beginning of the game? When he brought Faye in and, and it kind of opens up.
Oh, I didn't
and
go
it plays.
there.
So you can go back there, and on the side of the music box is a message. And you have to have Esmeralda with you, I think, to see it.
Dude, yeah, I didn't
But it says, celebrating my daughter's birth, may all the dreams, courage, and love in the world be yours. So that was a message from Kim, and a present from Kim to Esmeralda, that music box.
Okay, I remember there was a cake somewhere, right? Because Esmeralda talks at some point about seeing white with candles on top of it.
Oh, I don't remember that.
This was a while ago. It could be that I read it in the script. I'm pretty sure it was in the game, though.
I believe you, I just don't remember.
And she says, oh, I saw a white with fire on top. I figured that was a cake.
Oh.
It could very well have been a cake, but there was also this thing.
Yeah,
so this was
the music
a gift
box
for her.
Was a gift that Kim gave to Esmeralda.
Well, now I'm trying to remember what that box was, because
it was just it played.
It didn't work.
A little theme.
It was a bad omen.
It's playing that theme.
It had the angel in the tree and the sun and the moon on each side.
And it's a little angel in the center that sort of spins around.
That turns, yeah.
And it plays that little melody.
And then it just breaks.
And what Satan, remember, what Satan says to Faye is like, or Faye's like, oh, this music, this feels like there's another person inside of me.
Yeah, and I kept thinking, see, because I had no idea how this game worked.
This music, right?
I would have gone back there if I had made the connection that had anything to do with Kim, because I didn't freaking know who Kim was. Oh my gosh, that's actually really cool, because I was assuming it would have been Lacan or Id or something like that. But instead it's like, it's like way further back.
Kim, the second advent of the contact.
Okay, yeah, that's
that
pretty
was
cool.
Kim's memory kind of stirring in Faye as he listened to that music in the music box.
Interesting.
So, pretty good stuff. A little, Easter egg that they hid there back at back at Saitan's house.
Yeah, very cool.
There's also
there was a birthday of sorts for Esmeralda that she has some memory of, but that she doesn't have any memory of Ellie though. So it would have been just Kim and Esmeralda for like one day before everything went wrong.
Yeah. So there's another side quest you can do. There's like this desert where it's like a bunch of dune men are out there, and you go through and there's like an old like dragon skeleton with a sword in it, and you can climb up there and get that sword. It's a Yamada sword, and it's like Satan on foot's most powerful weapon.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple other treasures that you can get up there. So like there's that whole thing you can do too, if you care to do it. I think aside from that, that's about it in terms of things.
Saitan's new sword, by the way, is spelled differently in the English
versus Japanese. The one we were talking about back at Japan. The Kishin or Kijin.
The Kijin. This was saying it's a Kishin Ken is how it would have been pronounced in the Japanese, which means machine god sword. Which I'm trying to figure out how that works actually, but either way, he's got his typical sword, and then this is the machine god sword. Now, I don't know how perfectly accurate this is, but it
sounds like Xenogears to me.
It's a kanji I've never seen before, but according to the translate tool, it says machine god sword. So
sounds pretty dope.
That's pretty sweet. But I didn't know there's another sword even more powerful, because that sword is pretty good.
Yeah. So that's about it for side quests and little things you can do around the world at this time. Basically, the last thing to do is to go to the final dungeon and beat the game. This is possibly my least favorite final dungeon in the history of video games.
Now, what did you think of when you drop into the hole and it's like turning?
That's cool.
Well, you go. That's
like
one of
that.
the only notes. I said falling through the place to get to Deus was super cool, but also crazy and maybe not necessary for an unfinished game to have done something like that.
It's like,
that was fun.
It's a little Star Fox-like.
So you're talking about like the maze thing and moving all the platforms.
The maze nature
yeah.
of that final dungeon is so confusing.
It felt like it was just to make it take longer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And everything looks the same. Every
Yes.
hallway,
Yes.
every
and every
asset,
pivot point and all
just
the
like,
bridges.
What
Yep.
the fetch, dude? Like,
Yeah.
the best way to handle that dungeon is to never change your orientation on the compass.
Oh, sure.
You have to
That makes
remember where you're pointing, and like that's
And just
north.
leave it there.
And I've been this way, or I have not been this way.
Yeah.
And you got to go up between the levels. So like there's
I
like
know.
2 levels to everything. My goodness, is it
Yeah, that
annoying
was
to
good.
try to
Oh,
figure this out?
that was
because
pretty
you don't even know necessarily where you're trying to get. You pull up the map and there's a red node amongst a bunch of other nodes, and that might give you the okay, that's probably where I'm supposed to go.
Right.
But it's not like the characters pointed out like that's where we need to go. In fact, I think there is a shot now that I remember it, where it does kind of like the camera does kind of pan over, but there's just like every freaking bridge and
Well, as soon
column,
as you're doing things,
and it all looks exactly the freaking same.
It does. It does.
There's nothing distinct visually about anything, and so it's so hard to know what is what and what's important.
That's the problem with the future.
Yeah.
At least as presented, in movies and games and
Yeah.
stuff. It's like everything looks the same. It's this weird colory thing.
Sterile,
shiny.
metallic.
Yeah, metallic.
Just like indistinct designs everywhere.
Everywhere.
And it's very hard to figure out.
Yeah, welcome to the
Luckily,
future.
I took meticulous notes the first time I played the game. So that
really?
anytime I come back here,
You're
I
like,
have
"Hey,
my
go
own set
here."
of instructions.
Yeah.
Do this, go down this elevator, go south 1 node, go
Oh my
up the
gosh.
elevator, go
That's
southeast to 1 node, jump up and activate the thing, go down the elevator.
Go back. That's
It's
funny.
like it's step by step, so I will never have to figure that out again.
Yeah.
When you know what you're doing, it's actually not that long of a dungeon. You can beat it in maybe 30 minutes or something like that. So it's, as far as final dungeons go, it's not like the longest, but it can feel very long.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's just like, I don't know what to freaking do in here.
Yeah, it's disorienting.
I don't know where I'm going. I don't get it. And anyways, not my favorite final dungeon.
But then you hop down the hole.
Yes.
And it's freaking the Return of the Jedi with the Millennium Falcon. You're just going around. I swear, was it Shadows of the Empire had a mission like that where you're dodging things as it goes and it's like rotating?
Yep.
Yeah.
It does.
Now, just as it is, it wouldn't be too difficult, but you have to guess at where it will be when it rotates, and that's freaking annoying.
And the
'Cause
camera
thing's
spins.
rotating. Yeah, but you're like not. Anyways,
Yes.
it's crazy. So that was
kind of
just
fun.
But it
But
was
then
fun.
we
I
get-
thought it looked pretty cool. You
we
do
get-
that twice.
Yeah. You get one more descent past the angelic figures.
Yes, where it once again shows that you're the flame in between the two.
Yep. I think
Pretty
it's
cool.
actually just exactly the same one we've already come down to before. It's the
I think
same
so.
room.
Because it's the blue projection and all
Yeah.
that. In fact, a lot of the enemies we're fighting are they're laserish, light-looking.
Yeah, they're almost holographic
enemies.
looking.
Yeah.
There's a transparency to them.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Similar.
Very, very
That's a good point.
interesting. I don't know what that is, but
Anyways, you go into that room where Deus was, where the Ellie's crucifixion scene happened. You jump down there, and you get into the Deus core. And the Deus core is surrounded by 4 orbs of light going around it.
And they kind of give you the choice. They're like,
Yeah.
how do you want to do it?
You can either use fuel and try to take out the orbs, which will make the Deus boss battle less powerful.
Yeah.
He'll like lose abilities or lose maximum health or a couple of other things. He'll just be weaker.
Yeah.
And you'll have to expend fuel in the attempt to do that, and you'll have less fuel for the final battle. Or you can go straight to it and reserve your fuel, but the boss will be harder.
Yeah. I did the 4 things.
You took them all out?
And they're really cool battles. It's just like a symbol on the ground.
Yeah. The one
like
of them,
a gold symbol. Yeah, really cool. I thought it was really cool. And the way it would attack and move. And really abstract with that kind of stuff.
I actually, on this playthrough, just went straight for
Oh, really?
Deus and just fought it. Because
Do you recommend that? I mean, it
depends on
the
your
satellite
equipment
battles
setup.
aren't too difficult.
Depends totally on your equipment setup.
The whole dungeon was actually pretty easy.
At this point in the game, I had bought all of that stupidly expensive equipment from Big Joe back in Zelda.
Oh, yes,
Oh, I
yeah.
forgot to do that, by the way. I'll do that in a second. I'll go back and talk about Big Joe's backstory.
Oh yeah.
I bought all of that stupidly expensive equipment, so my gears were absolute beasts at this point.
Yeah, me
So
too.
I just fought Deus Final Form, and I beat it in 4 rounds. So it's not really that hard anyways.
Well, I'd say this whole ending was not difficult.
Yeah.
The way the game ends, and I was expecting it to be a little
I mean,
more
the game
difficult,
generally
but it
is a
wasn't.
pretty easy game. There's
There's
one or
a few,
two
like, really hard-
bosses that are
Yeah.
tough, but for the most part, it's an easier RPG. I mean, Square games typically were. They weren't known as like the really, really hard
The really
RPGs,
complicated
right?
ones, yeah.
But this is where we come into kind of a lot. This is going to be the bulk of what the podcast is about, is breaking down the ending here, because there's a heck of a lot of stuff that happens. So when you kill Days, Days' core kind of shuts down, and all of their gears shut
Yes.
down too.
Except technically Phase.
Yes, and that's
He
only
can still move
because
'cause he made contact.
contacted
Yeah,
the wave
they mentioned
existence. So the Xeno gears still has power because of the contact has the power of the wave existence in him. So his gear still works. All the other gears are shut down because the Zohar was what was powering all the gears in the world to begin with.
Okay, yeah.
So they can't move. But then all of a sudden, Dave's core comes back online. And again, this is because the wave existence is still trapped in the Zohar. So it's an infinite energy source, right? But it's basically, Satan is talking about how there's a level of energy there that is strong enough to destroy the whole planet.
Yeah.
And there's basically nothing they can do. If it explodes, if it detonates, they're all dead. We're screwed. This is it. This is the end kind of thing. But then it starts to shoot out into the atmosphere.
Well, you hear this like
Yeah.
sound, and it's as though something's like punching it away.
And
at first, it seemed like they were like, "Oh no, is Deus? There's activity with Deus. Deus is moving again." I'm like, "Oh
Yeah.
great, we're gonna have to kill freaking Deus like 15 times." I thought that last boss battle was too easy.
yeah.
But it turns out it was actually Ellie waking up within Deus, right?
Yep.
And using the power to bat the thing
Get it away
from the planet.
so that it would save the planet. She's self-sacrificing again.
because it would kill her. Yeah.
Because it's going to detonate and she'll die because she's in it.
Yeah.
But it'll save everyone else. This is the anti-type's self-sacrificing
Yes.
personality once again
It's what
emerging.
she does. Yeah.
And they're just like, no, we can't let her do that.
But they can't move. They're,
Yeah.
they're literally stuck. So Faye's the only one that can move.
And
I don't know how they get out, by the way, but
basically,
somehow they got out.
They're Satan he lays out some arbitrary rule here. You won't have enough energy to get back if you go after it.
Yes, of course.
I don't know how he knows that. I don't even know why that's true, because the Xenogears is powered by the wave existence itself. But whatever. They're
okay.
trying to raise the stakes here.
Right.
If Faye goes after Ellie, he's probably not going to be able to come back.
He'll be stuck
and
in outer
Bart's like,
space.
I'm not letting you do it unless you promise me you'll come back. And he's like, yes, okay, fine, I'll promise. And then he
like, "I don't
takes
come
off.
back."
I think the idea there is more not making a promise that you will come back, more like a promise that you won't give up.
Right.
I've been told it's impossible for me to return, so I'm going there with the intention of not coming back.
Yes.
Versus I'm making a promise that I will do everything I can to come back. Right? I'm not just going to give up when I get there, because he was just thinking, she's going to self-sacrifice. I don't want her to be alone. I'm going to go there to be so that someone can be with her when she dies. Right? So she doesn't have at least to be alone, because that was her whole thing. Is when she would talk to him is about knowing how lonely it can be, right?
Yeah.
And not wanting to be alone. That's kind of a big fear of hers. And so he just wants to be with her in that sacrifice. And so Bart's like, no, that's not good enough. You have to actually try to come back.
That's fair enough. That's
I
good.
see it that way.
Yeah,
more.
sure. I like that interpretation, actually. I like that.
So Faye takes off into the atmosphere. And it has this pretty, Deus is there, and it has this kind of cool wormhole effect that they go into.
Yeah, once it explodes, basically.
Yeah.
Because you get into it, and he approaches her, and then it's and it's just crazy.
And you end up in kind of that space of water on the floor where you met the wave
ripples
existence.
coming out, yeah.
And everybody's naked here. And I think that the purpose of this is it's a more abstract thing, like, right? Because I think Krellian even says something here like, well, like the wave existence, even back when we found the wave existence the first time, I am your perception of me, basically, right? So this is like your mind trying to make sense of this.
So we're inside of our
place.
own mind, basically.
It's just their naked consciousness.
Yeah.
Right? These aren't their bodies.
Although Krellian still got his little headband.
Yeah, it's true.
How do you work that one?
Well, again, maybe this is just Faye's perception of Krellian's consciousness. It's like his mind giving form to Krellian's consciousness. He's kind of perceiving it in his own way.
Fine. So in Faye's consciousness, naked Krellian keeps that headband on.
I think the reason that they're naked is just because it's their naked consciousness.
It's the pure self. I understand that. I understand. There's a good symbolism there, and it's like everything's laid bare. Like they're facing each other, the true selves, right?
Yes.
He's really talking to Krellian, not Krellian's persona, not who Krellian is wanting to be or pretending to be, but they're seeing each other's true selves and having an honest conversation. And I think the nakedness is symbolic there.
Yeah. And so, let's see here. I have all the dialogue pulled up for this ending scene, and I think it's probably good to go through some of this like line by line to kind of like work out what is Xenogears really all about here, right? Like what is this game? Because this is where it's all kind of brought together. The thematically it is. So Faye kind of wakes up in this space. He's like, where am I? Oh, that's Ellie. This must mean that I'm inside of Deus. And then there's a human face that sort of appears in the place.
Vague shape of a face.
In the place where the wave existence was the first time he was here. And it says, not exactly. Your actual body is but a physical object. It has merely been absorbed into Deus' outer shell. Only your consciousness is here. So there's the direct, confirmation that these are not their bodies. This is just their spirit, their consciousness, their will, whatever you want to call it. Of course, the girl you perceive in front of you is not a true being. Your consciousness is merely creating her image. So Faye is sort of creating the images. His mind is trying to make sense of this fifth dimensional realm, right, of the wave existence, just this world of waves and things like that. So Faye says, the wave existence? No, that's not you. Who are you? It can't be. Is that you, Krellian? That's right, isn't it, Krellian? It was you who did this to Ellie. And Krellian says, the path of Sephiroth has been connected. No one can stop God from returning to his world now. So what have you come here for, Lacan? Yeah. What were you going to say?
Nothing. Just the idea that the path of Sephiroth is all within the mind anyways.
Yeah.
So how this is all happening is through, I'm guessing, through the fact that Sephiroth was connected by the God. Anyways, I'm just bringing up the fact that that's all within your mind. The path of Sephiroth isn't a physical place.
Yeah.
It's like a mental place.
So we talked a little bit about Sephiroth in the last episode.
Circles.
Yeah, the 10 emanations of God and all that. This is how it's written in Perfect Works. In relation to the path of Sephiroth, right? It describes it like this. The phenomenon alteration engine Zohar, in the process of repeatedly selecting an event with a probability of 0, while the probability axis continues to incline, at the intersection at which the phenomenal axis and temporal axis fall parallel, an alternate reality is created. I can boil that down to, you kind of made this point that I thought was pretty legit last time, that the Zohar, or like the Deus system, was trying to find basically like this infinite power, right? Like the Zohar was built to be this infinite energy engine.
Yeah.
But it was doing these calculations, or like finding the path of Sephiroth.
Yes.
And this is just describing those types of processes, right?
Well, and this is the weirdest thing when you think about the path of Sephiroth, that your mind can go to these certain places, but there's a wall barring you from the top 3. No one's ever gone there, or it's like you can't go there. But the question is, well, what if we create artificial intelligence? And does the path of Sephiroth, the path to enlightenment, does that apply to an artificial intelligence as well?
Yes.
Well, if it does, then they're going to somehow break through that barrier just through sheer mechanical calculations and all that kind of stuff. They're slowly going to find a way to attain that enlightenment, but it's an artificial being. It's not a real being.
Right.
Well, real in the sense that you think of it. So that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a fascinating concept right there.
That's what the Zohar did.
Yes. And if Sefirot is at all a possible thing, it's not humans that are going to get it there. It's AI that's going to get there, and that's how Xenogears happen. And that's what what AI does. It gets there, and then it pulls God back down.
Yeah.
I just think that's crazy.
So all that stuff that I read that sounds really, techie and stuff, the process of repeatedly selecting an event with the probability of 0, while the probability axis continues to incline, at the intersection of which the phenomenal axis and temporal axis fall parallel. That's all just describing the Zohar trying to find enlightenment.
Yes.
I think.
As an AI computer.
Right.
Well, biocomputer, right?
Right.
But still.
So it says an alternate reality is created. This is the link or road between the space at the higher dimension and our universe. So the Zohar discovered this pathway between the dimensions, which is the path of Sefirot in Xenogears' world. The borderline between this universe and the higher dimension is the contact point, also called the path of Sefirot, which leads to God's territory. This appears to those humans who see it as an image of water. For example, the scene of phase contact with the wave existence, that rippling surface that he's standing on.
And water represents just the, what would you call it? They called it the prima materia, right?
Yes.
Well, prima materia wouldn't technically have been water. It would be some spiritual matter. But the idea is that it's above and you can't describe it. But water is, through the Bible and elsewhere, is the start of God creating the universe. And prima materia means first materials that the universe is made out of, the first material. And it's usually represented as water, because that's the pure, chaotic, life-giving, essence of the beginning, basically.
And that's pretty much where life on Earth started, too.
Life started with water.
In water.
Yes.
Right. So.
But the first thing God did was divide the waters.
Right.
Which is like, you're assuming water was already there, apparently, right? And so I feel like that's kind of subconsciously, that's what's going on here. You see the far reaches of God's realm of the universe as being a place with water.
Right. So that's what Krellion's talking about when he says the path of Sefirot was connected.
Yeah.
No one can stop God from returning to his world now. So what have you come here for, Lacan? And Faye says, I came here to take the person I love back with me, so set Ellie free. The Deus system has been destroyed. It's all over now. So instead, I ask you, what are you hoping to achieve now? And this is where we start to see that Krellion's plan evolved as things became revealed to him. And he was responsible for some of those strange behavioral changes in what Deus was doing. That Seitan noticed back when they were planning the attack on Merkava. Because Krellion didn't know everything. He didn't even know about the wave existence, right? And as he became aware of these things, his plans will change.
Do you remember the first time we went down to Zeboim where Satan was like in his own mind and he was like, why would they go through the trouble? And then ... and never went through with that? That would make sense that that Satan had some understanding of what the plan was going to be, more or less.
Yes.
And that Krellion was doing other things.
Yes.
Like he was going through way more trouble than he ought to have to do other things, and that was kind of confusing Seitan even back then.
Because the plan had never involved nanotechnology before.
Yes.
Because they didn't question God's competence. The Gazel ministry
I love that.
didn't.
And that's the funny part with Krellion.
Knew it wasn't going to work.
And that's the funny part about him, where we see more it playing out in the scene, where he's like, I can become God.
Yeah.
Like I am going, and I feel like some of the adjustments that he was making were kind of inserting himself into the process so that he could transcend with God,
could
right?
join with God.
Well, sure, join with God.
Because remember the scene where the Gazel talked about becoming God, and he rebuked them for that. He was like, you don't get to become God.
Fair
you
enough.
become one
direction.
with God.
Yeah.
So that was his plan. But as he discovered the nature of God, slowly over time, even up to this point, now that he understands what the wave existence is, it's his definition of what it means to become one with God changes too.
Yeah.
And so, let's see. He says, the time when all things started, the place where all things were one, I am going there. So that's what, because Faye had asked him, what do you hope to achieve now? The time when all things started, the place where all things were one, I am going there.
That's prima materia
So,
stuff.
yes.
But at the same time, a lot of Krelian's life is wanting to go back to his past.
Yes.
Yes, I
This is
connected that
huge
through this whole thing. I
for
was
this
like,
philosophical argument.
and it
between
makes so much sense for his character to be so obsessed with the past and to
Yep.
just want nothing but to go back and restart everything.
Yeah.
Because he just can't let go of the past.
to go back to a time before grief.
Yeah.
He is trying to, I mean, he's the villain of the story. But as Ellie's going to say here a little later, Krelian actually loved people more than anything. He's not trying to kill everyone. That's how it appears.
He wants to end sorrow.
He wants to end sorrow by having everyone return back to God, where there is no individuality.
Right.
Everyone is part of the same wave world, as he now realizes, right?
Yeah.
This place of perfect peace and love and acceptance and warmth and goodness and a heaven-like place where there's no sorrow or grief anymore. And there's this cycle of people hurting each other and competing for resources, and in order for one person to get ahead, someone has to lose, as he puts it.
Yeah.
And he thinks that the only way to get there is to go back. And he's obsessed with going back. Faye wants to go forward.
Right.
He has hope that humanity will overcome, its flaws and will grow and become better and all of these things. And so they're at this place of philosophical opposites, and they're arguing these two things. And what I really love about this is when you really think about it, Krelian might not be wrong here. Faye might be the wrong one.
Right. Right.
And there's a whole discussion to be had around that, but before we even touch that, let's kind of just get through the dialogue. So Faye says, what place? And Krelian says, before the beginning of the universe, in the undulating waves of the higher dimension, all things were one. It was the waves spilling out from there that created this four-dimensional universe of ours.
See, I love this. I love this from a Takahashi and Sorya Saga standpoint. Like the idea of understanding that water is the basis for life in all creation, but the prima materia was something spiritual, but combining those two to use terminology like wave and spill, right? Because that doesn't make a ton of sense with what they're talking about. It's beyond our comprehension. But the imagery of a wave and of something spilling out evokes the image of just water, which is the proper representation of all of this. But it's so genius that they are going back beyond our understanding, are using that terminology to connect, to make it make sense with us for whatever they have in their mind. I think it's so smart. I love it.
It's super cool.
Yeah,
it was the waves spilling out from there that created this four-dimensional universe of ours. Humankind and the souls of humankind that were born from there are merely leftovers of those spilled waves. So, and then Faye says, you're going back there? Is that what you desired? And Krelian says, Lacan, why such reluctance to become one with God? What attachment could you possibly have to this wretched old world? What meaning can be found in living out such a short existence, hurting others, hurting yourself, grinding one another down, only to inevitably die and return to dust? Why, everything we could ever desire is here. No need to be troubled by the need for love, for this place is filled with the love of God. And what's funny about this, he's going to say this in a second, I think Krelian is actually giving voice to the will of the wave existence here. I think the wave existence...
I wondered that, but it didn't seem right to me.
I believe that the wave existence wants to take humanity with it to the higher dimension.
Oh, and that's why things like that were happening.
Now, that's not said out. This is my interpretation. It's not said outright.
Right.
But I think with what he says here about the will of the wave existence in a second, it starts to make sense. Like, why would the wave existence, who's been trapped here and has observed the four-dimensional universe being this way, and whose only desire is to get back to the higher dimension, and this universe was created with a spilling out of waves from that higher existence. And this is part of who we are, the wave existence. Right. Part of us got out and got into this world where there's all this strife and grief and pain and turmoil.
Back,
Why not bring it back? to us.
That I like that theory because I was confused as soon as we free the wave existence. It's like, great, see you guys. I'm gonna go, but the only way I can go is to kill all of you. Sorry, bye. And then the wave existence leaves and just kills everybody. But understanding it this way makes a lot more sense. Where it's like, no, the wave existence, death, whatever. I don't even, the fifth dimension. That's not even a thing, right? They wouldn't quite understand the trivialness of the human, condition. Yeah. But it's like, no, I'm freeing you guys, and you can come with me, right?
Yeah.
But the way humans perceive that is,
we're being
holy crap, a nuclear
genocide.
It's gonna freaking kill everybody. We can't do that stuff.
Yeah.
And God's like, come on, guys, let's go.
Yeah.
That's so funny. So, because at first I was like, that ungrateful wave existence, what a jerk.
I know.
What a jerk. But there might be something more
the
benevolent
wave
there.
existence wanted to bring humanity.
That
with
is
it.
fascinating. I like that.
So Faye says, I have not lost hope in humans as much as you have, Krellian. Someday humankind will come to understand one another. I sincerely believe that. I think that is never going to happen.
I do too, because I immediately thought that, and I was like, I don't really even understand myself.
Yeah.
I don't understand my wife, who I'm very close to. I don't understand anybody. That's a heck of a thing for Faye to say.
I
That's
know.
fascinating.
I think we get trivially better in the ways that we can measure.
What is it? Better than we were yesterday, kind of
Yes.
thing. Yes.
Like in the trivial ways that we can measure, we look at a civilization 1,000 years ago and go, yeah, we're much better now.
It's like they had
in terms of our human rights and things like that than they were. But we still have a long way to go, and we're still incredibly tribal.
Yes.
And very much do so much infighting and don't agree and cannot understand other people's perspectives and cannot unite on anything.
Yes.
It's a huge freaking problem.
And
it
so
will always
subject.
be a huge problem because in this existence we are trapped in the prism of a single perspective. I only know my own mind.
Yeah.
I cannot know your mind. I rely on you to explain it to me.
Right.
But we can't. We
can't
don't do a very
explain
good
it.
job.
Language is inadequate to
Language
explain
sucks.
thoughts. Yeah, it's horrible, and even worse, like text language.
Yes.
Is even worse. So places like Twitter or
it's terrible.
It's like, or text messages just in general. It's like, how often do you get misinterpreted there? It's like. And that's kind of the way everything's kind of reverting now because people don't talk as much anymore. It's a lot of it's through text. So it's like we're actually going backwards in our understanding of each other because we're doing the caveman scribbles on a wall instead of actually talking.
Speaking
but
face to face.
even talking is so inadequate. There's so much that you just can't convey and will never be able to convey.
You can't know someone's intention. You can try your hardest to understand it, or what a lot of people don't do, they don't even try to do that. They just try to ascribe an intention so they can dismiss.
Yes.
And that is a tribalistic way of thinking to protect our ideology and never challenge it.
It protects your ideology, but it also keeps you from having to spend a lot of time working out everyone around you.
Yes.
Like, that's an expensive process.
It's so taxing.
Like, you have to be around someone for years, ask them tons of questions, know their whole life story that presumably they told you the exact truth on that they can even remember, which is not likely because they will have not remembered correctly a lot of things.
Because there's confirmation bias and
so
all these
you
problems.
can hear it right from them and still not know them because what really happened was slightly different, but they have internalized it in a different way, but they can't articulate it and they don't remember it properly. Anyways, so many freaking reasons
and then
why
there's
it's literally but it's expensive to do. So the straw manning tendency that humans have isn't just a malicious thing. It's I don't have forever
energy,
here, okay? Like, boil it down. Give me a 2-sentence, give me a tweet about what this is, and I'll say if I like it or not. Like, I don't have time to get into everything.
Yeah. And I mean, because to understand a person, you'd have to not only understand their own perspective on their life, you have to understand how mental illness worked into that.
Oh, exactly. The chemical processes
psychological
of the brain.
development.
Yes.
Abuse that might have happened in their life, or trauma that has caused them to have these other behavioral tendencies.
That they might not even be aware of. Like, a lot of Freudian psychoanalytic stuff was like, oh, when you were freaking born, you had this crazy trauma of birth that has affected your life and caused all these things. And it's like, nobody remembers that, right?
Yeah.
You can't explain one person's birthing process versus the other and who was more traumatic and what happened at the beginning, first days. The mother maybe could tell you a little bit of that, but you'll never know that. But apparently, according to certain psychoanalysts, that factors heavily into who you grow up into being.
Like, I remember seeing, I don't remember where this was, it was pretty recently, like within the last couple months. There was some kind of thought experiment somebody was talking about where it's like, it's not like out of the question that science will reach a place where some psychopath, serial killer who's, in prison or on death row or something like that for something they did, can be given a drug that will fix that problem and they will be a normal human being.
And then prisons become
and then it's like,
obsolete.
Is it actually just to execute this person or for them to live a life sentence if they've been cured of whatever the psychological damage or the psychological, let's not call it damage, let's call it the makeup of their mind that caused them to have the tendencies that they have, the need to make other people suffer and to control people. Like, if you could rearrange the chemical makeup of a person's mind so to where they would see themselves being horrified by what they were before, like, then
that's an interesting
our whole judicial system
doesn't
make sense. Because
you don't need that stuff.
And this is the thing, is we can never understand why a person holds the beliefs that they have.
Right.
It's easy to boil it down and to say, oh, you're a terrible human being.
Yes.
It's so easy to do that, because then I can justify
then you
my
can write
ideology.
Off, right?
And I can say, see, I'm the good guy.
Yeah.
And that's what a bad guy looks like.
Yes. And you don't have to confront your own shadow. You don't have to, and it's just like, just put it all off on them.
That
straw man and then go about your life.
Is not reality.
No, not even close. but you so that's a fascinating thought experiment right there. Because that pill would start to be used on lighter and lighter crimes.
Yeah.
Going up into, it basically would become eugenics, Minority Report stuff that would eventually go into pre-crime, and it would basically make everyone the same. Yeah. At some point, everyone would take a pill the moment they're born. Okay, maybe a shot, I don't know. And they would get this in them because that eradicates all potential of any wrongdoing.
Like psychological standard.
Yes, but
of humanity.
But that standard will keep being raised until at some point we're all the same. Everyone's the same.
This ties into this philosophical debate,
a dystopian
which
thing.
Krelian is trying to get rid of all of that suffering and grief and trauma, which is caused by this discrepancy of people's psychology and their levels of being able to communicate and be understood or not, with joining with the wave existence where everyone is the same thing.
Yes. This is actually it's close to the central plot element of A Brave New World from Aldous Huxley, which is everyone takes that pill. It's like morphine type thing. It's an LSD kind of thing. It just makes you feel good all the time, and everyone's just always taking it, right? You've seen the movie Equilibrium, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing where everyone just, no one feels, everyone's like the same. It's just you're all robots and stuff, and that's cool. That's the way to live, right? And it's like, maybe an argument could be made that you ended suffering, fine, but these people aren't living, is the idea.
Yeah.
You're not living once you've eliminated any possibility for anybody to do anything other than what is considered the right thing to do, but then we're all robots.
Right. Yeah, and so then now we get down to, what is the purpose of a perfected state, and the existence of a perfected state? We talk about God being omniscient and all-powerful and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And this kind of ties back to some discussion we had. We didn't do a podcast on the full game of Lost Odyssey, but we did one podcast on it.
Yeah.
And the idea of that game is
forever.
that when you live forever, like, does such an existence at some point like start to feel meaningless?
Right.
Where you just keep living and it never ends, right? So I believe if you boil down...
But there's a pill that cures the feeling of meaninglessness.
Yes, but what I'm getting at is that
growth
comes from conflict.
Yes.
If there is no conflict,
good point.
If there is nothing challenging you, if there is no sorrow and there is no grief and there is no conflict whatsoever, there's not really any growth.
That's true. I mean, I agree with that. Actually,
you don't
on a fundamental level, I agree with
forward.
that. Yeah.
You don't challenge who you were and see a need to change and progress.
You just smoke weed and chill all day.
And just
you do
feel
nothing.
good all day and
You just do
nothing
nothing.
happens, right?
Yeah.
So this is something I've wondered about is would eternal life really even be something a person would
Something
want
desirable.
after a certain amount of time passes?
Sure.
Once you have learned everything,
Yes.
once you know everything, once there is no longer a single conflict left to conquer, you know everything and you are all powerful, you can do anything.
Yes.
You've become God.
The idea is that you then become God.
What on earth is there left to do? Would that existence not be hell in and of itself?
You know what? That's fascinating. Possibly there is no end for humanity but hell in different ways, and it's like you pick which one, right? But no, and then you're God. So now you go. Now you go be God. Now you go create a universe, and
But
maybe that's the
how many
interesting new
times
thing
do you have
that
to do that before there's any point left in that
You're
anymore?
right. At some point, you do run into the should I create my 1,000th universe? It's like, dude,
This is why I feel like the only way
yeah.
that eternal life could be meaningful is if there was never an end to some level of conflict, even for a God.
I agree
There's
with
got
that.
to be
I agree.
a conflict.
Yeah.
There's got to be continual growth
Yeah.
forever for it to stay meaningful and purposeful.
I totally agree with that. Actually, even like on a religious level, like I agree with that. But in part, okay, so there's a fun quote from Dostoevsky that he says, if humans ever attained utopian state, the first thing that they would do is find a way to destroy it.
Yeah, because they need conflict.
Because
that's
so
what
that something interesting will happen, right?
Notes from the Underground.
Yes, Notes from the Underground.
Is
yes.
where he writes about
yes.
that. Yeah.
And it's 100. It's so accurate. Like Dostoevsky had a really good grasp on the crucial human condition, basically. So good. And he elaborates it in, it's hard to convey it in words, but he tells these stories that kind of give you that image.
Yeah.
But that is the central idea. Just so that something interesting will happen, people will destroy the perfection around them.
Yeah.
And that is who humans, basically, who humans are. Now, to one extent that humans find meaning that seems to perpetuate, although Lost Odyssey challenges this a bit, but that's because of the mortality. But it's through family, generally speaking, right? So if you can be God, but also have a family, and that family just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
But what makes family interesting? There's these different personalities
watching
and dynamics.
things grow and challenge and overcome
seeing
challenges.
them overcome
Yeah.
challenges, but
So,
also they
yeah.
challenge you because
Yes,
they
and
think
they
differently
challenge you.
from you.
And then you
If
grow through them.
You had 5 exact copies
Yeah.
of yourself who acted exactly the same way as you. Family would not be interesting
You're right.
anymore.
You're absolutely right. You're
And
absolutely right.
if we all turn back into waves and we all exist as one consciousness that has no conflict whatsoever, what purpose is there in such a life? That's my question, not the game's question.
I love it though. I love it. It's a cool.
But it's probably.
an interesting
But
question.
I apply that question to Faye. Faye
Yeah.
is asking Krellian that.
Like then what?
More or less.
And Krellian's like, who cares? Then what? Things will be. There is no then what.
Yeah. So
You just be and don't be sad.
So Faye is basically saying, I have not lost hope in humans as much as you have. Krellian, someday humans will come to understand, or humankind will come to understand one another. I sincerely believe that. So he believes in the process, the growth process that comes through conflict and trauma and grief and sorrow. That is the path to walk for growth of the human race and of our kind, right?
That's fascinating.
It's necessary.
One more thing. Faye's not a human though. Right?
This is important.
Okay.
This is an important thing to
In
take
fact,
into.
I get a lot of vibes of Nier actually here because it's like at some point.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I shouldn't.
This is a very important point to bring
away
up
that
because
game.
there's a bit of a conflict in some of this because of this.
Okay.
So Krellian says, how can you be sure? Humans will never come to understand each other. I also believe that's true, but I also believe that's why life has purpose, right?
Right. So you agree with Krellian's statement, but he's taking it to a logic that does not make sense to you.
Yes.
So it's like your source is right, but your actions are betraying what your philosophy is.
I agree with the central idea. I disagree with the way you're going about addressing it.
Yes.
I agree with Faye with the way he's going about addressing it.
So you're kind of split. That's funny.
Anyways, he says, you said that she is the person you love, but can you say that you even truly understand each other? You brought that up.
I did, yes.
All humans do is place themselves at a comfortable distance from each other and call that mutual understanding, spiritual unity, or true love, but it is all lies. Man cannot associate with others without first deceiving themselves. That is the way they were created.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
It's true.
It is true. It is actually 100% true.
Faye says, but one being's ego can't determine everyone's fate. People have the right to choose their own destiny. That is why humans have free will. That's not necessarily a rebuttal of what Krellian just said.
No,
it's more
not.
a pivot onto the fact
Yes.
that I don't care if you're right, I still have to be able to choose my own fate.
And I choose to give you the middle finger. Yeah.
And Krellian says, and what if that will itself was predetermined? And this is also the whole question of is free will even
Yes, is
real?
free will,
That's
yes.
a whole separate topic that is fascinating.
That is very fascinating. Is it an illusion? But what is illusion? But a thing that is consciously created. And it's crazy.
What then? Oh, what folly. Humans are just primitive life forms that have no such thing as free will. Mankind has merely been allowed to live in an imperfect state, as is, as will be. It is for this very reason, because humans have this wretched will or whatnot, that humans must experience sadness and loss. For someone to gain something means another must lose it. It is impossible to make humankind share limited things and affections. So I came to the conclusion that everything must be reverted back to where it all began, to go back to when all was one, waves and nothing else. It is not my human's ego, it is the will of the waves, the will of God. I think he is telling the truth when he says that.
Yeah.
I believe that this is actually, he's saying it because he is so grieved. He's coming from a place of brokenness and grief and sorrow, and so it can seem like he's saying this because he's just trying to escape his grief, and that's not a good reason.
Right.
But I do think he is right in saying this is the will of the wave existence, because the wave existence doesn't understand the human experience like Faye and all the other humans do. He has a hard time understanding it, because he just knows the fifth dimension and how great that is, and this is pretty messed up down here.
Yeah, this is screwy.
Come back.
I love how
Right?
Krellian is submitting the idea that the creation of the universe was done entirely by accident.
Yes.
By using the word spill. Some of the waves spilled out, and it was a total accident.
Yes.
Like, clean it up, put it back in.
Yes.
Wipe it up with the towel and wring it out back in the bucket.
Yes.
I've never quite heard that explanation of somebody who would believe in God, but then also believe that this was a total accident and God is basically completely absent and doesn't even realize that some of his cup spilled, you know?
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It's an interesting way to look at it.
The reason I love this scene so much is because there is such a strong point made on both sides. And there's basically nothing in storytelling I love more than philosophical debates like this, where it's impossible to make out who's right.
Yes. Dude, Dostoevsky.
And it's
that's
why
like Dostoevsky's whole thing.
And that's why I love this series.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
I've only read the first one.
Of all the weaknesses that may exist
Yeah.
in the Witcher stories, right, that anyone could point out, like, it's one of those things where all of that